I just realized my mic has been muted like a silly person. So yeah, jeez, what a doink. What a doink, Dax. Dax is a doink. CT says, "Oh lol, hi." Yeah. Uh, yeah, professional streamer. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, we can. So Tentacles redeemed a stretch. Uh, Jinx says, but we're all still here. Well, good, good. Yeah, I think I was trying to test the audio and then I forgot to unmute my mic. What a silly guy. Okay, but Tentacles redeemed a stretch. So let's do a little combo stretch here. Yeah, we were joking earlier we could do a whole like Mirage Realm yoga sesh today. Like whatever you guys want. We're down for it. All right, so we'll start unless Dax Kaplan came back with the milk. It's true. Yeah, I don't know how long my mic was muted. I'm sorry. I feel so silly. Okay. Anyway. Oh, I thought he left us. Nope, never. Nah, Dax always comes back. I always come back. Anyway, okay. So, let's do a little stretching. Hands up together. You can do a little stretch towards the ceiling. Be gentle with that one, though. Let's change it up a little. Stretch to the right first. Whoa. And to the left. And a back bend. All right, and then get some of those shoulder circles in. All right, and then let's do a little bit of the, okay. So you can sort of put your left hand up under your right elbow and pull your right arm kind of across your body. Again, gentle with that one, but same thing on the other side. Right wrist pulling your left elbow. You can do some waist rotations. And then here, take your left leg, clasp your hands under your knee. Give that a little pull upward like that. Feel that in your, like the bottom of your glutes and your, like the inside of your thigh. And same thing with the other leg. Cool. Can do some ankle circles. Make sure those are loose. I don't know if you guys, if your toes crack or anything, but can do that. Make sure everything's feeling even. There's even one more. There's one more advanced stretch if you guys want to try this advanced stretch, but you actually have to lie down for this one. So if you don't want to, you don't have to. But there's one more very advanced stretch, and it's stretching a muscle called the piriformis. So you want to lay on your back, pick up both of your legs, and then cross one of them sideways with your ankle above your knee. So it's almost like half of a sitting cross-legged, except your ankle's on top of your knee. And then you put your hands, one of your hands between your legs and the other one around the non-crossed leg. Clasp them, and you want to pull that leg towards you. So it will pull and rotate your other leg at the same time. Again, be gentle with it, but that stretches a very specific muscle, like in the middle of the rotating leg, that doesn't often get stretched. So that's your piriformis muscle. And you can give that a little bit and then swap to the other side with your other leg crossed over. That's kind of a unique one. Cool. So we got a little bit of extra stretching in there. Next, who says very advanced. Hey, you know, we do our best. All right. And then we'll sit back down. Very comfy. Stretched out. All that good stuff. Getting my mic set back up. So we were talking earlier about potentially we could read Christmas Carol. It's a little bit longer, but it's a good story that people are familiar with, but also might not have heard in a while. Otherwise, there's like smaller Christmas poems and stuff, or let's see, like holiday poetry. But yeah, we could also Jinx says thumbs up emoji. Thank you. We can also always like read Christmas Carol now and then the shorter stuff later. Poems for the holidays. Yeah, what do you guys think? Would you prefer shorter stories or a longer story, or? Tentacle says long story is good with me. Okay. Because yeah, if that's good with somebody, or if that's good with everybody, I would. Yeah, Christmas Carol. Okay, cool. I would really like to read Christmas Carol. I think that'd be fun. Again, it's a little longer, but I think we'll enjoy it. Okay. Let me actually grab my phone charger to make sure my phone doesn't die in the middle of this. So I will be right back. Oh, CT said, sorry, I missed what you said, but I'm fine with anything. Yeah, we were just talking about whether we would want to hear Christmas Carol, which is a little bit, that's like a classic Charles Dickens. It's a bit longer, though. Or shorter, like, holiday poems. But we can always do that later also. But I'm going to go grab my phone charger super quick so that we can make sure my phone doesn't die. Cool. I'll be right back. Wonderful. All right. I also turned off my space heater because it was getting a little bit toasty. All right. So if everybody's relaxed and settled in, we will start with we will start on Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, condensed for public readings. So there we go. Here we are. Marley was dead to begin with. There is no doubt whatsoever about that. There was no doubt whatsoever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was as dead as a doornail. Scrooge knew he was dead. Of course he did. How could it be otherwise? Scrooge and he were partners for I don't know how many years. Scrooge was his sole executor, his sole administrator, his sole assign, his sole residuary legatee, his sole friend, and his sole mourner. Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name, however. There it yet stood, years afterwards, above the warehouse door. Scrooge and Marley. The firm was known as Scrooge and Marley. Sometimes people new to the business called Scrooge Scrooge, and sometimes Marley. He answered to both names. It was all the same to him. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, was Scrooge. A squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner. External heat and cold had little influence on him. No warmth could warm, no cold could chill him. No wind that blew was bitterer than he, and no falling snow was more intent upon its purpose. No pelting rain less open to entreaty. Foul weather didn't know where to have him. The heaviest rain and snow and hail and sleet could boast of the advantage over him in only one respect. They often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say, with gladsome looks, "Oh, my dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" No beggars implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what it was o'clock. No man or woman ever once in all his life inquired the way to such and such a place of Scrooge. Even the blind men's dog appeared to know him, and when they saw him coming on, would tug their owners into doorways and up courts, and then would wag their tails as though they said, "No eye at all is better than an evil eye, Dark Master." But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked, to edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance. What was the knowing ones was what the knowing ones called nuts to Scrooge. Once upon a time of the good days in the year, upon a Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house. It was a cold, bleak, biting, foggy weather, and the city's clocks had only just gone 3, but it was quite dark already. The door of Scrooge's counting house was open, that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who, in a dismal little cell beyond, a sort of tank, was copying letters. Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so much smaller that it looked like one coal. But he couldn't replenish it, for Scrooge kept the coal box in his own room, and so surely as the clerk came in with the shovel, the master predicted that it would be necessary for them to part. Wherefore the clerk put on his white comforter and tried to warm himself at the candle, in which effort, not being a man of strong imagination, he failed. "A Merry Christmas, Uncle! God save you!" cried a cheerful voice. It was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation Scrooge had of his approach. "Bah!" said Scrooge. "Humbug!" "Christmas a humbug, Uncle? You don't mean that, I'm sure." "I do. Out upon Merry Christmas. What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money? A time for finding yourself a year older and not an hour richer? A time for balancing your books and having every item in 'em through a round dozen of months presented dead against you. If I had my will, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart. He should. Uncle! Nephew, keep Christmas in your own way and let me keep it in mine. Keep it? But you don't keep it. Let me leave it alone, then. Much good may it do you. Much good has it ever done you. There are many things from which I might have derived good, by which I have not profited, I dare say, Christmas among the rest. But I am sure I have always thought of Christmas time, when it has come round, apart from the veneration due to its sacred origin, if anything, belonging to call, be it apart from that, as a good time. A kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. The only time I know of in the long calendar of the year when men and women seem by one consent to open their shut-up hearts freely, and to think of people below them as if they really were fellow travelers to the grave, and not just another race of creatures bound on other journeys. And therefore, uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good, and it will do me good. And I say, God bless it. The clerk in the tank involuntarily applauded. Let me hear another sound from you, said Scrooge, and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation. You're quite a powerful speaker, sir, he added, turning to his nephew. I wonder you didn't go into Parliament. Don't be angry, uncle. Come, dine with us tomorrow. Scrooge said that he would see him. Yes, indeed he did. He went the whole length of the expression and said that he would see him in that extremity first. But why? Cried Scrooge's nephew. Why? Why did you get married? Well, because I fell in love. Because you fell in love, growled Scrooge, as if that were the only one thing in the world more ridiculous than a Merry Christmas. Good afternoon. Nay, uncle, but you never came to see me before that happened. Why give it as a reason for not coming now? Good afternoon. I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. Why cannot we be friends? Good afternoon. I am sorry, with all my heart, to find you so resolute. We have never had any quarrel to which I have been a party, but I have made the trial in homage to Christmas, and I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. So a Merry Christmas, uncle. Good afternoon. And a Happy New Year. Good afternoon. His nephew left the room without an angry word, notwithstanding. The clerk, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let 2 other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood with their hats off in Scrooge's office. They had books and papers in their hands, and bowed to him. We're about 20 seconds from an ad, so I'll see you guys in about a minute to continue A Christmas Carol. All right, so I think you guys are back. Everybody back and settled in? So we will go ahead and continue. CT says the sub thing is working now. Good. Glad to hear it. Cool. All right. So, the clerk, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let 2 other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood with their hats off in Scrooge's office. They had books and papers in their hands and bowed to him. "Scrooge and Marley's, I believe," said one of the gentlemen, referring to his list. "Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?" "Mr. Marley has been dead these 7 years. He died 7 years ago, this very night." Well, at this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge," said the gentleman, taking up a pen, "is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute, who suffer greatly at the present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessities. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comforts, sir." "Are there no prisons?" Plenty of prisons, but under the impression that they scarcely furnish Christian cheer of mind or body to the unoffending multitude, a few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth. We choose this time because it is a time of all others when want is keenly felt and abundance rejoices. What should I put you down for?" "Nothing." "You wish to be anonymous?" "I wish to be left alone. Since you ask me what I wish, gentlemen, that is my answer. I don't make myself merry at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I work to support the prisons and the workhouses. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there." "Many can't go there, and many would rather die." "If they would rather die, they had better do it and decrease the surplus population." At length the hour of shutting up the counting-house arrived. With an ill-will, Scrooge, dismounting from his stool, tacitly admitted the fact that to the expectant clerk in the tank, who instantly snuffed his candle out and put on his hat. "You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose." "If quite convenient, sir." "It is not convenient, and it's not fair. If I was to stop half a crown for it, you'd think yourself mightily ill-used, I'll be bound." "Well, yes, sir." "And yet you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work." "Well, it's only once a year, sir." "A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December. But I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier the next morning." The clerk promised he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. The office was closed in a twinkling, and the clerk, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went down a slide at the end of a lane of boys 20 times in honor of it being Christmas Eve, and then ran home as hard as he could pelt to play at blind men's bluff. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers and beguiled the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went home to bed. He lived in chambers which had once belonged to his deceased partner. They were a gloomy suite of rooms in a lowering pile of buildings up a yard. The building was old enough now and dreary enough, for nobody lived in it but Scrooge, the other rooms being all let out as offices. Now it is a fact that there was nothing at all particular about the knocker on the door of this house, except that it was very large. Also, that Scrooge had seen it night and morning during his whole residence in that place. Also, that Scrooge had as little of what is called fancy about him as any man in the city of London. And yet Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker, without its undergoing any intermediate process of change, not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face, with a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. It was not angry or ferocious, but it looked at Scrooge as Marley used to look, with ghostly spectacles turned up upon its ghostly forehead. As Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon, it was a knocker again. He said, "Pooh-pooh," and closed the door with a bang. That sound resounded through the house like thunder. Every room above and every cask in the wine merchant's cellars below appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door and walked across the hall and up the stairs, slowly too, trimming his candle as he went. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for its being very dark. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked it. But before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. He had just enough recollection of the face to desire to do that. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa, a small fire in the grate, spoon and basin ready, and the little saucepan of gruel, Scrooge had a cold in his head, upon the hob. Nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet, nobody in his dressing gown, which was hanging up in a suspicious attitude against the wall. Lumber room as usual, old fire guard, old shoes, 2 fish baskets, washing stand on 3 legs, and a poker. Quite satisfied, he closed his door and locked himself in. Double locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap, and sat down before the very low fire to take his gruel. As he threw his head back in the chair, his glance happened to rest upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the room, and communicated, for some purpose now forgotten, with a chamber in the highest story of the building. It was with great astonishment, and with a strange, inexplicable dread, that, as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. Soon it rang loudly, and so did every bell in the house. This was succeeded by a clanking noise, deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Then he heard the noise much louder, on the floors below, then coming up the stairs and coming straight towards his door. It came on through the heavy door, and a spectre passed into the room before his eyes. And upon its coming in, the dying flame leaped up, as though it cried, "I know him! Marley's ghost!" The same face. The very same. Marley in his pigtail, usual waistcoat, tights, and boots. His body was transparent, so that Scrooge, observing him and looking through his waistcoat, could see the 2 buttons on his coat behind. Scrooge had often heard it said that Marley had no bowels, but he never believed it until now. No, nor did he believe it even now. Though he looked the phantom through and through, and saw it standing before him, though he felt the chilling influence of its death-cold eyes, and noticed the very texture of the folded kerchief bound about its head and chin, he was still incredulous. "How now?" said Scrooge, caustic and cold as ever. "What do you want with me?" "Much." Marley's voice, no doubt about it. "Who are you?" "Ask me who I was." "Who were you, then?" "In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley." Can you sit down?" "I can." "Do it, then." Scrooge asked the question because he didn't know whether a ghost so transparent might find himself in a condition to take a chair, and felt that, in the event of its being impossible, it might involve the necessity of an embarrassing explanation. But the ghost sat down on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it. "You don't believe in me." "I don't." "What evidence would you have of my reality beyond that of your senses?" I don't know." "Why do you doubt your senses?" "Well, because a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheat. You might be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are." Scrooge was not much in the habit of cracking jokes, nor did he feel in his heart by any means waggish then. The truth is that he tried to be smart as a means of distracting his own attention and keeping down his horror. But how much greater was the horror when the phantom, taking off the bandage round its head as if it were too warm to wear indoors, its lower jaw dropped down upon its breast. "Mercy, dreadful apparition, why do you trouble me? Why do spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me?" It is required of every man that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men, and travel far and wide, and if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. I cannot tell you all I would. A very little more is permitted to me. I cannot rest, I cannot stay, I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting house. Mark me, in life my spirit never roved beyond the narrow limits of our money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me. 7 years dead and traveling all the time. You travel fast? On the wings of the wind. You might have got over a great quantity of ground in 7 years. Oh, blind man, not to know that ages of incessant labor by immortal creatures of this earth must pass into eternity before the good of what it is susceptible to is all developed. Not to know that any Christian spirit working kindly in its little sphere, whatever it may be, will find its mortal life too short for its vast means of usefulness. Not to know that no space of regret can make amends for one's life's opportunities misused. Yet I was like this man. I once was like this man. But you were always a good man of business, Jacob, faltered Scrooge, who now began to apply this to himself. Business! Cried the ghost, wringing its hands again. Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, benevolence were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business. Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly. Hear me! My time is nearly gone. I will, but don't be hard upon me. Don't be flowery, Jacob, pray. I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. A chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer. Oh, you were always a good friend to me. Thank ye. You will be haunted by 3 spirits. Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob? I think I'd rather not. Without their visits, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow night, when the bell tolls 1. Expect the second on the second night, at the same hour. The third upon the next night, when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look at me no more, and look that, for your own sake, you remember what has passed between us. It walked backwards from him, and at every step it took, the window raised itself a little, so that when the apparition reached it, it was wide open. Scrooge closed the window and examined the door by which the ghost had entered. It was double-locked, as he had locked it with his own hands, and the bolts were undisturbed. Scrooge tried to say humbug, but stopped at the first syllable. And being, from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or his glimpse of the invisible world, or the dull conversation with the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, much in need of repose, he went straight to bed, without undressing, and fell asleep upon the instant. When Scrooge awoke, it was so dark that looking out of bed, he could scarcely distinguish the transparent window from the opaque walls of his chamber, until suddenly the church clock tolled a deep, dull, hollow, melancholy 1. Light flashed up in his room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn aside by a strange figure. Like a child, yet not so like a child as like an old man, viewed through some supernatural medium which gave him the appearance of having receded from the view, and being diminished to a child's proportions. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white as if with age, and yet the face had not a wrinkle in it, and the tenderest bloom was on the skin. It held a branch of fresh green holly in its hand, and, in singular contradiction of that wintry emblem, had its dress trimmed with summer flowers. But the strangest thing about it was, that from the crown of its head there sprung a bright, clear jet of light, by which all this was visible, and which was doubtless the occasion of its using, in its duller moments, a great extinguisher for a cap, which it now held under its arm. "Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?" "I am." Who and what are you? I am the ghost of Christmas past. Long past? No, your past. The things that you will see with me are shadows of the things that have been. They will have no consciousness of us. Scrooge then made bold to inquire what business brought him there. Your welfare. Rise and walk with me. It would have been in vain for Scrooge to plead that the weather and the hour were not adapted to pedestrian purposes, that bed was warm and that the thermometer a long way below freezing, that he was clad but lightly in his slippers, dressing gown, and nightcap, and that he had a cold upon him at the time. The grasp, though gentle as a woman's hand, was not to be resisted. He rose, but finding that the spirit made towards the window, clasped its robe in supplication. I am a mortal and liable to fall. Bear but a touch of my hand there, said the spirit, laying it upon his heart, and you shall be upheld in more than this. As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall and stood in the busy thoroughfares of a city. It was made plain enough by the dressing of the shops that here, too, it was Christmas time. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door and asked Scrooge if he knew it. Know it? Was I apprenticed here? They went in. At sight of an old gentleman in a Welsh wig sitting behind such a high desk that, if he had been 2 inches taller, he must have knocked his head against the ceiling, Scrooge cried in great excitement, Why, it's old Fezziwig! Bless his heart, it's Fezziwig, alive again! Old Fezziwig laid down his pen and looked up at the clock, which pointed to the hour of 7. He rubbed his hands, adjusted his capacious waistcoat, laughed all over himself, from his shoes to his organ of benevolence, and called out in a comfortable, oily, rich, fat, jovial voice, Yo-ho there, Ebenezer! Dick! A living and moving picture of Scrooge's former self, a young man came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow apprentice. Dick Wilkins, to be sure, said Scrooge to the ghost. My old fellow apprentice. Bless me, yes. There he is. He was very much attached to me, was Dick. Oh, poor Dick, dear, dear. Yo-ho, my boys, said Fezziwig. No more work tonight. Christmas Eve, Dick. Christmas, Ebenezer. Let's have the shutters up before a man can say Jack Robinson. Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here. Clear away. There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away or couldn't have cleared away with old Fezziwig looking on in. It was done in a minute. Every movable was packed off, as if it were dismissed from public life forever. The floor was swept and watered, the lamps were trimmed, fuel was heaped upon the fire, and the warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a ballroom as you would ever desire to see upon a winter's night. We're about 20 seconds to the ad, so I'm going to pause briefly. See you in a minute for the continuation of A Christmas Carol. All right, welcome back. We should have everybody back in just a minute here. Okay. Testing, testing. Okay, we should be fine. Jinx says hi. Hi, Jinx. All right. Back to Fezziwig's newly made ballroom. In came a fiddler with a music book, and went up to the lofty desk and made an orchestra of it, and tuned like 50 stomach aches. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast substantial smile. In came the 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers, whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and women employed in the business. In came the housemaid with her cousin, the baker. In came the cook with her brother's particular friend, the milkman. In they all came, one after another. Some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly. Some pushing, some pulling. In they all came, anyhow and everyhow. Away they all went, 20 couple at once, hands half round and back again the other way, down the middle and up again, round and round in various stages of affectionate grouping. Old top couple always turning up in the wrong place, new top couple starting off again as soon as they got there. All top couples at last, and not a bottom one to help them. When this result was brought about, old Fezziwig, clapping his hands to stop the dance, cried out, "Well done!" And the fiddler plunged his hot face into a pot of porter, provided especially for that purpose. There were more dances, and there were more forfeits, and more dances, and more cake, and there was negus, and there was a great piece of cold roast, and there was a great piece of cold boiled, and there were mince pies and plenty of beer. But the great effect of the evening came after the roast and boiled, when the fiddler struck up Sir Roger de Coverley. Then old Fezziwig stood out to dance with Mrs. Fezziwig. Top couple, too, with a good stiff piece of work cut out for them, 3 or 4 and 20 pair of partners, people who were not to be trifled with, people who would dance and had no notion of walking. But if they had been twice as many, 4 times, old Fezziwig would have been a match for them, and so would Mrs. Fezziwig. As to her, she was worthy to be his partner in every sense of the term. A positive light appeared to issue from Fezziwig's calves. They shone in every part of the dance. You couldn't have predicted at any given time what would become of 'em next. And when old Fezziwig and Mrs. Fezziwig had gone through all the dance, advance and retire, turn your partner, bow and courtesy, corkscrew, thread the needle, and back again to your place, Fezziwig cut so deftly that he appeared to wink with his legs. When the clock struck 11, this domestic ball broke up. Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig took their stations, one on either side of the door, and, shaking hands with every person individually as he or she went out, wished him or her a Merry Christmas. When everybody had retired but the 2 apprentices, they did the same to them, and thus the cheerful voices died away, and the lads were left to their beds, which were under a counter in the back shop. "A small matter," said the ghost, "to make these silly folks so full of gratitude. He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money, 3 or 4, perhaps. Is that so much that he deserves this praise?" "Well, it isn't that," said Scrooge, heated by the remark, and speaking unconsciously like his former, not his latter self. "It isn't that, Spirit. He has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or a toil. Say that his power lies in words and looks, in things so slight and insignificant that it is impossible to add and count 'em up. What then? The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune." He felt the spirit's glance and stopped. "What is the matter?" "Nothing particular. Something, I think." No, I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now. That's all." "My time grows short," observed the spirit. "Quick." This was not addressed to Scrooge or to anyone whom he could see, but it produced an immediate effect, for again he saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of life. He was not alone, but sat by the side of a fair young girl in a black dress, in whose eyes there were tears. "It matters little," she said softly to Scrooge's former self. "To you, very little. Another idol has displaced me, and if it can comfort you in time to come, as I would have tried to do, I have no just cause to grieve. What idol has displaced you? A golden one. You fear the world too much. I have seen your nobler aspirations fall off one by one until the master possession, gain, engrosses you, have I not? What then? Even if I have grown so much wiser, what then? I am not changed towards you. Have I ever sought release from our engagement? In words, no, never. In what then? In a changed nature, in an altered spirit, in another atmosphere of life. Another hope is its great end. If you were free today, tomorrow, yesterday, can even I believe that you would choose a dowerless girl, or choosing her, do I not know that your repentance and regret would surely follow? I do, and I release you, with a full heart, for the love of him you once were. Spirit, remove me from this place. I have told you, these were shadows of the things that have been, said the ghost. That they are what they are, do not blame me. Remove me, Scrooge exclaimed. I cannot bear it. Leave me. Take me back. Haunt me no longer. As he struggled with the spirit, he was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further, of being in his own bed. He had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. Scrooge now awoke in his bedroom. There was no doubt about that, but it and his adjoining sitting room, into which he shuffled in his slippers, attracted by a great light there, had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked like a perfect grove. The leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, as if many little mirrors had been scattered there, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney that as that petrifaction of a hearth had never known in Scrooge's time, or Marley's, or for many a many winter season gone. Heaped upon the floor to form a kind of throne were turkeys, geese, game, brawn, great joints of meat, sucking pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, immense twelfth cakes, and great bowls of punch. In easy state upon this couch there sat a giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch, its shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and who raised it high to shed its light on Scrooge as he came peeping round the door. Come in, and know me better, man. I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon me. You have never seen the like of me before. Never. Have never walked forth with the younger members of my family, meaning, for I am very young, my elder brothers born in these late years? Pursued the phantom. I don't think I have. I'm afraid I have not. Have you had many brothers, Spirit? More than 1,800. A tremendous family to provide for. Spirit, conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learned a lesson which is working now. Tonight, if you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it. Touch my robe. Scrooge did as he was told, and held it fast. The room and its contents all vanished instantly, and they stood in the city streets upon a snowy Christmas morning. Scrooge and the ghost passed on, invisible, straight to Scrooge's clerks, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling with the sprinklings of his torch. Think of that. Bob had but 15 bob a week himself. He pocketed on Saturdays but 15 copies of his Christian name, and yet the ghost of Christmas present blessed his 4-roomed house. Then up rose Mrs. Cratchit, Cratchit's wife, dressed out but poorly in a twice-turned gown, brave in ribbons, which are cheap and make a goodly show for sixpence, and she laid the cloth, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters, also brave in ribbons, while Master Peter Cratchit plunged a fork into the saucepan of potatoes, and getting the corners of his monstrous shirt-collar, Bob's private property, conferred upon his son and heir in honor of the day, into his mouth, rejoiced to find himself so gallantly attired, and yearned to show his linen in the fashionable park. And now 2 smaller Cratchits, a boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming that outside the baker's they had smelt the goose, and known it for their own. And basking in luxurious thoughts of sage and onion, these young Cratchits danced about the table, and exalted Master Peter Cratchit to the skies, while he, not proud, although his collars nearly choked him, blew the fire until the slow potatoes, bubbling up, knocked loudly at the saucepan lid to be let out and peeled. What has ever got your precious father, then? Said Mrs. Cratchit. And your brother Tiny Tim, and Martha weren't as late last Christmas Day by half an hour. Here's Martha, mother, said a girl, appearing as she spoke. Here's Martha, mother, cried the two young Cratchits. Hurrah! There's such a goose, Martha! Why, bless your heart alive, my dear, how late you are, said Miss Cratchit, kissing her a dozen times and taking off her shawl and bonnet for her. We'd a deal of work to finish up last night, replied the girl, and to clear away this morning, mother. Well, never mind, so that you are come, said Miss Cratchit. Sit ye down before the fire, my dear, and have a warm Lord bless ye. Oh, no, there's father coming, cried the two young Cratchits, who were everywhere at once. Hide, Martha, hide! So Martha hid herself, and in came little Bob, the father, with at least 3 feet of comforter, exclusive of the fringe, hanging down before him, and his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed, to look seasonable, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas, for Tiny Tim, he bore a little crutch, and had his limbs supported by an iron frame. Why, where's our Martha? Said Bob Cratchit, looking round. Not coming, said Mrs. Cratchit. Not coming, said Bob, with a sudden declension of his high spirits, for he had been Tim's blood horse all the way from church, and had come home rampant. Not coming upon Christmas Day? Martha didn't like to see him disappointed, as if it were only in joke. So she came out prematurely from behind the closet door and ran into his arms, while the two young Cratchits hustled Tiny Tim and bore him off to the wash-house that he might hear the pudding singing in the copper. And how did Tim behave? Asked Mrs. Cratchit, when she had rallied Bob on his credulity, and Bob had hugged his daughter to his heart's content. As good as gold, said Bob, and better. Somehow he gets thoughtful sitting by himself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me coming home that he hoped the people saw him in the church, because he was a cripple, and it might be pleasant for them to remember upon Christmas Day, who made lame beggars walk and blind men see. Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. His active little crutch was heard upon the floor, and back came Tiny Tim before another word was spoken, escorted by his brother and sister to his stool upon the fire. Beside the fire, sorry. And while Bob, turning up his cuffs, as if, poor fellow, they were capable of being made more shabby, compounded some hot mixture in a jug with gin and lemons, and stirred it round and round and put it on the hob to simmer. Master Peter and the two ubiquitous young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in high procession. Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy, ready beforehand in a little saucepan, hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigor. Miss Belinda sweetened up the applesauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tim beside him in a tiny corner at the table. The two young Cratchits sat chairs for everybody, not forgetting themselves, and mounting gourds upon their posts, crammed spoons into their mouths, lest they should shriek for goose before their turn came to be helped. At last the dishes were set on, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause, as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it into the breast, but when she did, and when the long-expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight arose all around the board, and even Tiny Tim, excited by the two young Cratchits, beat on the table with the handle of his knife, and feebly cried, "Hurrah!" There never was such a goose, Bob said, as he didn't believe there ever was such goose cooked. Its tenderness and flavor, size and cheapness, were the themes of universal admiration. Eked out by applesauce and mashed potatoes, it was a sufficient dinner for the whole family. Indeed, as Miss Cratchit said with great delight, surveying one small atom of a bone upon the dish, they hadn't ate it all at last. Yet every one had had enough, and the youngest Cratchits in particular were steeped in sage and onion to the eyebrows. But now, the plates being changed by Miss Belinda, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone, too nervous to bear witness, to take the pudding up and bring it in. Suppose it should not be done enough? Suppose it should break in turning out? Suppose somebody should have got over the wall of the backyard and stolen it while they were merry with the goose? A supposition at which the two young Cratchits became livid. All sorts of horrors were supposed. Hello, a great deal of steam. The pudding was out of the copper. A smell like the washing day that was the cloth. A smell like the eating house and the pastry cooks next door to each other, with a laundress next door to that. There was the pudding. In half a minute Miss Cratchit entered, flushed but smiling proudly, with the pudding, like a speckled cannonball, so hard and firm, blazing in half a quartern of ignited brandy, and bedight with Christmas holly stuck onto the top. Oh, a wonderful pudding, Bob Cratchit said, and calmly, too, that he regarded it as the greatest success achieved by Mrs. Cratchit since their marriage. Mrs. Cratchit said that now the weight was off her mind. She would confess she had had her doubts about the quantity of flour. Everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said or thought that it was at all a small pudding for a large family. Any Cratchit would have blushed to hint at such a thing. At last, the dinner was all done. The cloth was cleared, the heart swept, and the fire made up. The compound in the jug being tasted and considered perfect. Apples and oranges were put upon the table, and a shovelful of chestnuts on the fire. Then all the Cratchit family drew round the hearth in what Bob Cratchit called a circle, and at Bob Cratchit's elbow stood the family display of glass, 2 tumblers, and a custard cup without a handle. These held the hot stuff from the jug, however, as well as golden goblets would have done, and Bob served it out with beaming looks, while the chestnuts on the fire sputtered and crackled noisily. Then Bob proposed, "A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us." To which all the family re-echoed, "God bless us, every one," said Tiny Tim, the last of all. He sat very close to his father's side, upon his little stool. Bob held his withered little hand in his, as if he loved the child and wished to keep him by his side, dreaded that he might be taken from him. Scrooge raised his hand speedily on hearing his own name. "Mr. Scrooge," said Bob. "I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast." "The founder of the feast, indeed!" cried Mrs. Cratchit, reddening. "I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon, and I hope he'd have a good appetite for it." "Oh, my dear," said Bob, "the children, Christmas Day." "It should be Christmas Day, I am sure," said she, "on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, hard, and unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. You know he is, Robert. Nobody knows it better than you do, poor fellow." "My dear," was Bob's mild answer, "Christmas Day." "I'll drink his health for your sake and the day's," said Mrs. Cratchit, "not for his. Long life to him, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I have no doubt." We're about 20 seconds to add. So I'll let that play out. And I'll catch you guys in just a minute. right. Perfect time. CT says, thank you for all the stories. I'm going to go. Not sure if I'm going to be back, but if I don't, then have a great Christmas and rest of stream. Thank you, CT. And yeah, you can always catch the rest of the story later if you want. But yeah, during the ad break, my neighbor brought me over some special food for the holiday, so that's actually very sweet. Jinx says, this time I didn't get an ad, and says bye to CT with a heart. Jinx says, will you put these on YouTube? Yes, all my VODs go on YouTube. Sometimes it takes a few days to get up there, but yeah, all my past broadcasts go on YouTube. So you will be able to access them whenever you would like. Jinx says, super. Yeah. Cool. All right. So let's see. Back to finishing up the Cratchit's Christmas. Okay. The children drank the toast after her. It was the first of their proceedings, which had no heartiness in it. Tiny Tim drank it last of all, but he didn't care twopence for it. Scrooge was the ogre of the family. The mention of his name cast a dark shadow on the party, which was not dispelled for a full 5 minutes. After it had passed away, they were 10 times merrier than before, from the mere relief of Scrooge the Baleful being done with. Bob Cratchit told them how he had a situation in his eye for Master Peter, which would bring in, if obtained, a full 5 and 6pence weekly. The 2 young Cratchits laughed tremendously at the idea of Peter's being a man of business, and Peter himself looked thoughtfully at the fire from between his collars, as if he were deliberating what particular investments he should favor when he came into the receipt of that bewildering income. Martha, who was a poor apprentice at a milliner's, then told them what kind of work she had to do, and how many hours she worked at a stretch, and how she meant to lie abed tomorrow morning for the good long rest, tomorrow being a holiday she passed at home. Also, how she had seen a countless and a lord some many days before, and how the Lord was much about as tall as Peter, at which Peter pulled up his collar so high that you couldn't have seen his head if you had been there. All this time the chestnuts and the jug went round and by they had a song about a lost child traveling in the snow from Tiny Tim, who had a plaintive little voice, but sang it very well indeed. There was nothing of high mark in this. They were not a handsome family. They were not well dressed. Their shoes were far from being waterproof. Their clothes were scanty, and Peter might have known, and very likely did, the inside of a pawnbroker's. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time. And when they faded, and looked happier yet in the bright sprinklings of the spirit's torch at parting, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim, until the last. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, as this scene vanished, to hear a hearty laugh. It was a much greater surprise to Scrooge to recognize it as his own nephew's, and to find himself in a bright, dry, gleaming room, with the spirit standing smiling by his side and looking at that same nephew. It is a fair, even-handed, noble adjustment of things, that while there is infection in disease and sorrow, there is nothing in this world so irresistibly contagious as laughter and good humor. When Scrooge's nephew laughed, Scrooge's niece by marriage laughed as heartily as he, and their assembled friends, being not a bit behindhand, laughed out lustily. "He said that Christmas was a humbug, as I live," cried Scrooge's nephew. "He believed it, too." "Oh, more shame from him, Fred," said Scrooge's niece indignantly. "Bless those women, they never do anything by halves. They are always in earnest." She was very pretty, exceedingly pretty, with a dimpled, surprised-looking, capital face, a ripe little mouth what seemed to be kissed, and no doubt it was, all kinds of good little dots about her chin that melted into one another when she laughed, and the sunniest pair of eyes you ever did see in any little creature's head. Although she was what you would have called provoking, but satisfactory too. Oh, perfectly satisfactory. "Oh, he's a comical old fellow," said Scrooge's nephew. "That's the truth, and not so pleasant as he might be. However, his offences carry their own punishment, and I have nothing to say against him. Who suffers by his ill whims? Himself, always. Here he takes it into his head to dislike us, and he won't come and dine with us. What's the consequence? He doesn't lose much of a dinner." "Indeed, I think he loses a very good dinner," interrupted Scrooge's niece. Everybody else said the same, and they must have been allowed to have been competent judges, because they had just had dinner, and with the dessert upon the table, were clustered round the fire by lamplight. "Well, I am very glad to hear it," said Scrooge's nephew, "because I haven't any great faith in these young housekeepers. What do you say, Topper?" Topper clearly had his eye on one of Scrooge's niece's sisters, for he answered that a bachelor was a wretched outcast who had no right to express an opinion on the subject, where Scrooge's niece's sister, the plump one with the lace tucker, not the one with the roses, blushed. After tea they had some music, for they were a musical family and knew what they were about. When they sung a glee or catch, I can assure you, especially Topper, who could growl away in a bass like a good one, and never swell the large veins in his forehead or get red in the face over it. But they didn't devote the whole evening to music. After a while they played at forfeits, for it is good to be children sometimes, and never better than at Christmas, when its mighty founder was a child himself. There was first a game at Blind Man's Bluff, though, and I no more believe Topper was really blinded than I believe he had eyes in his boots, because the way in which he went after that plump sister in the lace tucker was an outrage on the credulity of human nature. Knocking down the fire irons, tumbling over the chairs, bumping up against the piano, smothering himself among the curtains, wherever she went, there he was. Excuse me. Wherever she went, there he was. He always knew where the plump sister was. He wouldn't catch anybody else, and if you had fallen up against him, as some of them did, and stood there, he would have made a feint of endeavoring to seize you, which would have been a reply to affront to your understanding, and would instantly have sidled off in the direction of the plump sister. "Here is a new game," said Scrooge. "1 half-hour, Spirit, only one." It was a game called Yes and No, where Scrooge's nephew had to think of something, and the rest must find out what, he only answering their questions yes or no, as the case was. The fire of questioning to which he was exposed elicited from him that he was thinking of an animal, a live animal, rather a disagreeable animal, a savage animal, an animal that growled and grunted sometimes, and talked sometimes, and lived in London, and walked about the streets, and wasn't made a show of, and wasn't led by anyone, and didn't live in a menagerie, was never killed in a market, and was not a horse, or an ass, or a cow, or a bull, or a tiger, or a dog, or a pig, or a cat, or a bear. At every new question put to him, this nephew burst into a fresh roar of laughter, and was so inexpressibly tickled that he was obliged to get up off the sofa and stamp. At last the plump sister cried out, "I have found it out. I know what it is, Fred. I know what it is." "What is it?" cried Fred. "It's your Uncle Scrooge!" Which it certainly was. Admiration was the sentiment, though some objected that the reply to "Is it a bear?" ought to have been yes. Uncle Scrooge had imperceptibly become so gay and light of heart that he would have drank to the unconscious company in an audible speech. But the whole scene passed off in the breath of the last words spoken by his nephew, and he and the spirit were again upon their travels. Much they saw, and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirit stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful. On foreign lands, and they were close by home. By struggling men, and they were patient in their greater hope. By poverty, and it was rich. In almshouse, hospital, and jail. In misery's every refuge, where vain man and his little brief authority had not made fast the door, and barred the spirit out, he left his blessing, and taught Scrooge his precepts. Suddenly, as they stood together in an open place, the bell struck 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost and saw it no more. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him. The phantom slowly, gravely, silently approached. When it came near him, Scrooge bent down upon his knee, for in the air through which this spirit moved, it seemed to scatter gloom and mystery. It was shrouded in a deep black garment, which concealed its head, its face, its form, and left nothing of it visible save one outstretched hand. He knew no more, for the spirit neither spoke nor moved. Am I in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come? Ghost of the future? I fear you more than any spectre I have seen, but as I know your purpose is to do me good, and as I hope to live to be another man from what I was, I am prepared to bear you company, and do it with a thankful heart. Will you not speak to me? It gave him no reply. The hand was pointed straight before them. Lead on, lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me, I know. Lead on, spirit. They scarcely seemed to enter the city, for the city rather seemed to spring up about them. But there they were in the heart of it, on 'change amongst the merchants. The spirit stopped beside one little knot of businessmen. Observing that the hand was pointed to them, Scrooge advanced to listen to their talk. No, said a great fat man with a monstrous chin. I don't know much about it either way. I only know he's dead. When did he die? Inquired another. Last night, I believe. Why, what was the matter with him? I'd thought he'd never die. God knows, said the first with a yawn. What has he done with his money? Asked a red-faced gentleman. I haven't heard, said the man with the large chin. Company, perhaps? He hasn't left it to me, that's all I know. Bye-bye. Scrooge was at first inclined to be surprised that the spirit should attach importance to conversation apparently so trivial, but feeling assured that it must have some hidden purpose, he set himself to consider what it was likely to be. It could scarcely be supposed to have any bearing on the death of Jacob, his old partner, for that was past, and this ghost's province was the future. He looked about in that very place for his own image, but another man stood in his accustomed corner, and though the clock pointed to his usual time of day for being there, he saw no likeness of himself among the multitudes that poured in through the porch. It gave him little surprise, however, for he had been revolving in his mind a change of life, and he thought and hoped he saw his newborn resolutions carried out in this. They left this busy scene and went into an obscure part of the town, to a low shop where iron, old rags, bottles, bones, and greasy offal were bought. A gray-haired rascal of great age sat smoking his pipe. Scrooge and the Phantom came into the presence of this man, just as a woman with a heavy bundle slunk into the shop. But she had scarcely entered when another woman, similarly laden, came in too, and she was closely followed by a man in faded black. After a short period of blank astonishment in which the old man with the pipe had joined them, they all three burst into the laugh. Let the charwoman alone to be the first, cried she who had entered first. Let the laundress alone to be the second, and let the undertaker's man alone to be the third. Look here, old Joe, here's a chance, if we haven't all three met here without meaning it. You couldn't have met in a better place. You were made free of it long ago, you know, and the other two ain't strangers. What have you got to sell? What have you got? Half a minute's patience, Joe, and you shall see. What odds, then? What odds, Mrs. Dilber? Said the woman. Every person has a right to take care of themselves. He always did. Who's the worse for the loss of a few things like these? Not a dead man, I suppose. Mrs. Dilber, whose manner was remarkable for general proprietation, said, No, indeed, ma'am. If he wanted to keep him after he was dead, a wicked old screw, why wasn't he natural in his lifetime? If he had been, he'd have had somebody to look after him when he was struck with death instead of lying gasping out at last there, alone by himself. That's the truest word that ever was spoke. It's a judgment on him. I wish it was a little heavier judgment, and it should have been, you may depend on it, if I could have laid my hands on anything else. Open that bundle, old Joe, and let me know the value of it. Speak out plain. I'm not afraid to be the first, nor afraid for them to see it. Joe went down on his knees for the greater convenience of opening the bundle, and dragged out a large and heavy roll of some dark stuff. What do you call this? Bed curtains? Ah, bed curtains. Don't drop that oil upon the blankets now. His blankets? Who else's do you think? He isn't likely to take cold without 'em, I dare say. Ah, you may look through this shirt till your eyes ache, but you won't find a hole in it, nor a threadbare place. It's the best he had, and a fine one, too. They'd have wasted it by dressing him up in it if it hadn't been for me. Scrooge listened to this dialogue in horror. Spirit, I see. The case of this unhappy man might be my own. My life tends that way now. Merciful heaven, what is this? The scene had changed, and now he almost touched a bare, uncurtained bed. A pale light rising in the outer air fell straight upon this bed, and on it, unwatched, unwept, uncared for, was the body of this plundered, unknown man. Spirit, let me see some tenderness connected with a death, or this dark chamber, spirit, will be forever present to me. The ghost conducted him to poor Bob Cratchit's house, the dwelling he had visited before, and found the mother and the children seated round the fire. Quiet, very quiet. The noisy little Cratchits were as still as statues in one corner, and sat looking up at Peter, who had a book about him. The mother and his daughters were engaged in needlework, but surely they were very quiet. And he took a child and set him in the midst of them, read Peter. Where had Scrooge heard those words? He had not dreamed them. The boy must have read them, out as he and the spirit crossed the threshold. Why did he not go on? The mother laid her work upon the table and put her hand up to her face. The color hurts my eyes, she said. The color? Ah, poor Tiny Tim. We're about 30 seconds to add. So I'm going to go ahead and let that play out. And then we'll see what fate has befallen the Cratchit family without the spirit's influence. So I'll see you guys in a minute. Hello, welcome back. Nexu says I'm back from ads with a hilarious butt wiggle dog. Butt wiggle either a Shiba or like a corgi or something. Jinx says they're back. Good, excellent. Alright, so here we go. Back to the Cratchit household. They're better now again. It makes them weak by candlelight, and I wouldn't show weak eyes to your father when he comes home for the world. It must be near his time, Mrs. Cratchit said. Past it, rather, Peter answered, shutting up his book. But I think he has walked a little slower than he used to these last few evenings, Mother. I have known him walk with Tiny Tim upon his shoulder, very fast indeed. And so have I, cried Peter, often. And so have I, exclaimed another. So had all. But he was very light to carry, and his father loved him so that it was no trouble. No trouble, and there's your father at the door. She hurried out to meet him, and little Bob and his comforter, he had need of it, poor fellow, came in. His tea was ready for him on the hob, and they all tried who should help him to it most. Then the two young Cratchits got up upon his knees and laid each child a little cheek against his face, as if they said, "Don't mind it, father. Don't be grieved." Bob was very cheerful with them and spoke pleasantly to all the family. He looked at the work upon the table and praised the industry and speed of Mrs. Cratchit and the girls. They would be done long before Sunday, he said. Sunday? You went today then, Robert? Yes, my dear, returned Bob. I wish you could have gone. It would have done you good to see how green a place it is, but you'll see it often. I promised him that I would walk there on a Sunday. My little child. My little child. He broke down all at once. He couldn't help it. If he could have helped it, he and his child would have been farther apart, perhaps, than they were. "Spectre," said Scrooge, "something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know it, but I know not how. Tell me what man that was, with the covered face, whom we saw lying dead." The ghost of Christmas yet to come conveyed him to a dismal, wretched, ruinous churchyard. The spirit stood amongst the graves and pointed down to one. "Before I draw nearer to that stone to which you point, answer me one question. Are these the shadows of the things that will be, or are they shadows of the things that may be only?" Still the ghost pointed downward to the grave by which it stood. "Men's courses will foreshadow certain ends, to which, if persevered in, they must lead. But if the courses be departed from, the ends will change. Say it is thus with what you show me." The spirit was as immovable as ever. Scrooge crept towards it, trembling as he went, and following the finger, read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name, Ebenezer Scrooge. "Am I that man that lay upon the bed? No, spirit, oh no, no, spirit. Hear me, I am not the man I was. I will not be the man that I have been but for this intercourse. Why, show me this. If I am past all hope, assure me yet that I may change these shadows you have shown me by an altered life." For the first time, the kind hand faltered. "I will honor Christmas in my heart, and try to keep it all the year. I will live in the past, the present, and the future. The spirits of all three shall strive within me. I will not shut out the lessons that they teach. Oh, tell me I may sponge away the writing on this stone." Holding up his hands in one last prayer to have his fate reversed, he saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, and dwindled down into a bedpost. Yes, the bedpost was his own. The bed was his own. The room was his own. Best and happiest of all, the time before him was his own, to make amends in. He was checked in his transports by the churches ringing out in the lustiest peals he had ever heard. Running to the window, he opened it and put out his head. No fog, no mist, no night. Clear, bright, stirring, golden day. "What's today?" cried Scrooge, calling downward to a boy in Sunday clothes, who perhaps had loitered in to look about him. "Eh? What's today, my fine fellow? Today? Why, it's Christmas Day." "It's Christmas Day. I haven't missed it. Hello, my fine fellow. Hello? Do you know the poulterers in the next street but one at the corner?" "Well, I sure hope I did." "An intelligent boy, remarkable boy. Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging up there? Not the little prize turkey, the big one." "What, the one as big as me? What a delightful boy. It's my pleasure to talk to him. Yes, my buck. It's hanging there now." "Is it? Go and buy it." "Why, you jest!" exclaimed the boy. No, no, I am in earnest. Go and buy it, and tell them to bring it here, that I may give them the direction of where to take it. Come back with the man, and I'll give you a shilling. Come back with him in less than 5 minutes, and I'll give you half a crown. The boy was off like a shot. I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's. He shan't know who sends it. It's twice the size of Tiny Tim. Joe Miller never made such a joke as sending it to Bob's will be. The hand in which he wrote the address was not a steady one, but write it he did, somehow, and went downstairs to open the street door, ready for the coming of the poulterer's man. It was a turkey. He never could have stood upon his legs, that bird. He would have snapped him short off in a minute, like sticks of sealing wax. Scrooge dressed himself in all the best, and at last got out into the streets. The people were by this time pouring forth, as he had seen them in the Ghost of Christmas Present, and walking with his hands behind him, Scrooge regarded every one with a delighted smile. He looked so irresistibly pleasant, in a word, that 3 or 4 good-humoured fellows said, "Good morning, sir, a Merry Christmas to you." And Scrooge said often afterwards that of all the blithe sounds he had ever heard, these were the blithest in his ears. In the afternoon, he turned his steps toward his nephew's house. He passed the door a dozen times before he had the courage to go up and knock, but he made a dash, and he did it. "Is your master at home, my dear?" said Scrooge to the girl. "Nice girl, very." Yes, sir." "Where is he, my love?" "He's in the dining room, sir, with his mistress." "Oh, he knows me," said Scrooge, with his hand already on the dining room lock. "I'll go in there, my dear." "Oh, Fred!" "Why, bless my soul!" cried Fred. "Who's that?" "It's I, your Uncle Scrooge. I have come to dinner. Will you let me in, Fred?" "Let him in. It's a mercy he didn't shake his arm off. He was at home in 5 minutes. Nothing could be heartier. His niece looked just the same. So did Topper when he came, and so did the plump sister when she came. So did everyone when they came. Wonderful party, wonderful games, wonderful unanimity, wonderful happiness." But he was early at the office next morning. Oh, he was early there. If he could only be the first there and catch Bob Cratchit coming late. That was the thing he had set his heart upon. And he did it. The clock struck 9. No Bob. 1/4 past. No Bob. Bob was a full 18 minutes and a half behind his time. Scrooge sat with his door wide open so that he might see him coming into the tank. Bob's hat was off before he opened the door, his comforter too. He was on his stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock. "Hello," growled Scrooge in his accustomed voice, as near as he could feign it. "What do you mean by coming here at this time of day?" "I am very sorry, sir. I am behind my time." "You are. Yes, I think you are. Step this way, if you please." "It's only once a year, sir. It shall not be repeated. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir." "Now, I'll tell you what, my friend. I am not going to stand this sort of thing any longer. And therefore," Scrooge continued, leaping from his stool and giving Bob such a dig in the waistcoat that he staggered back into the tank again, "and therefore I am about to raise your salary." Bob trembled and got a little nearer to the ruler. "A Merry Christmas, Bob," said Scrooge, with an earnestness that could not be mistaken, as he clapped him on the back. "A merrier Christmas, Bob, my good fellow, than I have given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary, and endeavor to assist your struggling family, and we will discuss your affairs this very afternoon over a Christmas bowl of smoking bishop, Bob. Make up the fires and buy a second coal scuttle before you dot another I, Bob Cratchit." Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all, and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew. Or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but his own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further intercourse with spirits, but lived in that respect upon the total abstinence principle ever afterwards, and it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well, if any man alive possessed the knowledge. May that be truly said of us, and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, may God bless us, every one. The end. How about that? And Tiny Tim never died, and therefore was immortal forever, and lives to this very day as this ancient, terrifying young child. Jinx says, "Great storytelling. Thank you, thank you. I try. I try." So that took about an hour, actually. Solid story. Tentacles with some emotes cheering. Thank you, thank you. Thought it was a nice little, nice little story. Jinx says, "What is the moral of the story?" The moral of the story is to make all your children immortal. No. The moral of the story is don't be a jerk. DBAD. Don't be a dick. That's what you should. We should all strive to not be dicks. Just be nice. Try to be kind, help people out when you can. Things like that. All right. So let's see. We've been going about 3 hours. What do you guys feel like? Anything you want to talk about? Just chill by the fire. Let me adjust my mic. I hope that's not too loud or anything. Could always try to read some poetry or just relax. Whatever you guys want to do. We could always play some games if we want. Although we won't have our fireplace if we play games. It's up to you though. Whatever you guys are feeling. Right now I'm just kind of looking around for more holiday poems or anything while I'm resting my voice a little bit. Jinx Wild redeemed a hydrate. Very apropos. Hope you guys have a nice cozy beverage. I've got my shake here. I'm gonna go ahead and get some hydrate on. Nice. All right. Okay. Ad starting in about 20 seconds. So I'll see you guys in just a minute. All right. I think people are back. Found another Christmas poem. So this is a poem by Edgar Guest. That is just called At Christmas. But again, this, it applies to whatever holidays you celebrate. Also worth saying, like a lot of these, obviously Christmas is rooted in Christian tradition or whatever. So a lot of these make reference to God. We're not necessarily you know, religion is not really something that we're covering in this stream, but these are just, the way that the culture goes. So, all right. So this is At Christmas by Edgar Guest. A man is at his finest towards the finish of the year. He is almost what he should be when the Christmas season is here. Then he's thinking more of others than he's thought the months before, and the laughter of his children is a joy worth toiling for. He is less a selfish creature than at any other time. When the Christmas spirit rules him, he comes close to the sublime. When it's Christmas, man is bigger and is better in his part. He is keener for the service that is prompted by the heart. All the petty thoughts and narrow seem to vanish for a while, and the true reward he's seeking is the glory of a smile. Then for others he is toiling, and somehow it seems to me that at Christmas he is almost what God wanted him to be. If I had to paint a picture of a man, I think I'd wait till he'd fought his selfish battles and had put aside his hate. I'd not catch him at his labors when his thoughts are all of pelf, on the long days and the dreary when he's striving for himself. And I'd not take him when he's sneering, when he's scornful or depressed, but I'd look for him at Christmas, when he's shining at his best. Man is ever in a struggle, and he's oft misunderstood. There are days the worst that's in him is the master of the good. But at Christmas, kindness rules him, and he puts himself aside, and his petty hates are vanquished, and his heart is open wide. Oh, I don't know how to say it, but somehow it seems to me that at Christmas, man is almost what God sent him here to be. So that's At Christmas by Edgar Guest. Okay, here's another one. This is Christmas Bells by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. You guys have probably heard of Longfellow, famous poet. Okay. I heard the bells on Christmas Day, their old familiar carols play, and wild and sweet the words repeat of peace on earth, goodwill to men. And thought how, as the day had come, the belfries of all Christendom had rolled along the unbroken song of peace on earth, goodwill to men. Till ringing, singing on its way, the world revolved from night to day, a voice, a chime, a chant sublime of peace on earth, goodwill to men. Then from each black accursed mouth the cannon thundered in the south, and with the sound the carols drowned of peace on earth, goodwill to men. It was as if an earthquake rent the hearthstones of a continent, and made forlorn the households born of peace on earth, goodwill to men. And in despair I bowed my head. There is no peace on earth, I said, for hate is strong and mocks the song of peace on earth, goodwill to men. Then pealed the bells more loud and deep. God is not dead, nor doth he sleep. The wrong shall fail, the right prevail, with peace on earth, goodwill to men. So I think that's actually written during the Civil War. Yeah, it was. So that was, yeah, written during the Civil War. But it's about, like, you know, even when things look bleak, you know, try to keep hope and do your best towards others. Oh, hey, here's a Hanukkah poem. You know what? Oh, sorry. Jinx said interesting. Nexu said, ooh, that's cool. Jinx with hearts. Yeah. Here's a Hanukkah poem. Because we accept all people here. Okay, this has some tough names in it, but I'm going to do my best. And if you aren't familiar with Hanukkah, there's a lot of interesting things. But you know, like, there's the menorah with the 9, I think, candles. 4 on each side and 1 in the center. Okay. But the 8 ones, the 8 side ones represent, like, the 8 nights of Hanukkah or whatever. Oh, Tentacle says, give me those latkes. Dude, latkes are bomb, for real. For those who don't know, latkes are specialty potato pancakes, frequently made on Jewish holidays. And matzo ball soup, dude, all over. Yeah, tentacles, yeah, they are fire. Jinx agrees, and matzo balls, hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. So here is a Hanukkah poem. This is Hanukkah Lights by Philip M. Raskin. Okay. I kindled my 8 little candles, my Hanukkah candles, and lo, fair visions and dreams half forgotten to me came of years long ago. I musingly gazed at my candles, meseemed in their quivering flames. In golden, in fiery letters, I read the old glorious names. The names of our heroes immortal, the noble, the brave, and the true. A battlefield saw I in vision, where many were conquered by few. Where trampled in dust lay the mighty, Judea's proud Syrian foe, and Judas, the brave Maccabeus, in front of his army I saw. His eyes shone like bright stars of heaven. Like music rang out his strong voice. Brave comrades, we fought and we conquered. Now let us in God's name rejoice. We conquered, but know, O brave comrades, no triumph is due to the sword. Remember our glorious watchword for people and towns of the Lord. He spoke, and from all the 4 corners an echo repeated each word. The woods and the mountains re-echoed for people and towns of the Lord. And swiftly the message spread, saying, Judea, Judea is free. Rekindled the lamp in the temple, rekindled each bosom with glee. My Hanukkah candles soon flickered. Around me was darkness of night. But deep in my soul I felt shining a heavenly, glorious light. There you go. That is Hanukkah Lights by Philip M. Raskin. Freedom from oppression. You know, we gotta get behind that, right? Looking through some other poems. Sure, here's another little one. This is by William Wordsworth, which you might have heard also. Very apropos last name, Wordsworth, for a poet. This is a poem called Minstrels. So minstrels, especially in times past, were like groups of roaming musicians that would, so like you might have heard of carolers, people that just go and sing. Well, there used to be also people that played instruments. They would walk around, kind of go home to home playing instruments, stuff like that. Holiday tunes, you know. Okay. So this is Minstrels by William Wordsworth. The minstrels played their Christmas tune tonight beneath my cottage eaves, while smitten by a lofty moon, the encircling laurels, thick with leaves, gave back a rich and dazzling sheen that overpowered their natural green. Through hill and valley every breeze had sunk to rest with folded wings. Keen was the air, but could not freeze, nor check the music of the strings. So stout and hardy were the band that scraped the chords with strenuous hand. And who but listened till was paid respect to every inmate's claim? The greeting given, the music played, in honor of each household name, duly pronounced with lusty call, and Merry Christmas wished to all. It's Minstrels by William Wordsworth. Okay, this is a very short little poem. Kris Kringle by Thomas Bailey Aldrich. Just as the moon was fading amid her misty rings, and every stocking was stuffed with childhood's precious things, old Kris Kringle looked around and saw on the elm tree bough high hung an oriole's nest, lonely and empty now. Quite a stocking, he laughed, hung up there on a tree. I didn't suppose the birds expect a present from me. Then old Kris Kringle, who loves a joke as well as the best, dropped a handful of snowflakes into the oriole's empty nest. There you go. Just a little one. Okay, Okay, as funny as this is a... Oh, let's see. Nexu says, "Aw, presents for the birds." Yeah. That's just a cute little poem. Okay, so this one made me laugh. This is actually a Halloween poem. But it's kind of funny. You might be able to sort of imagine, it could be used for Christmas if you're like giving candy to kids and stuff like that, but on Christmas instead of Halloween. But I will say it was originally intended for Halloween, but still. Okay, so this poem is entitled "We Bought a Lot of Candy Bars" by Ken Nesbitt. We bought a lot of candy bars. We thought it would be neat to have a ton for all the kids who came to trick or treat. We bought them early in the month when they were all on sale. We dragged the bags in from the car and set them on the scale. The candy weighed 100 pounds. I'm sure we got enough. In fact, we may have had too much of all that yummy stuff. It wouldn't hurt to just eat 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. We bought so much that we could even eat a dozen more. So every day we've had a few, a minuscule amount. How many? I can't say for sure. I wasn't keeping count. Our pile grew smaller every day by 10, 15, or 20, but still it didn't matter. We were certain we had plenty. When Halloween arrived, we checked the candy situation and found that we had given in to way too much temptation. A single bar was all we had. We'd eaten all the rest. So if our lights are off tonight, I think that's for the best. So that is We Bought a Lot of Candy Bars by Ken Nesbitt. Again, you can kind of imagine it being for holidays, for Christmas or something, but yeah. Okay, fine. Here's another, also by Ken Nesbitt. This is another Halloween poem, Halloween-ish poem. But it applies to more than just Halloween, and also it relates to something that me, Nexu, and Nico were talking about last night. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna wait a minute. Okay, just let me know when you guys are back. Should be back soon. Sorry, I noticed late about the ad. I didn't start the poem yet. But I think you guys should be back. Okay, Nexu says, no worries, I'm back. Okay, cool. Okay, so I was just saying, and yeah, Jinx is here. Good. So I was just saying, this is another Halloween poem, but it's not just for Halloween, by Ken Nesbitt. But it relates to something that me, Nexu, and Nico were talking about last night. So I think it's appropriate, especially since you're here. Okay, so this poem is called A vampire bit my neck last night by Ken Nesbitt. A vampire bit my neck last night, and though it sounds insane, some zombies chased me down the street and tried to eat my brain. A mummy shambled after me. Godzilla stomped my face. I nearly got abducted by an alien from space. When Frankenstein attacked me, I escaped, but then almost. Got tackled by a skeleton, a werewolf, and a ghost. A slimy blob engulfed me. Then I woke up with a scream. I've never been so overjoyed to wake up from a dream. Last night I learnt a lesson. If you want to keep your head, don't watch a scary movie right before you go to bed. So that is A Vampire Bit My Neck Last Night by Ken Nesbitt. Tentacles as a wheezing emote, and Jinx says lol. Good, good, good. Oh my gosh. Nexu says horror before bed is just too good though. I mean, indulge at your own peril, I suppose. Yeah, Jinx says bah. This is sweet. Okay, so I'm on a different page now, but this is a sweet little poem. That's yeah, it is Christmas related. Okay. Or holiday related. Nexu says I'm not crazy, Chad, I swear. It's true, you're not crazy. Even with that terrifying emote. Okay. So this is a sweet little poem. It's called A Friend's Greeting by Edgar Guest. I'd like to be the sort of friend that you have been to me. I'd like to be the help that you've been always glad to be. I'd like to mean as much to you each minute of the day as you have meant, old friend of mine, to me along the way. I'd like to do the big things and the splendid things for you, to brush the gray out of your skies and leave them only blue. I'd like to say the kindly things that I so oft have heard, and feel that I could rouse your soul the way that mine you've stirred. I'd like to give back the joy that you have given me, yet that we're wishing you in need, I hope will never be. I'd like to make you feel as rich as I who travel on, undaunted in the darkest hours, with you to lean upon. I'm wishing at this Christmas time that I could but repay a portion of the gladness that you've strewn along the way. And could I have one wish this year, this only would it be. I'd like to be the sort of friend that you have been to me. Very sweet. That is A Friend's Greeting by Edgar Guest. Oh, hey, CT's here. CT sending love. Jinx says aw. Nexu says aw. Yeah, no, that's a sweet poem. Aww, this is... Okay, this is another cute thing. So, this is not a super famous poem. This is actually... This was shared by someone that was written by their son. And this is called Merry Christmas, Mom. Submitted by Mary Buteau on behalf of her son. Okay, so this is Merry Christmas, Mom. For all of the presents you put under the tree, for all of the times you picked up after me, for all of the times that you tucked me in tight and we stayed up to talk long into the night, for all of the days I was feeling so down and the times that you turned to a smile my frown, for the cookies you baked and the stockings you stuffed, for the cuts that you healed and the pillows you fluffed, for the time that you took off the training wheels, for the nights that you made me my favorite meals, for the years throughout elementary school, for knowing the right thing isn't always what's cool, for putting up with those preteen years, for making it through all the laughs and the tears, for all of the days that you loved me so much, even during the times that I made it so tough, for all of the memories we have already shared, for the future for which we cannot be prepared, for being there for that 1-year-old boy who sat in the house and sucked on his thumb, for working so hard at being his mom and making that boy into the man I've become. Look back on all that we have been through and look at me now, Mom, how far I have come. For all of the times I'll never forget, Merry Christmas to you, Mom. Here's to the memories we haven't had yet. Merry Christmas. Love, your son. That's cute. Jinx says sweet. Nexu says that's so sweet. Okay. Sorry. I found a poem that's also very sweet. Jinx Wild redeemed hydrate. I will hydrate in just a second. Okay. So here's a poem. So this is a poem called Christmas in Heaven by John P. Reed. And he wrote it for his wife who had passed away. And this is a very touching poem. So, okay, this is Christmas in Heaven by John P. Reed. I'm going to try to get through it. Sorry. I'm an emotional guy, guys. Come on. Okay. Santa, do you know where heaven is? Maybe your reindeer know the way. For I have a special present I need delivered on Christmas Day. For Christmas is a time for sharing with those we hold so dear. Please take this gift with all my love for an angel who's no longer here. It's Sorry. Okay. It's wrapped up in our memories we once shared from the past. The ribbons and bows are all our dreams. Inside this broken heart. It's such a special parcel. Please, Santa, don't delay. I would love it to be in heaven in time for Christmas Day. I hope you guys could make out the end of that. Sorry. So that was Christmas in Heaven by John P. Reed. Oh, Mulcanda. No, Mulcanda said, I just joined and I'm very confused. No, I'm reading poetry. CT says, yeah, you don't need to be sorry. We got you. Don't worry. Yeah, no, sorry. I'm reading poetry. We've been reading some different things through the day, and we're on some poetry. And yeah, there's a very touching poem, "Christmas in Heaven" by John P. Reed. Yeah, that was very sweet. I'm not going to read it again, but I encourage you to look it up if you missed it. And yeah, Mulcanda, sorry, you did come in at sort of a funny moment, but it's okay. No, yeah, Sorry, one sec. No, earlier we were reading. Man, we've read a bunch of things today. We read Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. We read. We wrote a parody of "'Twas the Night Before Christmas" for the denizens of the Mirage realm. We read "How the Grinch Stole Christmas," which was very fun. And then yeah, we've been reading a bunch of poetry, and for lots of different holidays and occasions, and we read a couple that were like to friends, a couple that were to family members, some funny ones, and then yeah, I was just looking through some different ones, and I saw this one, and I was like, that's very sweet. So okay, so we got a couple of redeems. We got Nexu redeemed Hydrate, so make sure, and I think yeah, Jinx had also redeemed Hydrate, so we'll make sure you get a good solid amount of hydration going on. Always important to have a cozy beverage when you're relaxing by the fire. And then Mulcanda redeemed Stretch. That's actually perfect. We'll do another little Dex yoga session in just a second. Let's see. We are about 2.5 minutes from the ad. So you know what? I think that is like a perfect amount of time to do a little stretch session. So let me move my microphone so we can stand up. Yeah, cool. Yeah, thank you for being here, Mulcanda. All right, so we're gonna do a little Dex stretch session here. All right. So stand up if you want. Otherwise, you can do these stretches lying down or sitting, whatever you want. But you have a little more freedom of movement when you're standing, of course. Okay, so we're going to put our hands together over our head. You can kind of grasp your wrists, turn your palms towards the ceiling and stretch upward a little bit. But again, be gentle with this one. It can kind of pop your shoulders, so be gentle with that. Nexu sends another little emote in chat. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and give a back bend there. That's nice. And then we'll stretch over to the left. Big stretch with those arms up over, still clasped. And stretch over to the right. Wonderful. We'll do some arm circles, get those shoulders working out. Make sure you got the full range of motion. Ooh, my shoulder popped. Yeah, make sure you got that. Can stretch out our legs. So you can bend up your knee, clasp your hands under there, and just pull your leg up a little bit. Nice, nice, nice. You can do some ankle circles while you're doing that. Put that guy down. Pick up the other one. Get some stretching going on in there. And ankle rolls. Nice, nice, nice. Looks like we're about 10 seconds from ad. So I will see you guys in just a minute. Get a big drink of your drink. Mulkanda sending some hearts in chat. Nice, nice. So just let me know when you guys are back. I'm just singing till you guys are back. You let me know when you guys are back. I'll just be singing till you guys are back. Just let me know when you guys are back. I'll just sing till you guys are back. I think you're back. Probably. Cool. Awesome. Welcome back. I hope you got a cozy drink. I took a big swig of my shake. It's a very exciting vegetarian nutrition shake. Chocolate malt flavored. Pretty nice. Hope you guys have something wonderful. Mulkanda says, I can hear you. I'm talking to my cousins. Cool, cool, cool. Well, hello to your cousins. So we have some more poems here. Found another little sweet one. Um, and again, if you guys have any other recommendations or requests as far as things that you want to hear read, I'm down. Just let me know. Tentacle said I made sure to clip that musical number. Hey, I mean, we could do singing. We haven't really done songs. I could do songs. Except they'll be so good I'll get copyright strikes. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not. I can sing. I can sing. I'm not like a professionally trained singer or anything, but I can sing. Like, oh my gosh, if you guys have checked out a Plot Twist, who's another VTuber, she does amazing singing on her stream. Bakanuki Mika does some really nice singing sometimes, although more rarely. Plot's like always singing. It's great. Little Miss Toast, friend of mine, also does karaoke streams and stuff. But anywho, yeah. So I can sing. We could do some holiday songs or something. But I did find so we had that Merry Christmas Mom poem like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago maybe. So this is a different poem that is called My Dad Would Like to Be Santa. That is very funny. Mulcandas, thank you for starting your Pokemon journey. Okay, so this is a song called My Dad Would Like to Be Santa by Graham Craven, which is very funny. Okay. His belly's getting bigger and his hair is turning white. His eyes shine and sparkle like the stars on Christmas night. He couldn't fit down chimneys when he can just fit through a door. One mince pie would never do. He'd only ask for more. He likes a nip of brandy. It sets his cheeks aglow. When he forgets the words to carols, he just shouts ho ho ho. He hasn't got a reindeer that runs silently through space, but his car is eco-friendly and could beat Rudolph in a race. He can't afford a new red suit with boots and matching belt, but his smile is warmer than the sun that can make the snowtops melt. My dad would like to be Santa and fill the world with glee. So until they advertise the job, he'll give his love to me. I think that's a sweet little poem. Cool. Let's see. Yeah, what do you guys think? Do you want should we do like Christmas songs? What are some Christmas songs? But I'll have to do them a cappella. That's the thing. It's like I can do. Here, let me hold on. Okay. Nexu says sing, sing, sing. Okay. So I do have one hilarious, very silly. Okay. I got to remember what it was. But when I was a kid, I wrote a parody to Dashing Through the Snow, which I guess is like the opening of Jingle Bells. But yeah. When I was a kid, I wrote a parody to it, and I sang it at this school program thing. And then all of the kids went back to their schools and told their friends about it. So then, like, a couple years later, everybody knew this song, but no one would believe me that I wrote it, which was super funny. But I did write it. I promise when I can tell you when I was me and my friend, who my friend was really into dinosaurs. That will come in. That will be relevant. We were on a bus for a field trip, and we wrote this song together, this song parody together. And yeah, so okay. But I'm gonna try to remember what it all was. But okay. Okay, so it's gonna be scuffed AF, but here we go. Okay. Dashing through the snow on a broken pair of skis, over the hills we go, hitting all the trees. The snow is turning red. I think I'm almost dead. The next thing that I know, I'm lying in a bed. I'm in a hospital. It is so very clean. But what's that on the floor? I think that it's my spleen. What is it? Yeah. Now I'm all cut up. I cannot feel my legs. I'm in a dark closet with some dinosaur eggs. They are starting to crack. They're in the hatching stage, and I don't want to be stuck in here when they unleash their rage. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride on a broken pair of skis. Not jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride on a broken pair of skis. There you go. There's our terrible parody of fucking Jingle Bells from my childhood. So there you go. Yeah, me and my friend wrote that, and then like 2 years later, everybody was singing Dashing Through the Snow on a Broken Pair of Skis. Like every kid. And I was like, this isn't fair. Nobody believes me that I wrote this. Man, brutal. Anyway. Okay. So I pulled up a like a little PDF with some Christmas songs. So let's see. We got Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. We have Winter Wonderland, but I'm less familiar with that one. Deck the Halls, but that's more of like you kind of need a chorus for that. I mean, you don't have to. I could read. Whatever. I could sing. Mulcanda Redeemed Posture Check. Good choice. Let's make sure we're, as Galaxy likes to say, no shrimp backing. You know? Let's make sure we're sitting in a nice, healthy, comfortable position. You know? Let me adjust my mic a little bit. Make sure. Good. Okay. So we got... Mulcanda says, what do you think about the games Epic have been giving away? To be honest, I haven't heard a lot about it. I was in Dark Souls' stream the other day when he was playing the that Lego game, which that Lego puzzle game thing, I think it's called Builder's Journey, looked really neat. The graphics were awesome. It was like roasting Dark's room because of how much work it was for his computer, as funny as it is. So he didn't play it for super long, but it looked nice. It looked fun. So outside of that, I don't know what all they have been giving away, but I can take a look. In the meantime, you guys pick what song you want. We got Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Winter Wonderland, Deck the Halls, Let It Snow, Santa Claus is Coming to Town, White Christmas. Yeah, there's a bunch of songs. So here, let me real quick take a gander over here at the free games. Download a free game every week. Is it every week, every week? Because that's pretty cool. It's nice of them. I have been getting like Xbox games with gold forever. I think that's how I first got Overcooked. Oh, actually, Overcooked has holiday DLC. We could do that. Let me see here. Oh, it's literally every day for like the last chunk here. Oh, they gave away Them's Fighting Herds. That's pretty cool. It's a pretty neat fighting game. Bloons Tower Defense 6. I didn't know you had to buy those now. They used to be, the Bloons games used to be just, what do you call it? Flash games. But now I guess you have to buy them. Interesting. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I'm always, I think giving away free games is always nice as long as the developers are still getting compensated and stuff. Molcanda says, usually it's every week, but for now it's like once a day. Yeah, nice. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't been, I actually don't have an account on the Epic Games Store yet. Probably should do that, but I have not yet. But yeah, thanks for the heads up. Cool. So did we decide on a song? Because we got some options. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. No. I could sing that, I guess. Yeah, pretty much if you guys can think of a Christmas song, I'm willing to at least try it. At least try it. Let's do Rudolph. Nexu says, let's do Rudolph. All right. Sing along with me. Here we go. Mirage Realm sing along special. All right, here we go. Thank you for the posture check, because now I'm straightening up my lungs. Okay, ready? Okay. And if I'm like horribly off key, forgive me, because again, not a professional singer, but here we go. Okay, ready? Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw him, you would even say it close. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then all the reindeer loved him as they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history. You'll go down in history. Da-da-da. There you go. There's the little Dax's little rendition of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Thank you. Jinx says yes. Tentacles sends some hype emotes. Thank you. Malconda says, nice. Thank you, Malconda. And I don't know if it's not showing that. I mean, my Twitch stream manager thing is a little bit jank, but it's not showing you as the newest follower. But I'm gonna take a wild guess and say thank you for the follow. It has the redeems here, but not that. But whatever, it's fine. Thank you anyway. I appreciate it. We're always glad to have glad to have some more friends in the Mirage realm. Always good. Always good. And yeah, this is sort of an unusual stream. We usually do like Overwatch, adventure games, stuff with viewers, cool stuff. Malcanda says, by the way, free Fortnite cosmetics for the next few days. You know what's funny? A handful of our denizens of the Mirage realm have been rallying to have me try Fortnite. Because I haven't, well, I played it once a long time ago, but I haven't like played it. You know what I mean? But maybe if there's some free stuff, it might be a good time to check it out. Oh my God. Nexu says Dex is going to be the next big Fortnite gamer. I mean, I don't know, something like that. Here, we are 20 seconds to add. So I'm going to Google the free skins that Malcanda's talking about, and I will see you guys in approximately 1 minute. Yeah, I'm going to take a look at this. Malcanda said, I got no ad yet. That's lucky. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, there it is. Okay. So just let me know when you guys are back. Singing again till you guys are back. You let me know when you are back. 'Cause I'll keep singing till you guys are back. I said, let me know when you guys are back. 'Cause I'll keep singing till you guys are back. Tentacles sends hype, so I think you're probably back. Wonderful. Yeah, because Malconda, so the community voted, because, okay, with the, yeah, cool, Malcanda's back. So, yeah, in our Discord, which actually, let me throw you a link to the Discord. In our Discord, people voted for when so okay, in the Twitch ads manager shenanigans here. Basically, in order to disable pre-roll ads, because I personally hate pre-roll ads. Like, I hate clicking on a streamer and instantly getting an ad. That sucks, in my opinion. So I want to make sure you guys are not getting pre-rolls. But in order to disable pre-roll ads, you have to run a minimum of 3 minutes of ads per hour in the ads manager. And so basically, with the systems they have in place, your two options are either a 90-second ad break every half an hour or a 1 minute ad break every 20 minutes. And so our community voted, and they voted for the shorter ad breaks more often. So that is what I have been doing. And actually, the vote is tied right now. I think one more person has voted since then. So we're always open to adjusting it. So whatever people think is best. But right now they voted on the shorter ad breaks more often. But anyway, okay. So I was looking at. Oh, and actually. Yeah, okay. So I was looking at, the free skins thing. Yeah, I found some info, but it wasn't totally clear to me what the time window is for it. Yeah, because like I'm seeing... It says December 2022, at least the article that I'm looking at. But I'm not seeing the specific dates or anything. And I also didn't see I didn't see any pictures of the skins, but... Guff Gringle. That's funny. Two free outfits. Sure. Yeah, so I mean, we entirely may end up doing some Fortnite in the next, because let's see. Next Friday is the 30th. You know, maybe we could do it on the 30th. Because I know Sage Mode and Waka and Dab all wanted to do Fortnite. And they were looking at a Friday. Malkanda says it's two Guff skins and a female skin. Ends on January 6th. Perfect. Thank you for the info. I think. Yeah, sure. Cool. So at least that means it's not like ending in 2 days. You know what I'm saying? So no, that's good. So yeah, maybe on the 30th, we'll do a little holiday Fortnite special. We'll try that. Could be cool. Have the boys show me around. Cool. And I saw something in there about like a refer a friend thing, or someone who hasn't played very much Fortnite or something, so maybe they can get a little bonus out of it. Who knows? And yeah, Mulkanda, if you want to join, then I'm sure we would love to play with you too. Nexu says Fortnite Battle Pass. Yeah, I am not... oh, Dab invited me. Oh, cool. Well, sweet. Yeah, well, thank you for coming. Yeah. Dude, it was so funny. So I met Dab. So in one random Overwatch match, me, Dab, and this one other guy named Mystic Plasma. We were all in voice chat, which is funny because there's so rarely are there people in voice chat in Overwatch, and especially like people that are being helpful and working together and not being toxic. But me, Dab, and Mystic were all like working together and doing cool stuff. So so I was cleaning up as I usually am in the match, and these guys were talking about how like, Dax carry, whatever. And I was like, well, if you're interested, I do stream. And they were both like, oh shit, that's awesome. So they came on over, and then since then they've been fairly active, which is cool. Mystic was actually my first sub, which is awesome. Oh boy. Sorry, I just got a message that my best friend, the location that my best friend is at today, there was a shooter, which is not great, but I think it sounds like she's safe. Yeah, let's try to make the world a little bit less crazy. That would be good. Safety, be nice to people. Yeah, Tentacles, fair response. But yeah, it sounds like she's okay. Jeez. Yeah, okay. Nexu says, I hope she's okay. That's so scary. Yeah, kinda. But yeah, she is okay. She is all right. Malkanda says ends on January 3rd. By the way, that's more accurate. Okay, that's fine. As long as it's like, more than a week out, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like things are under control. Yeah. Yeah, let's try to make the world a better place. And not spooky. Yeah, sorry. Okay. I'm just, just making sure that, like, things are well. Okay, sorry. Anyway, yeah. So, okay. Fortnite. Yeah, we definitely can try out Fortnite, and I think quite possibly the 30th, which is next Friday, could be a cool night to do it, especially if those promotions are still going on. I know those guys will be really excited. And yeah, Malkanda, if you wanted to join, because to my understanding, there's solos, duos, and quads in Fortnite. And so if it was a quad, it would probably be me, Sage Mode, /Fusion, Waka, and Dab, unless one of those guys is not available and you are available. But I mean, we can also have other people just joining up, or like you guys can play together whenever you want. If you're not in the he says also creative modes. Gotcha. Yeah, if you're not in the Discord yet, we can we should start making pages in there for like looking for group for particular games. I'll talk to Zottelzinus about that. Oh, I am so silly. Okay. Experts and Mulcanda are the same person. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Sorry. I am a silly goose. Okay, that makes more sense. Experts in the Discord and Mulcanda are the same person. Oh, who is also Cinnamon? Okay, now it totally makes sense then. Okay. That makes way more sense. Sorry, that all got put together in my head. Also, Tentacles, good job starting your Pokemon journey, and got to get Probot set up in your server. Probably. I don't know what. I'm bad at Discord, so I will need your guys' help with that. I know Nico is a Discord wizard, and Nexu, you also have a more advanced Discord than I do, probably by leaps and bounds. Yeah, definitely. You have a bunch of peeps, and channels and stuff. Cool. Also, it's really funny. The newest person in yours is oh no, I'm wrong. I thought the newest person in it was Zottelzinus. But no, there's been a couple people. Cool. Okay. So yeah, that makes way more sense. Mulcanda. Tentacle says, the Tech Twins got you. It's true. Team always silly. Hey guys. We were talking, joking about this. How hard is it to create like a VTuber group or whatever you call it? VTuber, you wouldn't say a VTuber commune or a VTuber community or something. There's a name for it though, like VTuber. What's the word? Like union? Would you call it a VTuber union? Union. We joined together in union today. Just our triple marriage here. Me, Nico, and Nexu just getting three-way married. What a joyous occasion. No, but for real, we might end up making a VTuber union thing, because I think that'd be fun. Just a group. Nexu says, yeah. But yeah, who knows? Team always silly. Could be a thing. Pretty neat. Cool. Yeah. Good stuff. You heard it here first. Straight from the horse's mouth, as they say. Because if you couldn't tell, I am a horse. Can't you tell by my 4 legs and powerful hooves? Nexu says it will be very epic. It's true. I mean, if we're there, then it's it's got to be epic. It has no choice but to be epic. Mulganta says lol. Yep, accurate response. Cool. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see. Let's see. So yeah, we could do more songs, we could do more poems. We could even play something if we really want, but we would lose our beautiful fireplace. We have been online for like 4.5 hours. Yeah, however long you guys feel like is a good length. I don't want to, I don't know. I don't want to 24 hours. Oh my God, CT. I mean, the Jeff Kaplan streams were 24 hours. That would be hilarious. Well, I think they were 24 hours. They were at least 8 or 10 hours. Actually, I don't think they were 24 hours. I think they were 8 or 10 hours. Mulcanda says, are you more confident or shy? I definitely think that I'm more confident. Like, given the choice, I will say hi to someone as opposed to not. Although it's interesting. I'm sort of an extroverted person in general. Or sorry, an introverted person. Like, I like to be by myself, but I also like, as far as confident or shy, I'm definitely more confident. Oh, and sorry, ad is starting in like a few seconds. So let me, yeah, okay, ad is starting. So I'll see you guys in just a minute. I'll just be singing because CT can still hear me. Time to sing a song for CT. This is a song that's just for CT. Hey there, CT, how you doing? We're singing a song. Singing a song that's just for CT. Unless you guys can still hear me, which I don't even know. But at least CT's enjoying it, so there we go. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can still hear me at this moment or not, but I'll just be serenading CT. My sweet CT. How I love thee. Seeing your face. Oh my God. Okay, I think everybody can hear me. Okay, now maybe the ad's going off. Oh my God. This is so scuffed. Hilariousness. Yeah, okay. I think everybody could hear my freaking whatever. CT, my love for you cannot be hidden. My little mod in training here. Do you want to be mod? Honestly? Because I know you were joking about at one point you joked about being intimidated by the thingamabob, the bobamajig, the thingamabobamajig, that. But honestly, like, you are by far one of the most consistent and helpful people. CT says I can try it. Here, how do I... Let me see here. Let me see if I can figure out. Do I have to go to roles? Let me see. Analytics. No, community. Community roles manager. Is that it? Community roles manager. Tentacles is back. Welcome to roles. Start by adding your first role. Moderator. How do I add? Hey, Nexu. You would probably know this. Also, Nexu says, gotta interrupt the bromance. It's true. And Mulkanda never got one yet. Hey, that's good. So you just got to hear my lovely serenading of CT. Nexu. I might be a silly little gentleman over here. Hashtag always silly. But how do you add... How do we make CT a mod? Do you want to be a mod? I should probably mod Nexu, Zottlzenus, and CT to start. Right? That would make sense. Probably. But how... How do I mod you? Community roles manager. Okay, that is where I was. Search CT's name. CT, and it doesn't preference by your followers, which is a little annoying. 5556. CT 5556. Well, you've got kind of a cool profile picture, CT. Moderator. Save. Did that work? CT, try saying something. CT says thank you. Thank you. Holy crap, CT. You're a mod. Look at that. Oh, Mulkanda says I gotta go, though. Good night. Yeah, good night, Mulkanda. Thank you for coming by. Really appreciate it. Oh, boy. Look at that. CT got a brand fresh spanking thing. You know? CT, how did you first find my stream? I'm just curious. I actually don't remember. But yeah, CT was definitely he was pretty early on. He's stuck around. CT he's a solid. Whoa, what the? Sorry, I just did something weird on my computer. Okay. So then... Oh my god. Nexu, as I was looking for your name, somebody came up named Tentacles Are Gluten-Free. Which is just super funny. What is the editor role? Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, I get that. Okay. So I thinky dink that Tentacles, Zottlzenus, and CT are all mods now. CT says, you either rated Shin or I just saw you by chance in there and watched one of your VODs. Well, thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. Yeah, no, I was, Shin's one of my dudes that I mean, I still do. I still hang out in his stream a fair amount. Tentacle says, I added you and Nico as VIP on my channel. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That way peeps know you're the homies. Thank you. Thank you. Cool. Yeah, because I've hung out in Shin's stream. I have probably, I've rated him at least a handful of times. Over the while. And, yeah. Cool. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Well, congratulations. And thank you. Thank you for your help. Because, yeah, cool. Good stuff. And actually, let me... Sorry, I'm just checking something. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's good. I think that's all figured out. Cool. So, what now? We got more songs. We got more poetry. We got games. What are you guys feeling like? What do you think? What do you think we should do? I also have I've got books of books of short stories and essays and stuff that I could read. There's a book that I really like called When You Are Engulfed in Flames by David Sedaris, which is just like a collection of short stories, like sort of from his life. I've got some different stuff. Whatever you guys are feeling. Or we could just chill by the fire. Also totally reasonable. Nexus says flames sounds good. Yeah. We're all about cozy relaxation. In the meantime, I might start looking through, if I can find where I put that book. I might start looking through and seeing if there's any stories that spark my attention. So I will be right back as I go find that book. In the meantime, enjoy the fire. Oh, Nexu said, the flame book, I mean, lol. Well, perfect, because I just found it. I actually had 2 books by David Sedaris. When You Are Engulfed in Flames, as well as a book called Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk, which is it's another like book of short stories, but they're a little bit more fantasy-ish. And usually starring animals. So, yeah, either of these books. I can read you the titles of the short stories, and then let me know if there's any that catch your attention. The stories in When You Are Engulfed in Flames are a little bit longer. The Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk stories are a little bit shorter. But, okay. So I'll start by reading you these are the titles from, in fact, I'll just read you all the titles from both books first. And keep an eye on, or like if there's any that catch your attention, just jot them down or something. Okay. So this is, we'll start with When You Are Engulfed in Flames. It's Catching, Keeping Up, The Understudy, This Old House, Buddy, Can You Spare a Tie, Road Trips, What I Learned, That's Amore, The Monster Mash, In the Waiting Room, Solution to Saturday's Puzzle, Adult Figures Charging Toward a Concrete Toadstool, which, yes, that is one of my favorites, Memento Mori, All the Beauty You Will Ever Need, Town and Country, Ariel, like in the air, The Man in the Hut, Of Mice and Men, April in Paris, Crybaby, Old Faithful, The Smoking Section. Those are from When You Are Engulfed in Flames. And now here is Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk. Okay. The Cat and the Baboon, The Migrating Warblers, The Squirrel and the Chipmunk, The Toad, the Turtle, and the Duck, The Motherless Bear, The Mouse and the Snake, The Parenting Storks, The Faithful Setter, The Crow and the Lamb, The Sick Rat and the Healthy Rat, The Cow and the Turkey, the vigilant rabbit, the judicious brown chicken, the parrot and the pot-bellied pig, Hello Kitty, and the grieving owl. So those are those two books. I also have a few books by Penn Jillette that are also collections of stories, mostly like stories from his life that are very good, but also probably a little more risque. One of them is literally called Scuba Fucking. So, we'll probably leave that one on the shelf for now. It's a really good book. Okay, Tentacles says, I want to hear the Toadstool one. That sounds funny. Yes. Okay. I do really like that one. It's actually really sweet. Okay, so it's called Adult Figures Charging Towards a Concrete Toadstool. It's on page 135. It starts on page 135. It's about 10 pages long. Okay. Okay. Everyone ready? Oh, actually, we're 30 seconds from an ad. So ad's coming up in 30 seconds. That will run. I'll see you guys in about a minute. And then we will start Adult Figures Charging Towards a Concrete Toadstool. In the meantime, I'm just going to dance like a chicken. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. I will sexily recite the ABCs. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Are you still here or did the ad start? CT says, not the O. Oh boy. I know. Did the ad start yet? Because I started when it said the ad was supposed to start. So it still hasn't started. Then Tentacle says, I did not get an ad yet. Okay, what the... So it takes at least an extra 30 seconds. Did you get an ad now? Okay. Okay, there it is. Okay, so it takes like an extra minute, actually. Okay, weird. Well, CT, looks like it's just you and me again. Fancy meeting you here. Do you frequent this establishment? Our secret sub chats. Dude, that's what we'll have. We'll have these 1 minute long secret sub chats. Very lascivious or something. I don't know. What are you wearing, CT? No, I'm just kidding. Never mind. I'm wearing the same clothes we always wear. Okay, there we go. Yeah. All right. Nexy's back, so that's good. Yep. Lascivious things happening in our 1 minute sub chats. You guys will have to sub to find out. I'm just kidding. Oh my god. Nexu gives an amazing emote. Dude, we got to get some amazing emotes. You guys should, like, if you have any ideas for emotes, write them down, message them to me, something, and we will... Oh, actually, that reminds me. CT, we officially... the first animated emote got approved. So I think it's Daxmere Rave. Go ahead and try the first animated emote ever. Hell yeah. There we go. Daxmere Rave. How about that? That's the first custom emote. Because there was no default animated emotes. But yeah, so if you guys have any recommendations for emotes, because I would love people to enjoy a wild magic carp. Wait a minute. I want that. I hope it works. Anyway, I'll take a magic carp. You guys can try. But I'll take a magic carp. Anyway. All right. But yeah, if you guys have any ideas for emotes, please let me know, because I want us to have cool emotes that you guys... Even more, like, this is true. Even more, I want us to have cool emotes that you guys will enjoy using. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? Like, not just having cool emotes, but like ones that will be enjoyable for you guys to have and to use both in our chat and in other people's chats. CT says, I have a few ideas. Perfect. Yeah, wonderful. Feel free to message me them on Discord, or you could put them in the recommendation, the like feedback and ideas and stuff. Tentacle says, can we get this one? I mean, of course. What is... I mean, how can Dax have an OnlyFans if he doesn't have an orgasm emote, really? I mean, come on. Come on now. No, but yeah. Hell yes, I got Magikarp. Fuck yeah. Also, Tentacle says lol, and CT has the hype thing. Oh yeah, which does remind me, like, I've mentioned it before, but at some point, presumably after I have an actual model, like I do have my Chatterbait page in my link tree on Twitter. So like we'll be doing some fun stuff over there also. But I need a model first. That's the, like, it's one thing to moan into a microphone, but it's another thing to have actual face tracking. And eventually, I would love to have 3D tracking. Like, again, I don't know if you guys have seen Project Melody, but I really appreciate, like, not just like as, adult entertainment or whatever, but I think, like, okay, there's this really amazing. None of this is a joke. There's this really amazing interview with Project Melody. If you guys haven't read it, don't read it right now because it takes a little bit long. But here, let me actually, you know what? I really appreciate her. I'm going to go find the link for you. There's this really incredible interview with Crunchyroll from Project Melody. If you guys are not familiar with Project Melody, she's kind of one of my inspirations, honestly. And there. So read that later, not right now, but read that because it's really is an amazing interview. But yeah, she does Twitch streaming and also CB streaming and OnlyFans and stuff like that. And I think, unironically, creating a community space where people can feel comfortable expressing their sexuality or not expressing their sexuality to the degree that they want to and that they feel comfortable with, I think is something that's really positive and healthy for people. Sincerely, this is, again, not a joke. And so I that's actually something that is quite important to me. I feel like a lot of modern society is it's very walled off. Like either things are sexual or they're not sexual. And there has to, I mean, even just the fact that the idea of like safe for work or, and not safe for work, NSFW, the fact that these things are totally, there's like this giant wall between them. You know what I mean? I feel like, I think that gets into people's heads and it causes, it can cause an unhealthy relationship with sexuality. Yeah. Nexu says facts though. Sex positivity is great. Yeah. And yeah, just giving people an opportunity. Cause I mean, again, I don't know if you've seen any of her streams or anything, but like Melody's CB streams are a lot like her Twitch streams, like her Twitch just chatting streams. People will be talking, making jokes, like, it's like a just chatting stream, but then like every so often, the people will be like, she'll have toys linked to her stuff and people can donate to do different, make the toys react in different ways. And then every so often, the audience, get it in their head to donate a lot. And so then, certain stuff happens and then they go back to talking and stuff like that sincerely is like a really cool, I think that's a really cool thing. It's like you're having a relationship with somebody, you're talking to them. It's not just like, all right, sex now, please. And now we can go back to being humans. It's like, no, like, being a person encompasses a lot of different things and sexuality is one of those things. And so like, I think having a healthy relationship with that is really cool. So yeah, that's where I'm at. So eventually that will be on the list. Or it's on the list now, but eventually that will be on the docket, I guess they would say. So anywho, for now though, we were just about to read, from When You Are Engulfed in Flames by David Sedaris. This short story entitled Adult Figures Charging Towards a Concrete Toadstool. Nexu says, yeah, definitely. Cool. Yeah. And I mean, I think it was me, Nexu, and Nico. Oh my God. Nexu says, my bestest friends are my kinkiest, lol. Hey, it's true. No, but I think me, Nexu, and Nico were also joking the other night about, actually, this might have been on like that Wednesday or whatever when we were all hanging out, or Tuesday or whatever, when we were joking about like the idea of like going to your friends' OnlyFans and being like, yeah, that's my bestie right there. Like get it, slay queen. You know what I mean? Like, no, like that's super fun. Oh, and then maybe Dab was joking about like the only homies or something. Only homies. Either Dab or maybe even CT. Maybe it was CT. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, we were all joking about that. But yeah, no, I mean, I think it's cool. I think there's a lot of cool opportunities out there. Nexu says, lol, yes, support the homies. It's true. It's true. Yeah. Are you really besties if you aren't subscribed to each other's OnlyFans? No. CT says it wasn't me. Okay, that's fine. It might have been Dab. It might have been Dab or maybe even Mystic, because Mystic was hanging out that day, right? So it might have been Mystic because he was hanging out that day. CT says, I think it was Dab or Timber. Okay, then I think it was Dab because Timber is 16, and I hope that we weren't... yeah, I think it was Dab. I think you're right. Or it could be Mystic. Yeah, I think it was either Dab or Mystic. But anyway, yeah, just that yeah, are they really your besties if you don't make out? And are they really your homies if you're not subscribed to each other's OnlyFans? Anyway... All that being said, let us... Makes a great salad. No, let us continue. And by continue, I mean begin. So this is the story, Adult Figures Charging Toward a Concrete Toadstool. Okay. Before it was moved out near the fairground, the North Carolina Museum of Art was located in downtown Raleigh, and often when we were young, my sister Gretchen and I would cut out of church and spend an hour looking at the paintings. The collection was not magnificent, but it was enough to give you a general overview and to remind you that you pretty much sucked. Both Gretchen and I thought of ourselves as artists. She, the kind that could actually draw and paint, and me, the kind that pretended I could actually draw and paint. When my sister looked at a picture, she would stand at a distance and then slowly, almost imperceptibly, drift forward until her nose was right up against the canvas. She examined all of the painting, and then parts of it, her fingers dabbing in sympathy as she studied the brushstrokes. "What are you thinking about?" I once asked. And she said, "Oh, the composition, the surfaces, the way things look realistic when you're far away, but weird when you're up close." "Me too," I said. But what I was really thinking was how grand it would be to own a legitimate piece of art and display it in my bedroom. Even with my babysitting income, paintings were out of the question. So instead I invested in postcards, which could be bought for $0.25 in the museum shop and matted with shirt cardboard. This made them look more presentable. I was looking for framing ideas one afternoon when I wandered into a little art gallery called the Little Art Gallery. It was a relatively new place located in the North Hills Mall and owned by a woman named Ruth, who was about my mom's age, and introduced me to the word fabulous, as in, if you're interested, I've got a fabulous new Matisse that just came in yesterday. This was a poster rather than a painting, but still, I regarded it the way I thought a connoisseur might, removing my glasses and sucking on the stem as I tilted my head. "I'm just not sure how it will fit in with the rest of my collection," I said, meaning my Gustav Klimt calendar and the cover of the King Crimson LP tacked above my dresser. Ruth treated me like an adult, which must have been a task, given the way I carried on. "I don't know if you realize it," I once told her, "but it seems that Picasso is actually Spanish." "Is he?" she said. I had a few of his postcards on my French wall, the one where my desk is, but now I've moved them next to my bed besides the Mirage. She closed her eyes, pretending to imagine this new configuration. "Good move," she said. The little art gallery was not far from my junior high, and I used to stop by after class and hang out. Hours later, I'd return home, and when my mother asked where I had been, I'd say, "Oh, at my dealer's." In 1970, the only artwork in my parents' house was a family tree and an unframed charcoal portrait of my brother, my 4 sisters, and me, done by a guy at a street fair. Both hung in the dining room, and I thought they were pretty good until I started spending time with Ruth and I decided that they weren't challenging enough. "What more do you want from a group picture of 6 spoiled children?" my mother asked, and rather than trying to explain, I took her to see Ruth. I knew that the two of them would get along. I just didn't think that they would get along so well. At first, the topic of conversation was me, Ruth doing the cheerleading, and Mom just sort of agreeing. "Oh yes," she said, "his bedroom is lovely. Everything in its place." Then my mother started hanging out at the gallery as well, and began buying things. Her first purchase was an elongated statue of a man made from what looked like twisted paper, but was actually metal pressed into thin sheets. He stood maybe 2 feet tall and held 3 rusted wires, each attached to a blown glass balloon that floated above his head. "Mr. Balloon Man," she called it. "I'm just not certain he needs the top hat," I told her. And my mother said, "Oh, really?" in a way that meant, "If I want your opinion, I'll ask for it." It bothered me that she'd bought something without seeking my advice, and so I continued to offer my thoughtful criticism, hoping it might teach her a lesson. Her next piece was a grandfather clock with a body made of walnut and a human face pounded from what appeared to be a Chinese gong. The face wasn't realistic, but what my mother called semi-abstract, a word she had picked up from Ruth. A word that was supposed to be mine. I didn't know exactly how much the clock had cost, but I knew it was expensive. She called it Mr. Creech in honor of the artist, and when I tried to explain that art was not a pet you gave a little name to, she told me she could call it whatever the hell she wanted to. Should I put Mr. Creech next to Mr. Balloon Man, or does that make the dining room too busy? "Don't ask me," I told her. "You're the expert." Then my father was introduced to Ruth, and he became an expert as well. Art brought my parents together in a way that nothing else had, and because their interest was new, they were able to share it without being competitive. Suddenly, they were a team, the Walter and Louise Ahrensberg of Raleigh, North Carolina. Your mother's got a real eye, my father boasted. This in regard to Cracked Man, a semi-abstract face made by the same potter who had crafted our new coffee table. Dad wasn't in the habit of throwing money around, but this, he explained, was an investment, something that, like stocks and bonds, would steadily appreciate in value, ultimately going right through the roof. And in the meantime, we all get to enjoy it, my mother said. All of us except Mr. Krabby, by which she meant me. The allure of art had always been that my parents knew nothing about it. It had been a private interest, something between me and Gretchen. Now, though, everyone was in on it. Even my Greek grandmother had an opinion, that being that unless Jesus was in the picture, it wasn't worth looking at. Yaya was not discriminating. A Giotto or a Rualt, it made no difference so long as the subject was either nailed to a cross or raising his arms before a multitude. She liked her art to tell a story, and though that particular story didn't interest me, I liked the same thing. It's why I preferred the museum's market scene on a quay to its Kenneth Noland. When it came to making art, however, I tended towards the Noland, as measuring out triangles was a lot easier than painting a realistic-looking haddock. We are 20 seconds to add, so I'm going to let that go. So just enjoy the fire in the meantime. Although the ads have been delayed anyway. I don't know. Do I continue? I'll wait just in case you guys miss anything. Okay, it says ad starting soon. You can enjoy the fire in the meantime. Oh, Tentacle says, I will let you know when I get one. Like, you'll let me know as in I should keep reading? Because I don't want you guys to miss anything, but... It still says ad starting soon. Okay, I think it's going now. There it is. Okay. CT and I just chilling by the fire. Gazing longingly into each other's eyes. I mean the fire. Gazing longingly into the fire. Because we're longing to jump in the fire, apparently. I don't know. Okay. So it seems like, according to the little ad manager thingamabob here, when it says you're back is pretty accurate, but when it says that you're going is not super accurate. So, shrug. Okay. So, CT says, did you add the Overwatch logo on the top of the table? No, it's actually, so this scene is from one of the Jeff Kaplan streams, the Yule Log streams. So the Overwatch mug, that's a loot box next to my chair. That's a like reindeer Pachamari over on the, or like a reindeer elf Pachamari over on the other side of the fire. So it's got a lot of little like Overwatch references and stuff in it. Yeah, I mean, obviously, there aren't loot boxes anymore, but yeah, the loot box. That's a loot box next to the chair. Oh, CG says, I thought that was just a cooler. Lol. Fair. Yeah. Here, I'm gonna really quick. Okay, so hopefully that will let you see it a little bit clearly. Just clear out the text queue there. Yeah, so it's a little Overwatch loot box, and then those nice little candles, and the Pachamari is right above where our chat starts, and then the mug and the plate of cookies and stuff. That's why, I was like that would be like the perfect little scene for us. So I'm glad we were able to. It took some doing to figure out how to do this, and if I to have this in the background, and if I showed you, it would be hilarious, or you would see how hilarious it is. But I can't really. Yeah, I can't really show you midstream without screwing it up, honestly. But basically, we have a YouTube looper that can loop certain portions of a video, and then we have it like zoomed in so that we just have the video on screen. Like it was quite, ask Nexu and Nico. It took me literally like 4 or 5 hours yesterday to get everything set up for this, just getting this OBS arrangement. And that's not even counting stealing Jeff Kaplan's legs and stuff like that. Yeah, no, it's it's like pretty complicated. I'm glad it worked out though. And it does look nice. So cool. Okay. So, back to the story. Before my parents started hanging out at the gallery, they thought I was a trailblazer. Now they saw me for what I was. Not just a copycat, but a lazy one. Looking at my square of green imposed atop a pumpkin-colored background, my father stepped back, saying, "That's just like what's-his-name, that guy that lives on the Outer Banks." "Actually, it's more like Ellsworth Kelly," I said. "Well, he must have gotten his ideas from the guy on the Outer Banks." At the age of 15, I was maybe not the expert I made myself out to be, but I did own a copy of The History of Art and knew that Eastern North Carolina was no hotbed of artistic expression. I was also fairly certain that no serious painter would devote half the canvas to his signature or stick an exclamation point at the end of his name. "That shows what you know," my mother said. "Art isn't about following the rules, it's about breaking them. Right, Lou?" And my father said, "You got it." The next thing they bought was a portrait done by a man I'll call Bradlington. "He's an alcoholic," my mom announced, this as if his drinking somehow made him more authentic. With the exception of my grandmother, everyone liked the Bradlington, especially me. It brought to mind a few of the Goyas I had seen in my art history book. The paintings he did toward the end, when the faces were just sort of slashed on. "It's very moody," I pronounced. "Very invocative." A few months later, they bought another Bradlington, a portrait of a boy lying on his back in a ditch. "He's stargazing," my mother said, but to me, the eyes seemed blank, like a dead person's. I thought my parents were on a roll and was disappointed when, instead of buying a third Bradlington, they came home with an Edna Hebel. This was a lithograph rather than a painting, and it pictured a young woman collecting flowers in a basket. The yellow of the blossoms matched the new wallpaper in the breakfast nook, so it was hung above the table. The idea of matching artwork to decor was, to me, an abomination, but anything that resulted in new stuff was just fine by my mother. She bought a sofa the salesman referred to as the Navajo, And then she bought a piece of pottery that complemented the pattern of the upholstery. It was a vase that stood 4 feet high and was used to hold the dried sea oats that matched the frame of an adjacent landscape. My mother's sister, Joyce, saw a photo of our new living room and explained that the American Indians were a lot more than sofa cushions. "Do you have any idea how those people live?" she asked. Joyce did charity work with the tribes in New Mexico, and through her, my mother learned about desperate poverty and Kachina dolls. My father preferred the tribes of the Pacific Northwest and began collecting masks, which smirked and glowered from the wall above the staircase. I'd hoped that the Indian stuff might lead my parents to weed out some of their earlier choices, but no such luck. "I can't get rid of Mr. Creech," my mother said. "He hasn't appreciated yet." I was in my second year of college by then, and was just starting to realize that the names my parents so casually tossed around were not nationally known and never would be. Mention Bradlington to your Kent State art history teacher, and she'd take the pencil out of her mouth and say, "Who? He's an alcoholic, lives in North Carolina? I'm sorry, but I've never heard of him." As for the others, the Edna Hibbles and Stephen Whites, they were the sort whose work was advertised in Art News rather than Art Forum. Their paintings and lithographs proudly shown alongside wind chimes at places with names like The Screeching Gull or Desert Sunsets. Galleries almost always located in a vacation spot. I tried pointing this out to my parents, but they wouldn't listen. Maybe today my art history teacher drew a blank on Bradlington, but after his liver gave out, she'd sure as hell know who he was. "That's the way it works sometimes," my father said. "The artist is only appreciated after he's dead. Look at Van Gogh." "So, will every artist be appreciated after his death?" I asked. "If I'm hit by a bus tomorrow afternoon, will the painting I did last week be worth a fortune?" "In a word, no," my father said. "I mean, it's not enough to just be dead. You've got to have some talent. Bradlington's got it out the ass, and so does Hibble. The gal who made the coffee table is going to last for an eternity, but as for you, I wouldn't bank on it." "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked. My father settled down on the Navajo. "It means that your artwork doesn't look like art. And you're the expert on that." "I'd say so, yeah." "Well, you can just go to hell," I told him. I've never admitted it, but I knew exactly what my father was talking about. At its best, my art looked like homework. This was to be expected with painting and drawing, things requiring actual skill, but even my later conceptual pieces were unconvincing. The airmail envelope full of toenail clippings, the model of the Lincoln Memorial made of fudge. In someone else's hands, such objects might provoke discussion, but in my own, they seemed only desperate and pretentious. Not just homework, but bad homework. I quit making homework when I turned 30, and I started collecting paintings some 10 years later, shortly after moving to Europe. A few of my canvases are French or English, portraits mainly, dating from the 1800s, but the ones I care most about are Dutch, and were done in the 17th century. Monkey eating peaches, man fleeing a burning village, figures tormented by devils in hell. How can you go wrong with such straightforward titles? The artists are minor, sons, most often, of infinitely more talented fathers. But if I say their names with a certain authority, I can almost always provoke a response. "Did you say Vanderpoel? Oh, right, I think you saw something of his at the Louvre." People hush up when they stand before my paintings. They clasp their hands behind their backs and lean forward, wondering, most likely, how much I paid for them. I want to tell them that each costs less than the average person spends on car insurance, that and general upkeep, oil changes and brake pads and such. I, myself, don't have a car, so why not take that money and put it towards something I like? Then, too, the paintings will appreciate. Maybe not a lot, but given time, I can surely get my money back. So in a way, I'm just guarding them. Explaining, though, would ruin the illusion that I am wealthy and tasteful. A connoisseur. A collector. The sham falls apart only when I'm visited by a real collector, or even worse, by my father, who came in the winter of 2006 and spent a week questioning my judgment. One of my paintings shows a group of cats playing musical instruments. It sounds hokey on paper, cute even, but in real life it's pleasantly revolting. The musicians looking more like monsters than anything you'd keep as a pet. I have it in my living room, and after asking the price, my father shook his head the way you might when witnessing an accident. "Boy," he said, "they sure saw you coming." Whether I'm buying a painting or a bedspread, his premise is always the same. Namely, that I am retarded and people will take advantage of me. Why would something that survived 300 years not cost that much? I asked. But he'd moved to another evident eyesore, this one Dutch, showing a man undergoing a painful and primitive foot surgery. "I wouldn't spend 2 minutes looking at this one," he told me. "That's okay," I said. "Even if I were in prison and this were the only thing on my wall, I wouldn't waste my time with it. I'd look at my feet or at my mattress or whatever, but not this. No way." I tried my best not to sound too hopeful. "Is someone sending you to prison?" "No," he said, "but whoever sold this to you should be there. I don't know what you paid, but if it was more than $10, I think you could probably sue the guy for fraud." He looked it over one last time and then rubbed his eyes as if they'd been gassed. "God almighty, what were you thinking?" "If art is a matter of personal taste, why are you being so aggressive?" I asked. "Because your taste stinks," he told me. This led him to reflect upon Cracked Man, which still hangs in the foyer beside his living room. "It's 3 slabs of clay cemented to a board, and not a day goes by when I don't sit down and look at that thing," he said. "And I don't mean glancing, but full-fledged staring. Contemplating, if you catch my drift." "I do," I said. He then described the piece to Hugh, who had just returned from the grocery store. Hugh, I believe, is David's husband, boyfriend, something like that. "It was done by a gal named Proctor. I'm sure you've heard of her." "Actually, no," Hugh said. My father repeated the name in his normal tone of voice. Then he began yelling it, and Hugh interrupted, saying, "Oh, right, I think I've read something about her." "You're damn right you have," my father said. Before they started collecting art, my parents bought some pretty great things, the best being a concrete lawn ornament they picked up in the early 1960s. It's a toadstool, maybe 3 feet tall, with a red spotted cap and a benevolent little troll relaxing at its base. My father placed it just beyond the patio in our backyard, and what struck my sisters and me then, and still does, is the troll's the troll's expression of complete acceptance. Others might cry or get bent out of shape when their personal tastes are denounced and ridiculed, but not him. Icicles hang off his beard, slugs cleave to the top of his pointed shoes. "Oh well," he seems to say, "these things happen." Even when we reached our teens and developed a sense of irony, it never occurred to us to think of the troll as tacky. No one ever stuck a lit cigarette in his mouth or disgraced him with sexual organs the way we did with Mr. Balloon Man or my mother's kitchen witch. One by one, my sisters and I left home, and the backyard became a dumping ground. Snakes nested beneath broken bicycles and piles of unused building supplies. But on return visits, we would each screw up our courage and step onto the patio for an audience with Mr. Toadstool. "You and that lawn ornament," my mom would say. "Honest to God, you'd think you'd been raised in a trailer." Standing in her living room, surrounded by her art collection, my mother frequently warned us that death brought out the worst in people. "You kids might think you're close, but just wait until your father and I are gone, and you're left to divide up our property. Then you'll see what savages you really are." My sisters and I had always imagined that when the time came, we would calmly move through the house, putting our names on this or that. Lisa would get the dessert plates, Amy the mixer, and so on without dissent. It was distressing then to discover that the one thing we all want is that toadstool. It's a symbol of the people our parents used to be, and more than anything in the house itself, it looks like art to us. When my father dies, I envision a mad dash through the front door, past the Hibble and the Bradlingtons, past Cracked Man and Mr. Balloon Man, and into Indian territory, where we'll push one another down the stairs. 6 connoisseurs, all with gray hair, charging towards a concrete toadstool. Very sweet. So that was Adult Figures Charging Toward a Concrete Toadstool by David Sedaris. Next, who says, yay, that was nice. Yeah, no, I like his little... That's what he does. He writes these little vignette stories. You know. Jinx sends a heart. Cool, cool. Thank you, Jinx. So yeah, you know, they're cool. So yeah, so there's and we are about a minute and a half to add. Maybe a couple minutes if it seems like you guys are, if it's actually happening a little bit later than it's telling me. So yeah, there's more of these. There's more of there's the stories in Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk. There's even like, yeah, Penn Jillette's got stories. I can read you the contents again, or what were there any other ones that you guys had like noted down that you wanted to catch? Nexu says, I think understudy was one that stood out to me. Okay, cool. Yeah, the understudy. I will get ready for that. The ads manager thing is telling me there should be an ad starting soon, so I will chill. So let me see. It was like 4 hours, 2 minutes, and about 10 seconds when it said the ad should be starting. So let me know when you get it, and I'll kind of make a mental note of when the delay is. Got the ad. Okay. So yeah, it seems like about an extra minute. For 3:15-ish. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's like about an extra minute and 5. Oh, hey, Tentacles is back. Says that was a fast ad. Cool. Yeah. Yes, sometimes it plays even shorter ones. It's just in order to make sure the pre-rolls are not... that you guys don't get pre-rolls. I have to have scheduled in the 1 minute ad breaks. But then it's up to them to actually, like, run the ads, if that makes sense. So... Jinx said times 1 minute. Yeah, so about yeah, it's about 1 minute. Seems like about 1 minute of a delay between when it tells me it's going to do an ad and when it actually does it. So, but yeah, because with the ads manager thing, I just have to schedule them in 3 minutes per hour, and people voted on 1 minute every 20 minutes. but then it's up to them to what they want to actually do with it. So, okay. So, yeah, I've got the understudy queued up here. It's another about 10 pages. It feels a little bit shorter. I don't remember. I mean, it's been a long time since I've read these books last, so I don't remember all of the stories. But, I mean, all of his stories are nice. So, like, are enjoyable, I'd say. Okay. So, as requested by Nexu, this one is The Understudy by David Sedaris, as presented in When You Are Engulfed in Flames. In the spring of 1967, my mother and father went out of town for the weekend and left my 4 sisters and me in the company of a woman named Mrs. Bird, who was old and black and worked as a maid for one of our neighbors. She arrived at our house on a Friday afternoon, and after carrying her suitcase to my parents' bedroom, I gave her a little tour, the way I imagined they did in hotels. This is your TV, this is your private sun deck, and over here you've got a bathroom. It's just yours and nobody else's. Miss Bird put her hand to her cheek. Somebody pinched me. I'm about to fall out. She cooed again when I opened a dresser drawer and explained that when it came to coats and so forth, we favored a little room called a closet. There are 2 of them against the wall here, and you can use the one on the right. It was, I thought, a dream for her. Your telephone, your massive bed, your glass-doored shower stall. All you had to do was leave it a little cleaner than you found it. A few months later, my parents went away again and left us with Mrs. Robbins, who was also black and who, like Mrs. Bird, allowed me to see myself as a miracle worker. Night fell, and I pictured her kneeling on the carpet, her forehead grazing my parents' gold bedspread. Thank you, Jesus, for these wonderful white people and all that they had given me this fine weekend. With a regular teenage babysitter, you horsed around, jumped her on her way out of the bathroom, that sort of thing. But with Miss Robbins and Mrs. Bird, we were respectful and well-behaved, not like ourselves at all. This made our parents' getaway weekend a getaway for us as well. For what was a vacation but a chance to be someone different? In early September of that same year, my parents joined my Aunt Joyce and Uncle Dick for a week in the Virgin Islands. Neither Mrs. Boyd nor Mrs. Robbins was available to stay with us, and so my mother found someone named Mrs. Peacock. Exactly where she found her would be speculated on for the remainder of our childhoods. Has Mom ever been to a women's prison? My sister Amy would ask. Try a man's prison, Gretchen would say, as she was never convinced that Mrs. Peacock was a legitimate female. The Mrs. part was a lie anyway, that much we knew. She just says she was married. She was married so that people will believe in her. This is a quote from his sister. This was one of the insights we recorded in a notebook while she was staying with us. There were pages of them, all written in a desperate scrawl, with lots of exclamation points and underlined words. It was the sort of writing you might do when a ship was going down. That's the sort that would give your surviving loved ones an actual chill. If only we'd known, they'd moan. Oh, for the love of God, if only we'd known. But what was there to know, really? Some 15-year-old offers to watch your kids for the night, and sure, you ask your parents about her, you nose around. But with a grown woman, you didn't demand a reference, especially if the woman was white. Our mother could never remember where she had found Mrs. Peacock. A newspaper ad, she'd say? Or, I don't know, maybe she sat for someone at the club? But who at the club would have hired such a creature? In order to become a member, you had to meet certain requirements. One of them being that you did not know people like Mrs. Peacock. You did not go to places where she ate or worshipped, and you certainly didn't give her the run of your home. I smelled trouble the moment her car pulled up. A piece of junk driven by a guy with no shirt on. He looked just old enough to start shaving and remained seated as the figure beside him pushed open the door and eased her way out. This was Mrs. Peacock. And the first thing I noticed was her hair, which was the color of margarine and fell in waves to the middle of her back. It was the sort of hair you might find on a mermaid. Completely wrong for a 60-year-old woman who was not just heavy but fat and moved as if each step might be her last. Oh my God. Vex, hello. You are in the midst of a hilarious short story by David Sedaris. I don't know how much you caught or not, but these kids, the author and his sisters are now meeting their new, very chaotic understudy babysitter. Mom, I called, and as my mother stepped out of the house, the man with no shirt backed out of the driveway and peeled off down the street. Was that your husband? My mother asked, and Mrs. Peacock looked at the spot where the car had been. Nah, she said. That's just Keith. Not my nephew Keith, or Keith who works at the filling station and is wanted in 5 states, but just Keith, as if we had read a book about her life and were expected to remember all the characters. Vex says, just got here. Yeah. Well, thank you for being here, Vex. Yeah, we've been reading all day, and reading and chatting and singing, and so right now we're reading some short stories. She'd do this a lot over the coming week, and I would grow to hate her for it. Someone would phone the house, and after hanging up, she'd say, "So much for Eugene," or "I told Vicky not to call me here no more." "Who's Eugene?" we'd asked. "What did Vicky do that was so bad?" And she'd tell us to mind our own business. She had this attitude, not that she was better than us, but that she was as good as us. And that simply was not true. Look at her suitcase, tied shut with rope. Listen to her mumble, not a clear sentence to be had. A polite person would express admiration when given a tour of the house. Aside from a few questions regarding the stovetop, Miss Peacock said very little and merely shrugged when shown the master bathroom, which had the word master in it and was supposed to make you feel powerful and lucky to be alive. I've seen better, her look seemed to say, but I didn't for one moment believe it. The first 2 times my parents left for vacation, my sisters and I escorted them to the door and said that we would miss them terribly. It was just an act, designed to make us look sensitive and English, but on this occasion we meant it. "Oh, stop being such babies," our mother said. "It's only a week." Then she gave Miss Peacock the look, meaning, "Kids, what are you going to do?" There was a corresponding look that translated to, "You tell me." But Miss Peacock didn't need it, for she knew exactly what she was going to do. Enslave us. There was no other word for it. An hour after my parents left, she was lying face down on their bed, dressed in nothing but her slip. Like her skin, it was the color of Vaseline. Uncolor, really, which looked even worse with yellow hair. Add to this her great bare legs, which were dimpled at the inner knee and streaked throughout with angry purple veins. My sisters and I attempted diplomacy. "Isn't there perhaps some work to be done?" "You there, the one with the glasses," Miss Peacock pointed at my sister Gretchen. "Your mama mentioned there's some sody pops in the kitchen. Go fetch me one, why don't you?" Do you mean Coke?" Gretchen asked. "That'll do," Miss Peacock said, "and put it in a mug with ice in it." While Gretchen got the Coke, I was instructed to close the drapes. It was, to me, an idea that bordered on insanity, and I tried my best to talk her out of it. "The private deck is your room's best feature," I said. "Do you really want to block it out while the sun's still shining?" She did. Then she wanted her suitcase. My sister Amy put it on the bed, and we watched as Miss Peacock untied the rope and reached inside, removing a plastic hand attached to a foot-long wand. The business end was no bigger than a monkey's paw, the fingers bent slightly inward, as if they had been frozen in the act of begging. It was a nasty little thing, the nails slick with grease, and over the coming week, we were to see a lot of it. To this day, should any of our boyfriends demand a back scratch, my sisters and I recoil. "Brush yourself against a brick wall," we say. "Hire a nurse, but don't look at me. I've done my time." No one spoke of carpal tunnel syndrome in the late 1960s, but that doesn't mean it didn't exist. There just wasn't a name for it. Again and again, we ran the paw over Mrs. Peacock's back, the fingers leaving white trails and sometimes welts. "Ease up," she'd say, the straps of her slip lowered to her forearms, the side of her face mashed flat against the gold bedspread. "I ain't made of stone, you know." Well, that much was clear. Stone didn't sweat. Stone didn't stink or break out in a rash, and it certainly didn't sprout little black hairs between its shoulder blades. We drew this last one to Miss Peacock's attention, and she responded, saying, "Y'all's got the same damn thing, only they ain't poked out yet." That one was written down verbatim and read aloud during the daily crisis meetings my sisters and I had taken to holding in the woods behind our house. Y'all's got the same damn thing, only they ain't poked out yet. It sounded chilling when said in her voice, and even worse when recited normally, without the mumble and the country accent. Can't speak English, I wrote in the complaint book. Can't go 2 minutes without using the word damn. Can't cook worth a hoot. The last part was not quite true, but it wouldn't have hurt her to expand her repertoire. Sloppy Joe, Sloppy Joe, Sloppy Joe, held over our heads as if it was steak. Nobody ate unless they earned it, which meant fetching her drinks, brushing her hair, and driving the monkey's paw into her shoulders until she moaned. Mealtime came and went, her too full of Coke and potato chips to notice until one of us dared to mention it. If y'all was hungry, why didn't you say nothing? I'm not a mind reader, you know, not a psychic or some damn thing. Then she'd slam around the kitchen, her upper arms jiggling as she threw the pan on the burner, pitched in some ground beef, and shook ketchup into it. My sisters and I sat at the table, but Mrs. Peacock ate standing. Like a cow, we thought. Like a cow with a telephone. You tell Curtis for me that if he don't run Tanya to RC's hearing, he'll have to answer to both me and Gene Jr., and that's no lie. Her phone calls reminded us that she was away from the action. Events were coming to a head. The drama with Ray, the business between Kim and Lucille, and here she was, stuck in the middle of nowhere. That's how she saw our house. The end of the earth. In a few years' time, I'd be the first to agree with her. But when I was 11 and you could still smell the fresh pine joints... That was weird. Something fell over in my bathroom. Sorry. When I was... Sorry. But when I was 11 and you could still smell the fresh pine joists from behind the sheetrocked walls, I thought there was no finer place to be. I'd like to see where she lives, I said to my sister Lisa. And then, as punishment, we did see. Oh my God, Vex. Vex says, "Sorry, drop the soap." Well, I'll have to come running. I mean, if you're just, you know, hanging it all out there like that. Anyway, Vex. Jeez. Anyway, okay. This occurred on day 5, and it was Amy's fault, at least according to Mrs. Peacock. Any sane adult, anyone with children, Vex says, just run, don't do that first part yet. Oh my God. But anyway, any sane adult, anyone with children, might have taken the blame upon herself. Oh well, she would have thought, it was bound to happen sooner or later. 7-year-old girl, her arm worn to rubber after hours of back scratching, carries the monkey paw into the master bathroom, where it drops from her hands and falls to the tile floor. The fingers shatter clean off, leaving nothing. A jagged little fist at the end of a stick. Now you've done it, Mrs. Peacock said. All of us to bed without supper. And the next morning, Keith pulled up, still with no shirt on. He honked in the driveway and she shouted at him through the closed door to hold his damn horses. I don't think he can hear you, Gretchen said, and Miss Peacock told her that she'd had all the lip she was going to take. She'd had all the lip she was going to take from any of us. And so we were quiet as we piled into the car, Keith telling a convoluted story about him and someone named Sherwood as he sped beyond the rally we knew and into a neighborhood of barking dogs and gravel driveways. The houses looked like something a child might draw, a row of shaky squares with triangles on top. Add a door, add 2 windows, think of putting a tree in the front yard, and then decide against it because branches aren't worth the trouble. Mrs. Peacock's place was divided in half, her in the back and someone named Leslie living in the front. A man named Leslie who wore fatigues and stood by the mailbox play wrestling with a Doberman Pinscher as we drove up. I thought he would scowl at the sight of Miss Peacock, but instead he smiled and waved, and she waved in return. 5 children wedged into the back seat, children just dying to report that they'd been abducted, but Leslie didn't seem to notice us any more than Keith had. When the car stopped, Mrs. Peacock turned around in the front seat and announced that she had some work that needed doing. Go ahead, we told her. We'll wait here. Like fun you will, she said. We started outdoors, picking up turds deposited by the Doberman, whose name turned out to be Rascal. The front yard was mined with them, but the back, which Miss Peacock tended, was surprisingly normal. Better than normal, really. There was a small lawn, and along its border, a narrow row of low-lying flowers. Pansies, I think. There were more flowers on the patio outside her door, most of them in plastic pots, and kept company by little ceramic creatures. A squirrel with its tail broken off, a smiling toad. I'd thought of Mrs. Peacock as a person for whom the word cute did not register, and so it was startling to enter her half of the house and find it filled with dolls. There must have been 100 of them, all squeezed into a single room. There were dolls sitting on the television, dolls standing with their feet glued to the top of the electric fan, and tons more crowded onto floor-to-ceiling shelves. Strange to me was that she hadn't segregated them according to size or quality. Here was a fashion model in a stylish dress, dwarfed by a cheap, bawling baby or a little girl who'd apparently come too close to the hot plate, her hair singed off, her face disfigured into a frown. "First rule is that nobody touches nothing," Miss Peacock said. "Not nobody and not for no reason." She obviously thought that her home was something special, a children's paradise, a land of enchantment. But to me, it was just overcrowded. And dark, my sisters would later add, and hot and smelly. Mrs. Peacock had a Dixie cup dispenser mounted to the wall above her dresser. She kept her bedroom slippers beside the bathroom door, and inside each one was a little troll doll, its hair blown back as if by a fierce wind. "See," she told us, "it's like they're riding in boats." "Right," we said. "That's really something." She then pointed out a miniature kitchen set displayed on one of the lower shelves. "The refrigerator broke, so I made me another one out of a matchbox. Get up close and y'all can look at it." "You made this?" we said, though of course it was obvious. The strike pad gave it away. My little thing says you're 15 seconds to an ad, but yeah, I guess I'll just chill for a minute, because the next paragraph is kind of big, so we'll chill for just a sec. Enjoy the fire. And I'm going to take a drink of my shake. I advise you do too. In fact, I'm going to redeem it. All right. Nexu is back. Hopefully everybody else will be back in just a second. I finished off my shake, so my mug is officially in the sink. And we can continue with our story. All right. Mrs. Peacock was clearly trying to be a good hostess, but I wished she would stop. My opinion of her had already been formed, was written on paper even, and factoring in her small kindnesses would only muddy the report. Like any normal fifth grader, I preferred my villains to be evil and stay that way, to act like Dracula rather than Frankenstein's monster, who ruined everything by handing that peasant girl a flower. He sort of made up for it by drowning her a few minutes later, but still, you couldn't look at him the same way again. My sisters and I didn't want to understand Mrs. Peacock. We just wanted to hate her. And so we were relieved when she reached into her closet and withdrew another back scratcher. The good one, apparently. It was no larger than the earlier model, but the hand was slimmer and more clearly defined. That of a lady rather than a monkey. The moment she had it, the hostess act melted away. Off came the man's shirt she'd worn over her slip, and she took up her position on the bed, surrounded by the baby dolls she referred to as doll babies. Gretchen was given the first shift, and the rest of us were sent outside to pull weeds in the blistering sun. Thank God, I said to Lisa. I was worried for a minute there that we'd have to feel sorry for her. As children, we suspected that Miss Peacock was crazy, a catch-all term we used for anyone who did not recognize our charms. As adults, though, we narrow it down and wonder if she wasn't clinically depressed. The drastic mood swings, the hours of sleep, a gloom so heavy she was unable to get dressed or wash herself, thus the slip, thus the hair that grew greasier and greasier as the week progressed and left a permanent stain on our parents' gold bedspread. I wonder if she'd been institutionalized, Lisa would say. Maybe she had shock treatments? Which is what they did back then, the poor thing. We'd like to have been that compassionate as children, but we already had our list, and it was unthinkable to disregard it on account of a lousy matchbox. Our parents returned from their vacation, and before they even stepped out of the car, we were upon them, a mob, all of us talking at the same time. She made us go to her shack and pick up turds. She sent us to bed one night without supper. She said the master bedroom was ugly and that you guys were stupid to have air conditioning. All right, our mother said. Jesus, calm down. She made us scratch her back until our arms almost fell off. She cooked sloppy joes every night, and when we ran out of buns, she told us to eat it on crackers. We were still at it when Mrs. Peacock stepped from the breakfast nook and out into the carport. She was dressed, for once, and even had shoes on, but it was too late to play normal. In the presence of my mother, who was tanned and pretty, she looked all the more unhealthy, sinister almost, her mouth twisted into a freaky smile. She spent the whole week in bed and didn't do laundry until last night. I guess I expected a violent showdown. How else to explain my disappointment when, instead of slapping Mrs. Peacock across the face, my mother looked her in the eye and said, "Oh, come on. I don't believe that for a minute." It was a phrase she used when she believed every word of it, but was too tired to care. But she abducted us. Well, good for her. Our mother led Miss Peacock into the house and left my sisters and me standing on the carport. "Aren't they just horrible?" she said. "Honest to God, I don't know how you put up with them for an entire week." "You don't know how she put up with us?" Slam went the door, right in our faces. And then our mom sat her guest down in the breakfast nook and offered her a drink. Framed through the window, they looked like figures on a stage. Two characters who seem like opposites and then discover they have a lot in common. A similarly hard upbringing, a fondness for the jugged burgundies of California, and a mutual disregard for the rowdy matinee audience pitching their catcalls from beyond the parted curtain. So that is The Understudy by David Sedaris, as presented in When You Are Engulfed in Flames. CT sending laughs. Nexu sending little cheers. Yeah, I really, if you've never read Ceteris's book, CT says, I think that one is my favorite. Good. I'm glad. Jinx sends hearts. Yeah, if you've never read David Ceteris's books, sincerely, this is one of my favorite books. Yeah, again, it's called When You Are Engulfed in Flames by David Ceteris. Yeah, it was given to me by a friend of mine, someone that I really looked up to a number of years ago. And yeah, I really like this book. And I mean, all of his stuff is very good. I like his writing voice and his sense of humor. I think are really cool. And yeah, I can read you guys the list of stories again. And again, there's also his slightly more fantastical book, Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk. But here, I'll go ahead and read you the you know, the contents, the list of stories again. It's Catching, Keeping Up, The Understudy, This Old House, Buddy, Can You Spare a Tie, Road Trips, What I Learned, That's Amore, The Monster Mash, In the Waiting Room, Solution to Saturday's Puzzle. Oh, and Jinx says, I have to go, but good night, everybody. Yeah, good night, Jinx. Thank you for being here. Nexu says good night. Okay. Solution to Saturday's Puzzle. Adult figures charging towards a concrete toadstool. Memento Mori. All the Beauty You Will Ever Need. Town and Country. Aerial, as in like in the air. The Man in the Hut. Of Mice and Men. April in Paris. Crybaby. Old Faithful. And the Smoking Section. So that's for When You Are Engulfed in Flames. And then the contents for Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk is The Cat and the Baboon, The Migrating Warblers, The Squirrel and the Chipmunk, The Toad, the Turtle, and the Duck, The Motherless Bear, The Mouse and the Snake, The Parenting Storks, The Faithful Setter, The Crow and the Lamb, The Sick Rat and the Healthy Rat, The Cow and the Turkey, The Vigilant Rabbit, The Judicious Brown Chicken, The Parrot and the Pot-Bellied Pig, Hello Kitty, and The Grieving Owl. Oh, CT says, "Oh, I remember of Mice and Men. We had to do that in class a while back." Yeah, no, not of Mice and Men, but the one in here is because that's like a full novel by I think it's by the same guy that did Grapes of Wrath, Steinbeck. But no, in here there is The Mouse and the Snake, and then there's The Sick Rat and the Healthy Rat. But yeah, of Mice and Men is a different thing. Let me make sure there's not a... Was there one in Engulfed in Flames called Of Mice and Men? Oh, there is one in Engulfed in Flames called Of Mice and Men, but I don't think... I think you're thinking of the novel. Yeah, because there's like a full novel by Steinbeck that is probably what you're thinking of. This is just a short story. And yeah, it's like another short story from his life. That one's actually very short. But yeah, any particular titles that caught people's attention, or otherwise we could, yeah, I mean, we can do whatever. We can do poetry, we can do singing, we could do games. It is almost 10 p.m. Yeah, we've been live for about 6 hours. Tentacle says, pick your fave. Well, we read adult figures charging towards a concrete toadstool. Trying to remember what other ones. Yeah, I don't know, because it's been so long. Concrete Toadstool was one of my favorites, but it's hard to remember what all the other ones are. Let me see how this one ends. Yeah. I mean, this one's kind of funny. I mean, they're all funny. But this one's also quite short. So it'll just be a little taste. So this one's called The Monster Mash, which is one of the titles that caught my attention. So this is The Monster Mash by David Sedaris, as presented in When You Are Engulfed in Flames. The thing about dead people is that they look really dead, fake almost, like models made of wax. This I learned at the medical examiner's office that I visited in the fall of 1997. While the bodies seemed unreal, the tools used to pick them apart were disturbingly familiar. It might be different in places with better funding, but here the pathologists used hedge clippers to snip through rib cages. Chest cavities were emptied of blood with cheap metal soup ladles, the kind you'd see in cafeterias, and the autopsy tables were lubricated with whatever dish detergent happened to be on sale. Also familiar were the songs, oldies mainly, that issued from the blood-spattered radio and formed a kind of soundtrack. When I was young, I associated Three Dog Night with my 7th grade shop teacher, who profoundly identified himself as the group's biggest fan. Now, though, whenever I hear Joy to the World, I think of a fibroid tumor positioned upon a styrofoam plate. Funny how that happens. While at the medical examiner's office, I dressed in a protective suit, complete with a bonnet and a pair of Tyvek booties. Citizens were disemboweled, one right after another, and on the surface, I'm sure I seemed fine with it. Then at night, I'd return to my hotel, double-lock the door, and stand under the shower until all the soap and shampoo were used up. The people in the next room must have wondered what was going on. An hour of running water, and then this blubbery voice. I do believe in spooks. I do believe in spooks. I do. It's not as if I'd walked into this completely unprepared. Even as a child, I was fascinated by death, not in a spiritual sense, but in an aesthetic one. A hamster or guinea pig would pass away, and after burying the body, I'd dig it back up, over and over, until all that remained was a shoddy pelt. It earned me a certain reputation, especially when I moved on to other people's pets. Igor, they called me. Wicked, spooky. But I think my interest was actually fairly common, at least among adolescent boys. At that age, death is something that happens only to animals and grandparents, and studying it is like a science project. The good kind that doesn't involve homework. Most kids grow out of it, but the passing of time only heightened my curiosity. As a young man, I saved up my dishwashing money and bought a $75 copy of Medico-Legal Investigations of Death, a sort of Bible for forensic pathologists. It shows what you might look like if you bit an extension cord while standing in a shallow pool of water. If you were crushed by a tractor, struck by lightning, strangled with a spiral or non-spiral telephone cord, hit with a claw hammer, burned, shot, drowned, stabbed, or feasted upon by wild or domestic animals. The captions read like really great poem titles, my favorite being, Extensive Mildew on the Face of a Recluse. I stared at that picture for hours on end, hoping it might inspire me, but I knew nothing about poetry, and the best I came up with was pretty lame. Behold the recluse looking pensive. Mildew, though, is quite extensive. On his head, both aft and fore, he maybe should have got out more. I know nothing about biology either. The pathologists tried to educate me, but I was too distracted by the grotesque. My discovery, for instance, that if you jump from a tall building and land on your back, your eyes will pop out of your head and hang by bloody cables. Like those joke glasses, I said to the chief medical examiner. The man was nothing if not professional, and his response to my observations was always the same. Well, he'd sigh, not really. Ads coming up. So I will be right back. All right. Is everybody back? Okay, Nexu's back, so that probably means everybody's back. Okay. Okay. After a week in the autopsy suite, I still couldn't open a Denny's menu without wanting to throw up. At night, I'd close my eyes and see the buckets of withered hands stored in the office's secondary cooler. The cooler contained brains, too, a whole wall of them shelved like preserves in a general store. Then there were the bits and pieces. A forsaken torso, a pretty blonde scalp, a pair of eyes floating in a baby food jar. Put them all together and you had an incredibly bright secretary who could type like the wind but never answer the telephone. I'd lie awake thinking of things like this, but then my mind would return to the freshly dead, who were most often whole, or at least whole-ish. Most of them were delivered naked, zipped up in identical body bags. Family members were not allowed inside the building, and so the corpses had no context. Unconnected to the living, they were like these strange creatures, related only to one another. A police report could explain that Mrs. Daniels had been killed when a truck lost control and drove through the front window of a hamburger stand where she had been waiting in line for her order, but that was in terms of a narrative. Did the victim have children? Was there a Mr. Daniels? How is it that she found herself at that particular hamburger stand on this particular afternoon? In cases like hers, I needed more than a standard report. There had to be a reason this woman was run down, as without one, the same thing might happen to me. 3 men are shot to death while attending a child's christening, and you tell yourself, sure, they were hanging out with the wrong crowd. But buying a hamburger? I buy hamburgers. Or I used to, anyway. This medical examiner's office was in the western United States, in a city where guns are readily available and drivers are known to shoot each other over parking spaces. The building was low-slung and mean-looking, set on the far edge of the downtown area, between the railroad tracks and a rubber stamp manufacturer. In the lobby was a potted plant and a receptionist who kept a can of Mountain Glen air freshener in her desk drawers. For decomps, she explained, meaning those who had died alone and rotted a while before being found. We had such a case on Halloween, an 80-year-old man who had tumbled from a ladder while replacing his light bulb. 4.5 days on the floor of his un-air-conditioned house, and as the bag was unzipped, the room filled with what the attending pathologist termed the smell of job security. The autopsy took place in the morning and was the best argument for the buddy system I had ever seen. Never live alone, I told myself. Before you change a light bulb, call someone from the other room and have him watch until you finish. By this point in my stay, my list of don'ts covered 3 pages and included such reminders as never fall asleep in a dumpster, never underestimate a bee, never drive a convertible behind a flatbed truck, never get old, never get drunk near a train, and never, under any circumstances, cut off your air supply while masturbating. What the fuck? Vex says mama hentai. What? Never mind. Okay. This last one is a nationwide epidemic, and it's surprising the number of men who do it while dressed in their wife's clothing, most often while she's out of town. To anyone with similar inclinations, a word of warning. After you're discovered, the police will take snapshots of your dead, costumed body, which will then be slid into photo albums and pored over by people like me who can't take the stench of an incoming decomp, so hold themselves up in the records room, moaning, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Not sure if they're referring to your plum-covered face or to the squash-bottom necklace you've chosen to go with that blouse. Oh my god, you guys. Oh boy, there's some magic happening. If only Zenus was here to see it. Jeez. Anyway. All right. I hadn't timed my visit to coincide with Halloween, but that's the way it worked out. You'd think that most of the casualties would involve children, trick-or-treaters hit by cars or done in with tainted candy, but actually the day was just like any other. In the morning, we had our decomposed senior, and after lunch, I accompanied a female pathologist to a murder trial. She had performed the victim's autopsy and was testifying on behalf of the prosecution. There were plenty of things that should have concerned me, the blood spatter evidence, the trajectory of the bullets, but all I could concentrate on was the defendant's mother, who'd come to court wearing cut-off jeans and a Ghostbusters t-shirt. It couldn't have been easy for her, but still, you had to wonder, what would she consider a dress-up occasion? Also, Nexu says Nico would disown us, lol. And Vex says I definitely embarrass her. Here, 1 second. Sorry, I'm just handling something really quick. All right. You guys are too much. And by that, I mean just the right amount. No. Okay. After the trial, I watched as another female pathologist collected maggots from a spinal column found in the desert. There was a decomposed head, too, and before leaving work, she planned to simmer it and study the exposed cranium for contusions. I was asked to pass this information along to the chief medical examiner, and looking back, I probably should have chosen my words more carefully. Fire up the kettle, I told him. Old-fashioned skull boil at 5 p.m. It was, of course, the fear talking. That and a pathetic desire to appear casual, one of the gang. That evening, instead of returning to my hotel, I sat around with the transporters, one of whom had recently been ticketed for using the carpool lane and had argued unsuccessfully that the dead body he was carrying in the back constituted a second passenger. I'd thought these guys would be morose and scary looking, the type who live in basements and have no social skills, but they were actually quite the opposite. Several of them had worked for undertakers and told me that gypsy funerals were the worst. They set up in the parking lot, tap into the electricity, and grill chicken until, like, forever. They recalled finding the eye of a suicide victim stuck to the bottom of a bedroom door, and then they turned on the TV and started watching a horror movie, which I can't believe had any real effect on them. It was just the four of us until around midnight, when a tipsy man in a Daytona Beach sweatshirt came to the front gate and asked for a tour. When the transporters refused him, he gestured towards an idling car and got his girlfriend to ask. The young woman was lovely and flirtatious, and as she pressed herself against the gate, I imagined her lying upon an autopsy table, her organs piled in a glistening heap beside her. I now look at everyone that way, and it worried me that I'd never be able to stop. I now looked at everyone that way, and it worried me that I'd never be able to stop. This was the consequence of seeing too much and understanding the horrible truth. No one is safe. The world is not manageable. The trick-or-treater may not be struck down on Halloween, but sooner or later he's gonna get it, as am I, and everyone I've ever cared about. It goes without saying that for the next few weeks I was not much fun to live with. In early November, I returned home and repelled every single person I came into contact with. Gradually, though, my gloominess wore off. By Thanksgiving, I was imagining people naked rather than dead, and naked, which was an improvement. A week later, I was back to smoking in bed, and just as I thought that I'd put it all behind me, I went to my neighborhood grocery store and saw an elderly woman slip on a grape. She fell hard, and after running to her side, I took her by the arm. "You really have to watch yourself in this produce aisle." I know, she said. I could have broken my leg. "Actually," I told her, "you could have been killed." The woman attempted to stand, but I wouldn't let her. "I'm serious. People die this way. I've seen it." Her expression changed then, becoming fearful rather than merely pained. It was the look you get when facing a sudden and insurmountable danger. The errant truck, the shaky ladder, the crazy person who pins you to the linoleum and insists with increasing urgency that everything you know and love can be undone by a grape. So that is Monster Mash, The Monster Mash, by David Sedaris. Shenanigans. And I know how much you like spooky stuff late at night, Tentacles. Sending laughing emotes. Yep. Vex says, "Oh, Tenta, have you heard New Girl by Phineas? It's a nice song." Tentacle says, "Stories by the Fire has been very nice." Well, thank you. Do you want to hear? I was just peeking through. There's another. There's one of the stories called "April in Paris." Is a funny one if I'm recalling correctly. But it has to do some amount about spiders, which I really like spiders. But if you guys are cool with spiders, then that's a fun one. Next, who says spiders are cool? Cool. All right, shall we April in Paris then? Cool. All right. Here's April in Paris by David Sedaris as presented in When You Are Engulfed in Flames. While watching TV one recent evening, I stumbled upon a nature program devoted to the subject of making nature programs. The cameraman's job was to catch a bird of paradise in full display. So he dug himself a hole, covered it with branches, and sat inside it for 3 weeks. This was in New Guinea, where the people used to wear sexy loincloths, but now stand around in t-shirts that say, "Cowboys do it with chaps," and "I survived the 2002 IPC Corporate Challenge weekend." One villager might wear a pair of gym shorts and then add a fanny pack or a sun visor with the name of a riverboat casino stitched onto the brim. I suppose that these things came from a relief organization. Either that or a cruise ship went down and this is what washed up on shore. I'll wager that quite a few sun visors found their way to Southeast Asia after the tsunami. One brutal news story after another, and it went on for weeks. The phone numbers of aid organizations would skitter across the bottom of the TV screen, and I recall thinking that if they wanted serious donations, they should have shown a puppy. Just one was all it would have taken. It could have been sleeping, its belly full of the malnourished children we'd seen on the previous night's broadcast, but none of that would have mattered. People who had never before contributed to charity emptied their pockets when a Cocker Spaniel was shown standing on a rooftop after Hurricane Katrina. "What choice did I have?" they asked. "That poor little thing looked into the camera and penetrated my very soul." Vex has something to say about that, I'm sure. The eyes of the stranded grandmother, I noted, were not half as piercing. There she was, clinging to a chimney with her bra strap showing, and all anyone did was wonder if she had a dog. I'd hate to think there's a Scotty in her house, maybe trapped on the first floor. What's the number of that canine rescue agency? Saying that this was everyone's reaction is, of course, an exaggeration. There were cat people, too, and those whose hearts went out to the abandoned reptiles. The sight of an iguana sailing down the street on top of a refrigerator sent a herpetologist friend over the edge. She seems to be saying, "Where's my master?" he speculated. "Here it is, time for our daily cuddle, and I'm stuck on the SS Whirlpool." I've often heard that anthropomorphizing an animal is the worst injustice you can do to it. That said, I'm as guilty as anyone. In childhood stories, the snail grabs her purse and dashes out the door to put money in the meter. The rabbit cries when the blue jay makes fun of her buck teeth. The mouse loves his sister, but not in that way. And we think, oh, they're just like us. Certain nature shows only add to this misconception, but that, to me, is why they're so addictive. Take Growing Up Camel, a program my friend Ronnie and I watched one evening. It was set in a small, privately owned zoo somewhere in Massachusetts. The camel in question was named Patsy, and the narrator reminded us several times over the next 50 minutes that she had been born on Super Bowl Sunday. While still an infant, the football stadium probably had not even cleared yet. She was taken from her mother. Now she was practically grown, and as the commercials neared, the narrator announced a reunion. Coming up, the camels reconcile after their long separation. In the next segment, the two were reintroduced, and the grumpy old mother chased her daughter around the pen. When the opportunity arose, she bit Patsy on the backside, and pretty hard, it seemed to me. This was the camels not getting along, and it wasn't too terribly different from the way they acted when they did get along. When the next break approached, the narrator hooked us with, coming up, a tragedy that changes Patsy's life forever. I'd have put my money on an amputated leg, but it turned out to be nothing that dramatic. What happened was that the mother got bone cancer and died. The veterinarian took it hard, but Patsy didn't seem to care one way or the other. And why would she, really? All her mom ever did was hassle her and steal her food, so wasn't she better off on her own? The zookeepers worried that if left all alone, Patsy would forget how to be a camel, and so they imported some company, a male named Josh and his girlfriend Josie, who were shipped in from Texas. The final shot was the three of them, standing in the sunshine and serenely ignoring one another. So that's what became of the little camel who was born on Super Bowl Sunday, Ronnie said. She turned on the light and looked me in the face. "Are you crying?" she asked, and I told her I had ash in my eye. Ad starting soon, so I'm going to give it a minute. Also, Vex says, "Glad when you read words that might be dirty, you think of me." It's true, Vex. You have infected our brains. Okay, enjoy the fire, and I'll see you in a minute. Okay. Nexu is back, so I'm going to presume that my other friends are back. Cool. Okay. Growing Up Camel had its merits, but I think I prefer the more serious type of nature show. the kind that follows its subjects through the wild. This could be a forest, a puddle, or a human intestinal tract. It makes no difference. Show me a tiger or a tapeworm, and I'll watch with equal intensity. In these sorts of programs, we see the creature's world reduced to its basic components: food, safety, and reproduction. It's a constant chain of desperation and heartache, the gist being that life is hard and then it ends violently. I know I should watch these things with an air of detachment, but time and again I forget myself. The show will run its course, and afterwards I'll lie on the sofa, shattered by the death of a doda or a gweeb, one of those four-letter antelope things that's forever turning up in my crossword puzzles. Apart from leaving me spent and depressed, such programs remind me that I am rarely, if ever, alone. If there's not an insect killing time on the ceiling, there's surely a mite staring out from the bath towel or a parasite resting on the banks of my bloodstream. I'm reminded, too, that however repellent, each of these creatures is fascinating and worthy of a nature show. This was a lesson I learned a few summers back in Normandy. I was at my desk one afternoon, writing a letter, when I heard a faint buzzing sound, like a tiny car switching into a higher gear. Curious, I went to the window, and there, in a web, I saw what looked like an angry raisin. It was a trapped fly, and as I bent forward to get a closer look, a spider rushed forth and carried it, screaming, to a little woven encampment situated between the wall and the window casing. It was like watching someone you hate getting mugged. 3 seconds of hardcore violence, and when it was over, you just wanted it to happen again. It's hard to recall having no working knowledge of the Tegenaria dualica, but that's what I was back then, a greenhorn with a third-rate field guide. All I knew was that this was a spider, a big one, the shape of an unshelled peanut. In color, it ranged from russet to dark brown, the shades alternating to form a mottled pattern on the abdomen. I'd later learn that the Tegenaria can live for up to 2 years, and that this was an adult female. At that moment, though, standing at the window with my mouth hanging open, all I recognized was a profound sense of wonder. How had I spent so much time in that house and never realized what was going on around me? If the Tegenaria barked or went after my food, I might have picked up on them earlier, but as it was, they were as quiet and unobtrusive as Amish farmers. Outside of mating season, they pretty much stayed put, a far cry from the Carolina wolf spiders I grew up with. Those had been hunters rather than trappers, big shaggy things the size of a baby's hand. They roamed the basement of my parents' house and evoked from my sisters the prolonged, spine-tingling screams called for in movies when the mummy invades the delicate lady's dressing room. "Kill it!" they'd yell, and then I'd hear a half-dozen shoes hitting the linoleum, followed by a world atlas or maybe a piano stool, whatever was heavy and close at hand. I was put off by the wolf spiders as well, but never thought that they were purposefully out to get me. For starters, they didn't seem that organized. Then, too, I figured they had their own lives to lead. This was an attitude I picked up from my father, who squashed nothing that was not directly related to him. "You girls are afraid of your own shadows," he'd say, and no matter how big the thing was, he'd scoot it onto a newspaper and release it outside. Come bedtime, I'd knock on my sister's doors and predict that the spider was now crawling to the top of the house, where he'd take a short breather before heading down the chimney. I read in the encyclopedia that this particular breed is known for its tracking ability, and that once it's pegged its victims, almost nothing will stop it. Anyway, good night, girls. They'd have been horrified by the house in Normandy, as would most people, probably. Even before I joined the American Arachnological Society, the place looked haunted, and cobwebs sagging like campaign bunting from the rafters and curtain rods. If one was in my way, I'd knock it down, but that all changed after I discovered that first Tegenaria. April, I called her. After writing her name on an index card and taping it to the wall, my interest spread to her neighbors. The window they lived in was like a tenement building, one household atop another, on either side of the frame. Above April was Marty, and then Curtis and Paula. Across the way were Linda, Russell, Big Chief Tommy, and a sexless little speck of a thing I decided to call Leslie. And this was just one window. Seeing as I'd already broken the #1 rule of a good nature documentary, not to give names to your subjects, I went ahead and broke the next one, which was not to get involved in their lives. Manipulating, Hugh would call it. But to my mind, that was a bit too mad scientist. Manipulating is crossbreeding, or setting up death matches with centipedes. What I was doing was simply called feeding. No spider, or at least none that I've observed, wants anything to do with a dead insect, even a freshly dead one. Its food needs to be alive and struggling, and because our house was overrun and I had some time on my hands, I decided to help out. In my opinion, the best place to catch flies is against a window pane. Something about the glass seems to confuse them, and they get even dopier when you come at them with an open jar. Once one was in, I'd screw on the lid and act as though I were shaking a cocktail. The little body would slam against the sides, and as Hugh went progressively Gandhi on me, I'd remind him that these were pests, disease carriers who feasted upon the dead and then came indoors to dance on our silverware. I mean, come on, I said. You can't feel sorry for everything. The Tegenaria build what I soon learned to call horizontal sheet webs. Dense trampoline-like structures that are most often triangular and range in size from that of a folded handkerchief to that of a placemat. Once my prey was good and woozy, I'd unscrew the lid and tip the jar toward the waiting spider. The fly would drop, and after lying still for a moment or two, it would begin to twitch and rouse itself. A cartoon drunk coming to after a long night. What the fuck? I imagined it saying. Then it would notice the wings and foreheads of earlier victims. I've got to get out of here. A whisper of footsteps off in the distance, and just as the fly tasted futility, the monster was upon him. And cut, I would yell. Watching this spectacle became addictive, and so, in turn, did catching flies. There were days when I'd throw a good 36 of them to their deaths, this at the expense of whatever else I was supposed to be doing. As the spiders moved from healthy to obese, their feet tore holes in their webs. Running became a chore, and I think their legs started chafing. By this point, there was no denying my emotional attachment. There were nights that first summer when I'd get out of bed at 3 a.m. and wander into my office with a flashlight. Everyone would be wide awake, but it was always April that I singled out. If I thought about her 100 times a day, it seemed only fair that she thought about me as well. My name, my face. I didn't expect these things to register, but in a way that a body feels the warmth of the sun, I fully imagined that she sensed my presence and missed it when I was away. That's all right, I'd tell her. It's only me. Often I'd take out my magnifying glass and stare into the chaos that was her face. Most people would have found it grotesque, but when you're in love, nothing is so abstract or horrible that it can't be thought of as cute. It slayed me that she had 8 eyes, and that none of them seemed to do her any good. They're more like decorations, really. A splay of beads crowded atop her chelicerae. These were what she used to grip her prey, and if you looked at her the right way, you could see them as a pair of enormous buck teeth. This made her appear goofy rather than scary, though I'd never have said so in her presence. For a Tegenaria, she was quite attractive, and I was glad to see that Principal Hodges shared my view. He was a freshly molted adult male who traveled from the other side of the room and spent 6 days inside her inner sanctum. Why Marty or Curtis or Big Chief Tommy didn't mate with April is a mystery, and I put it on a list besides other nagging questions, such as, what was Jesus like as a teenager? And why is it you never see a baby squirrel? As the summer progressed, so did the mysteries. Spiders relocated, both male and female, and I started noticing a lot of spare parts. A forsaken leg, or a palp laying in a web that used to belong to Paula or Philip or the Right Reverend Karen. Someone new would move in, and as soon as I tacked up a fresh name card, he or she would vacate without notice. What had once seemed like a fine neighborhood quickly became a dangerous one. The tenants all thuggish and transitory. Maybe April was more highly respected than anyone else in her window unit. Maybe her enemies knew that she was being watched, but for whatever reason, she was one of the few Tegenaria that managed to stay put and survive. In mid-September, Hugh and I returned to the city, and at the last minute, I bought a plastic terrarium and decided to take her with me. The April in Paris business didn't occur to me until we were on the train, and I held her container against the window, saying, "Look, the Eiffel Tower." It's funny, the details that slip your notice until it's too late. The fact, for instance, that we don't really have flies in Paris. At least not in our apartment. Back in Normandy, catching prey had been a breeze. I could do it barefoot and in my pajamas. But now I was forced to go outside and lurk around the trash cans in the Luxembourg Gardens. Someone would toss in a disposable diaper, and I'd stand a few feet from the bin and wait for the scent to be picked up. Then there'd be the sneak attack, the clattering jar, the little spell of cursing and foot stomping. Had the flies been gathered on a window pane, I would have enjoyed the last laugh. But out in the open, and with the audience of French people noting my every failure, my beautiful hobby became a chore. I'd been telling myself for months that April needed me, though of course she didn't. An adequate amount of prey stumbled into her web, and she caught it quite capably on her own. That was the case in Normandy, anyway. Now, though, trapped inside a terrarium in a fourth-floor apartment, she honestly did need meat, and the responsibility weighed a ton. Tegenaria can go without eating for 3 months, but whenever I returned home empty-handed, I could feel her little spider judgment seeping from the plastic box. The face that had once seemed goofy was now haughty and expectant. I imagined her saying. I guess I had you figured all wrong. In early October, the weather turned cool. Then the rains came, and overnight, every fly in Paris picked up and left town. April hadn't eaten in over a week when, just by chance, I happened upon a pet store and learned that it sold live crickets, blunt little black ones that looked like bolts with legs. I bought a chirping boxful and felt very proud of myself until the next morning, when I learned something no nature show had ever told me. Crickets stink. They reek. Rather than dirty diapers or spoiled meat, something definite you can put your finger on, they smell like an inclination. Cruelty, maybe? Or hatred? No amount of incense or air freshener could diminish the stench. Any attempt only made it worse, and it was this, more than anything, that led me back to Normandy. April and I took the train in late October, and I released her into her old home. I guess I thought that she would move back in, but in our absence, her web had fallen to ruin. One corner had come unmoored, and its ragged, fly-speckled edge drooped like a filthy petticoat onto the window ledge. I'm pretty sure it can be fixed, I told her, but before I could elaborate, or even say goodbye, she took off running, and I never saw her again. There have been other Tegenaria over the years, a new population every summer, and though I still feed them and monitor their comings and goings, it's with a growing but not unpleasant distance, an understanding that, unlike mammals, spiders do only what they're supposed to do. And whatever drives the likes of April is private and serene. Is private and severe, and my attempts to humanize it only moved me further from its majesty. I still can't resist the fly catching, but in terms of naming and relocating, I've backed off considerably. Though Hugh would say not enough. I suppose there's a place in everyone's heart that's reserved for another species. My own is covered in cobwebs rather than dog or cat hair, and because of this, people assume it doesn't exist. It does, though, and I felt it ache when Katrina hit. The TV was on, the grandmother signaled from her rooftop, and I found myself wondering, with something akin to panic, if there were any spiders in her house. So there you go. That's April in Paris by David Sedaris, as presented in When You Are Engulfed in Flames. I like that one. Nexu says nice with an emote that's a little hard to see against the black, but it's a dancing cat. CT redeemed hydrate. Here, let me go grab another drink because I finished my shake. So here, let me grab that. We're about 3 minutes from an ad, but here, let me grab a drink real quick. Here. I'll see if you guys can hear this on stream. I don't know if you can really hear that. But that is a strawberry sparkling water. Cool. All right. So how you guys feeling? How's everybody's evenings going? I'm hydrating. Make sure everybody else is hydrating. Oh, we're still about 40 seconds from the ad. Although there's also like that like minute-ish delay. So who knows? CT says, amazing with the stories. Thank you. And Nexu says, good, I got cereal. Thank you. Yeah. You know, it's funny. Leading up to this, I didn't know if it was going to work. You know? I didn't know if people would like it. I didn't know if like I you know, I didn't know if it would work, but I'm really glad that people are enjoying it. That's awesome. We are pretty close to ad. The thing is saying that it could be going anytime now. Nexu says, good reading voice. Thank you. No, I mean, people have told me that, you know, I have a soothing voice, so I'm glad that, glad you like it. All right, all right. Nexu's back. Cool. So yeah, what do you guys think? We're rounding up on 11 p.m. Oh my god. Vex says, good reading voice. Yeah. Thank you, Vex. These guys haven't heard my breeding voice. But hey, if you come see my Chatterbait streams... No, I'm just kidding. But, oh, yeah, Vex. I actually... Time to go back on the leash. Yeah. Both of you. Whoa. Pet play? What? Anyway. But yeah, that actually reminds me, Vex. So we were talking earlier about I am intending on doing Chatterbait streams when I have a full like live 2D model and eventually live, like a 3D model. So like, hey, you're talking big game. You better be ready to come put your money where your mouth is, eh? Because I'll be looking for you to show up. You better be there. Anyway. Tentacles. Oh my god, Vex says, I'll put something where your mouth is. What? Haha, very funny emote. Tentacles. I'm trying to decide whether to discuss that emote that you just sent, but I mean, I remember that thing that you I remember that thing you said the other day about chokers. Nexus says, yeah, y'all both need the leash. I mean, anyway. Squinting emote. Oh my god, Vex, come at me, Mama Hentai. We'll see who'll wear the leash. Dun dun dun. You silly people. Hashtag always silly. Nexus says, damn Vex, you right. I wear and handle the leash. Nexu is multi-talented. Nexu, that's what all these tentacles are for. I mean, understandable. You're well equipped. Jeez. So thoroughly silly, you guys. Next, who says, I'm wheezing because we're just chilling by the fire in the most unwholesome way possible. I mean, it could get a lot more unwholesome. I mean, I don't have a nude model yet. I wonder how hard it would be to oh my god, Vex. We have holes don't mean we're wholesome, all right. Yeah. No, I wonder how hard it would be to take my PNG guy and remove his clothing. I would need like a talented artist, but I bet that's not impossible. But no, for the actual streams and stuff, I would be looking for like an actual model that can be better, Vex says it'd be a complete rework of the torso and such. Yeah. because I do really like my guy. I as I was starting, I talked to a number of different artists and got people's different interpretation based on the references that I had and my character descriptions and stuff. And when I first saw this one, I was like, oh yeah, like, oh fuck yeah. That's what I'm looking for. But yeah. So what do you guys want to do? What are you feeling? Next, who says, "Oh yeah, this will get the homies." Woo! It's true. It's true. Didn't you hear the poem? It makes every viewer swoon. Oh yeah, I wonder how many people that are in here. Well, I guess maybe it's just Vex. Didn't hear our parody thing. Although I'll say Vex, unfortunately, didn't get a cameo in it because he's not in our Discord yet. Here, let me just throw you a Discord invite, Vex. No pressure or anything, but Vex was hiding under the bed. It's true. Wait. The two people who had beds in that poem were you and Nico. So whose bed was he under? That's the question. Nikus? Definitely mine. Okay. Oh my god. Nexus. Oh my god. You guys. What monster have I created? Nah, I'm just kidding. Vex says my monkey thumbs don't work sometimes. Oh, for typing. Gotcha. For a second there, I thought you were talking about for something else, and I was just like, your thumb? Like, that's a choice. That's a decision. Oh my god. Vex says, nah, they make toys for that. Nexu says, Vex only wants to sleep under my bed when Dax isn't around. Exactly. We can share. Hey, I'm all for sharing the love in whatever ways that entails. So just be safe. Make sure that you get tested regularly. Vex says, it's warm down there and I can play with your tentacles when they hang off the bed. Amazing. As long as you have consent first and you guys discussed that, then I'm glad it's fun for you. Yeah, Nexu just cracking up. Excellent. That is funny. Cool. But yeah, we're edging up on 11 o'clock. How you guys doing? Oh, Nexu says, this is what Christmas is all about. That's true. Edging? Oh, you know it. Always. I mean, that's the best edging, is when it just never, like, it's just perpetual, forever. Excuse me. Because I'll tell you, when you finally get there, oh, man, you're going to be down on the mat. No. Oh my god, Vex says, guess my name's Matt. There it is. Nexu, the edging don't stop till we get that first CB stream. It's true. It's true. No, I'll need I'll need a model, but yeah, I mean, Melody has we were talking about Project Melody earlier. Melody has like a 2D. It's kind of 2.5-ish D model, and then also a full 3D. Like, you guys should check out the tracking on Project Melody's new 3D models. Spoilers, you can find some of her videos elsewhere on the internet. But just check out the... Yeah, I certainly can't give you links. But Vex says, already seen him. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, Project Melody is like... We were talking about this earlier. I actually don't remember if you were here or not. But, yeah, she's like... sincerely, not a joke. I think what she has created, I think, is very inspiring to me. And I think that the idea of creating a space and a community where people are free to move into and out of their own sexuality at their own pace as they feel comfortable, I think that's something that's really valuable and really special. And again, not a joke at all. So I think that's really cool. And I hope that I am able to help to create that for people as well. So yeah, you better be ready to donate, Vex, because shit's gonna pop off. But no, I'm just kidding. But anyway. See, and there's Nexu. Popping off, I would imagine. No. But yeah. Cool stuff. So what are you guys feeling like? We can do more stories, more poems. We haven't gotten into Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk yet. Those stories are a little bit shorter, and I think a little bit more fantasy-ish, because it's about anthropomorphized animals, which he was just talking about in the April in Paris story. Otherwise, we can do more stories in When You're Engulfed in Flames. I could bust out the, hey, Zenus is here. I was hoping you'd get a chance to show up. Nico, these two have been misbehaving. No, I'm just kidding. Remind me to send you a have not. Hey. Nico says, hi, Dax. Hey. Ayo mod moment. Oh, it's true. Yeah. No, I modded. Oh my god, no, don't tell them. Oh boy. No, but I modded I've been good. She's on both the naughty and nice list. So tell me what. Oh boy. That's hilarious. Well, Saved by the Bell ads coming up in. Well, it says like 40. Right now it says 40 seconds. But there was like a minute delay also. So you guys got to kill a minute and a half before we get saved by the bell here. No, but oh my god, these two guys, Vex and I have been very good this year. Oh my gosh. No, Nico, you'll that's sus. It's true. I mean, they are sus though. No, you'll have to watch the VOD, I guess, because it is going on YouTube. All my VODs go on YouTube. But ads coming up. Oh my god, you guys. You guys. Okay. Next who's back from the ad. So yeah, Nexu says, Vex and I have been very good this year. Nico says, that's sus. What? Say it though. Vex, I haven't done anything that anyone's not asked for or of me. Nexu, demonetized. TOS. Nico, I know what you are. Silly geese. It's true. Yep. Hashtag always silly. Team always silly. Yep. But I'm not here to supervise you fellas. Exactly. Exactly. So, what? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that was a whole nother conversation. Again, Nico, you're going to have to read the, you're going to have to read the, you're going to have to watch the VOD, I guess. See the evolution. Oh my gosh. Anyway. So silly. Vex says, supervise. I don't mind if you watch, Nico. Oh my god. Nico, of course you don't, silly. Now wait till I start taking souls. Exactly. Vex, love you, mommy axolotl. Oh my god. Yep. Pretty scary. Oh boy. Bunch of silly people over here. So, Nico, while you were out, I mean, not like while you were out with these guys, but what we've been doing today is reading a variety of things. We read some Christmas stories. We read some poetry. Oh, you haven't heard? Okay, let me at least read you because Vex hasn't heard it either. Read the poem at some point. Our little parody poem here. All right, here, Vex. I'll there. I'll swap you in for one special reading. Even though you haven't been in our Discord yet. Wink, wink. But yeah, so we were reading lately. We've been reading a bunch of short stories by David Sedaris from his book When You Are Engulfed in Flames, which is one of my favorite books. Yeah, we just been chilling, hanging out, reading stuff. Nico says, y'all call me mommy because I watch over you sillies. It's true. Can confirm. But yeah, here, let me give at least one more reading of the poem. And Vex, feel honored because I swapped you in so you don't have to hide under the bed and play with Nexu's tentacles. Nico, this is all from earlier. You're going to have to watch the VOD to see. But anyway. Okay. So here's this poem. For the Mirage Realm Christmas special. Nico says, y'all. See? Told you. You got to go watch the VOD. I mean, what else is Vex going to do while he's sleeping underneath? Yeah, never mind. Anyway, just twin, come here. Yeah, we share the love in this family. That's these emotes. Oh my god. You get in the bonks. Y'all be getting the bonks. Nexu, no, I've been good. It's okay. They're love bonks. It's all out of love. We're just yep. We're just watching, looking after you guys. But okay, when you're ready, I will read you the poem. The poem that we wrote. And that I swapped Vex's name in at the last minute, even though he's canonically sleeping underneath Nexu's bed during the events of this poem. So you ready? Nico, Vex, Zenus. That's the same person. Nico, Vex, Nexu. All right. Okay. Here goes. Oh my god, Vex says, I'm always ready, you know that. At the drop of a pants. What? Anyway, okay. So this poem is entitled, 'Twas the night before Xmas. 'Twas the night before Xmas, when all through the realm, not a viewer was stirring, not even a bot. The emotes were hung up by Galaxy with care, in hopes that St. Dax Mirage soon would be there. The homies were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of ranking up danced in their heads, and Nico in her kerchief and Nexu in their cap had just settled down for a long winter's nap. When out of the stream there arose such a clatter, they sprang from their beds to see what was the matter. Away to the windows they flew like a flash, tore open the shutters and threw up the sash. The moon on the breadths of the new fallen snow gave the luster of midday to objects below, when what to their wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer. With a hot, sexy driver, so slay and so cracked, this iconic legend just must be St. Dax. Faster than amp-boosted Lucio's they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now CT, now Smolder, now Fusion and Mystic, on Wacka, on Timber, and on Vex and Jinx Wild. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now Dax away, Dax away, Dax away all. As opponents before the wild whole hog fly, whether off of the map or up into the sky, so up to the housetops the coursers they flew, with the sleigh full of subs, and St. Dax in there too. And then, in a twinkling, they heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As they drew in their hands and were turning around, down the chimney St. Dax Mirage came with a bound. He was dressed in a sweet jacket, his hair flared in maroon. The sight of him caused every viewer to swoon. A bundle of subs he had flung on his back, and he looked like a rock star just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled, his hair, how ablaze, his face right out of Japanese animes. His smirk of a mouth was drawn up like a bow. Had no beard on his chin, but that wasn't really his style, so it didn't really matter anyway, so don't worry about it. The smile on his lips flashed his white, shiny teeth, and a radiant aura circled him like a wreath. He had a sleek face and a lean and toned belly that shook when he laughed, but not really like jelly. He spread happy spirit, a right jolly young elf, and they cheered when they saw him in spite of themselves. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave them to know they had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and smiled at the emotes, then turned with a smirk, and laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But they heard him exclaim, ere he drove out of sight, "Merry Xmas to all, and to all a good night." So there you go. There's 'Twas the night before Christmas. Xmas. Starring everybody in the Mirage realm. Nexus says it's so good every time. Thank you. I mean, it wouldn't be what it was without you guys. So. Aw, CT, thank you. Hearts, hearts, good night. Thank you all for the stories. It was really great, and have a good Christmas. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here, CT. You've been here like the whole time. Really appreciate it. And thank you for being so helpful all the time, and you've been here for so long. So yeah, CT is our first official mod, and then I went ahead and modded both of you guys, my fellow streamers, so that because I figured better to have you in there than not. And yeah, good night, CT. Thank you for being here. Nico says slayed and cozy. Good, good. Yeah. So that's kind of what we've been up to. Oh wow, we've actually almost been live for 8 hours. We're 40 minutes from being live for 8 hours. If we hit midnight, it'll be 8 hours. That'd be kind of nice. Nice, like 8 hour Christmas Eve, going into Christmas Eve. So yeah, so we can read more stories. We can read more poems. We haven't cracked into Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk yet. That's another book by David Sedaris. Nico hasn't heard any of his stories yet. Yeah, I'm open to whatever you guys want. We sang some songs earlier. Read How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Read Christmas Carol. Yeah. What are you guys feeling? I'm open to whatever feels good to you guys. Or just chilling by the fire. That's also totally fine. Okay, Nico says, read one of your faves. Okay. So I was trying to remember some of my favorite stories. Because we've read, what, 4 or 5 stories out of When You Were Engulfed in Flames? What is... Yeah, let me look at one. Nico says, also lurking because I'm feeding my cat. Fair. Vex, don't even touch that. See, I feel like we have to be so careful around Vex because Nexu says you never know with Vex. Vex says can touch it, it's out of reach. I don't even know what that one means. Oh, Vex says can't touch it, it's out of reach. Gotcha. Out of reach from under the bed, probably. You know, okay. I've got another funny story from Sedaris's book. Yeah, there's one. Yeah, so David Sedaris, he has kind of a way of writing. It's like he's got a really good written voice and a good sense of humor, I think. And he writes these little short stories that are collected in several books, but including this one, which is my favorite, which is called When You Are Engulfed in Flames. And yeah, we've enjoyed several of his stories. And oh, we're 40 seconds to add, so I'm gonna chill for just a second before. But then when you guys are back from the ad, we'll start the story. But yeah, the stories are all about. They're mostly about 10 pages. Some are a little shorter, some are a bit longer, but you know, nice little digestible size. So enjoy the fire, and as soon as you guys are back from the ad, we'll move ahead with one of these stories. Oh, and Nexu says we're back. Nico says the fire ASMR. It's true. It's true. Took a while to get this whole situation set up. I got momentarily lost in a couple of the stories. Yeah, you know, like all of these stories are really good, honestly. There was a particular one that I was thinking of, but here let me do this really quick because all of these stories are good, pretty much, and I also don't totally remember what all of them are. Nico says you got lost in the sauce. It's true. Let me read you. Let me read you the table of contents, and tell me if there are any, the titles of which catch your eye. Okay. And if they're ones we've already read, either I can read them to you later or we'll figure something out. But okay. So this is the list of stories in David Setters's When You Are Engulfed in Flames. Okay. It's catching, keeping up, the understudy, this old house, buddy, can you spare a tie, road trips, what I learned, that's amore, the monster mash, in the waiting room, solution to Saturday's puzzle, adult figures charging toward a concrete toadstool, memento mori, all the beauty you will ever need, town and country, Ariel, as in like up in the air, the man in the hut, of mice and men, April in Paris, Crybaby, Old Faithful, and the smoking section. Do any of those titles particularly catch your interest? These guys have heard at least, I think we've read 4 or 5. Vex, Nexu has been here longer than Vex has. And I do have a couple of ideas of ones if you don't have any that are interested. Which haven't you guys read? A lot of them. Yeah. Well, we read like 4 or 5. But there are several. Do you want me to just read you the ones we haven't read? Like read you the titles? Well, that's the thing. So Nico said, pick the ones you favor most. I don't. So this is one of my favorite books, but I don't. The last time I read the whole thing was so long ago that I don't remember all of what the individual stories are, but they're all good. We have read. So my favorite one, which I did remember, my favorite one is Adult Figures Charging Toward a Concrete Toadstool. And we read that one first. And then we read The Understudy, as suggested by Nexu. And they don't go sequentially. They're all separate. Followed up by The Understudy, which was CT's favorite, I believe. And then we read... I think then we read The Monster Mash, and then we read April in Paris, which is another one that I really like. Zenith says, start with the first unread one. I mean, we haven't read the first story in the whole book. Which is called It's Catching. Nico says, do that. OMG, when it's catching. Nexu says, yeah, let's do that one. Okay, sure. Okay, and again, I don't... Yeah, this one's a little bit gross, but I but you know, it's yeah. Okay. Yeah, if I recall. But yeah. Okay, this is the first one in the book. Nico says, "Help, I have bad luck." What happened with your luck? I mean, we read The Monster Mash, which is pretty gross, but people like that also. Jarvis dropped my coffee. Oh no. Bad Jarvis. Bad Jarvis. Sorry. Nico says, but it's okay. Do you need a minute to like... Okay. Do you need a minute to clean up or anything, or you're good to go? Silly Jarvis. It's true. Okay, Nico says it's okay. I got it. Okay. So here is the first story in the book, When You Are Engulfed in Flames, by David Sedaris. The story is entitled, It's Catching. My friend Patsy was telling me a story. So I'm at the movie theater, she said, and I've got my coat all neatly laid out against the back of my seat when this guy comes along. And here I stopped her, because I've always wondered about this coat business. When I'm in a theater, I either fold mine in my lap or throw it over my armrest. But Patsy always spreads hers out, acting as if the seat back were cold, and she couldn't possibly enjoy herself while it was suffering. Why do you do that? I asked, and she looked at me, saying, Germs, silly. Think of all the people who have rested their heads there. Doesn't it just give you the creeps? I admitted that it had never occurred to me. Well, you'd never lie on a hotel bedspread, would you? She asked. And again, why not? I might not put it in my mouth, but to lie back and make a few phone calls? I do it all the time. But you wash the phone first, right? No. Well, that is just dangerous, she said. In a similar vein, I was at the grocery store with my sister Lisa, and I noticed her pushing the cart with her forearms. What's up? I asked. Oh, she said, you don't ever want to touch the handle of a grocery cart with your bare hands. These things are crawling with germs. Is it just Americans, or does everyone think this way? In Paris once, I went to my neighborhood supermarket and saw a man shopping with his cockatiel, which was the size of a teenage eagle and stood perched on the handle of his cart. I told this to Lisa, and she said, see, there's no telling what foot diseases that bird might have. She had a point, but it's not like everyone takes a cockatiel to the grocery store. A lifetime of shopping, and this was the first exotic bird I've ever seen browsing the meat counter. The only preventative thing... Nico tried to catch Bronzor, but unfortunately it escaped. Evil. The only preventative thing I do is wash clothes after buying them in a thrift shop. This after catching crabs from a pair of used pants. I was in my mid-20s at the time and probably would have itched myself all the way to the bone had a friend not taken me to a drugstore where I got a bottle of something called Quell. After applying it, I raked through my pubic hair with a special knit comb, and what I came away with was a real eye-opener. These little monsters who'd been feasting for weeks on my flesh. I guess they're what Patsy imagines when she looks at the theater seat, or what Lisa sees lurking on the handle of a grocery cart. They're minor, though, compared with what Hugh had. Hugh, by the way, is David's either husband or boyfriend, long-term boyfriend or husband, one of those. They're minor, though, compared with what Hugh had. He was 8 years old and living in the Congo when he noticed a red spot on his leg. Nothing huge, a mosquito bite, he figured. The following day, the spot became more painful, and the day after that, he looked down and saw a worm poking out. A few weeks ago, the same thing happened to Ma Hamrick, which is what I call Hugh's mother, Joan. Her worm was a bit shorter than her son's, not that the size really matters. If I was a child and saw something creeping out of a hole in my mother's leg, I would march to the nearest orphanage and put myself up for adoption. I would burn all pictures of her, destroy anything she had ever given me, and start all over, because that is simply disgusting. A dad can be crawling with parasites and somehow it's okay, but on a mom, or any woman really, it's unforgivable. Well, that's sort of chauvinistic of you, don't you think? Ma Hamrick said. She'd come to Paris for Christmas, as had Lisa and her husband Bob. The gifts had been opened and she was collecting the used wrapping paper and ironing it flat with her hands. It was just a guinea worm. People got them all the time. She looked towards the kitchen, where Hugh was doing something to a goose. Honey, where do you want me to put this paper? Burn it, Hugh said. Oh, but it's so pretty. Are you sure you won't want to use it again? Burn it, Hugh repeated. What's this about a worm? Lisa asked. She was lying on the sofa with a blanket over her, still groggy from her nap. Joan here had a worm living inside her leg, I said, and Ma Hamrick threw a sheet of wrapping paper into the fire, saying, oh, I wouldn't call that living. But it was inside of you, Lisa said. Yeah, Nico says, a woman. Yeah, she had a woman living inside of her. Very impressive. But it was inside of you, Lisa said, and I could see her wheels turning. Have I ever used the seat after this woman? Have I ever touched her coffee cup? Or eaten off her plate? How soon can I get tested? Are the hospitals open on Christmas Day? Or will I have to wait until tomorrow? It was a long time ago, Joan said. Like how long? Lisa asked. I don't know, 1968 maybe? My sister nodded, the way someone does when she's doing math in her head. Right, she said, and I regretted having brought it up. She was no longer looking at Ma Hamrick, but through her, seeing what an X-ray machine might. The stark puzzle of bones, and teeming within it, the thousands of worms who did not leave home in 1968. I used to see the same thing, but after 15 years or so, I got over it. Now I just see Ma Hamrick. Ma Hamrick ironing, Ma Hamrick doing the dishes, Ma Hamrick taking out the trash. She wants to be a good house guest and is always looking for something to do. Can I maybe, she asks, and before she's finished, I answer yes, by all means. Did you tell my mother to crawl on her hands and knees across the living room floor? Hugh asks, and I said, well, no, not exactly. I just suggested that if she was going to dust the baseboards, that would be the best way to do it. When Ma Hamrick's around, I don't lift a finger. All my chores go automatically to her, and I just sit in a rocker, raising my feet every now and then so she can pass the vacuum. It's incredibly relaxing, but it doesn't make me look very good, especially if she's doing something strenuous, carrying furniture to the basement, for instance, which again was completely her idea. I just mentioned in passing that we rarely use the dresser, and that one of these days someone should take it downstairs. I didn't mean her exactly, though at age 76 she's a lot stronger than Hugh gives her credit for. Coming from Kentucky, she's used to a hard day's work. Chopping, toting, all those activities with a dropped G, the way I figure it, these things are all in her genes. It's only a problem when other people are around, and they see this slight, white-haired woman with sweat running down her forehead. Lisa and Bob, for instance, who were staying in Patsy's empty apartment. Every night they'd come over for dinner, and Ma Hamrick would hang up the coats before ironing the napkins and setting the table. Then she'd serve drinks and head into the kitchen to help Hugh. You really lucked out, Lisa said, sighing, as Joan ran to empty my ashtray. Her mother-in-law had recently moved into an assistant living development, the sort of place that's renounced the word seniors and refers to the residents as graying tigers. I love Bob's mom to death, but Hugh's, my God, and to think that she was eaten by worms. Well, they didn't exactly eat her, I said. Then what were they living on? Are you telling me they brought their own food? I guessed that she was right, but what do guinea worms eat? Certainly not fat, or they'd never have gone to Joan, who weighs 90 pounds, tops, and can still fit into her prom gown. Not muscle, or she'd never be able to take over my chores. Do they drink blood? Drill holes in bones and sop up the marrow? I meant to ask, but when Ma Hamrick returned to the living room, the topic immediately turned to cholesterol. Lisa saying, I don't mean to pry, Joan, but what is your level? It was one of those conversations I was destined to be left out of. Not only have I never been tested, I'm not sure what cholesterol actually is. I hear the word, and I imagine a pale gravy made by hand with lumps in it. Have you tried fish oil? Lisa asked. That brought Bob's level from 380 to 220. Before that, he was on Lipitor. My sister knows the name and corresponding medication for every disease known to man, an impressive feat given that she's completely self-taught. Congenital ichthyosis, myositis ossificans, spondylolisthesis, calling for Celebrex, Flexeril, oxycodone, hydrochloride. I joked that she'd never bought a magazine in her life, but that she reads them for free in doctors' waiting rooms, and she asked what my cholesterol level was. You better see a doctor, mister, while you're not as young as you think you are. And while you're there, you might want to have those moles looked at. It's nothing I wanted to think about, especially on Christmas, with a fire in the fireplace. The apartment smelling of goose. Let's talk about accidents instead, I said. Heard of any good ones? Well, it's not exactly an accident, Lisa said, but did you know that every year 5,000 children are startled to death? It was a difficult concept to grasp, so she threw off her blanket and acted it out. Say a little girl is running down the hall, playing with her parents, and the dad pops up from behind a corner, saying boo or gotcha or whatever. Well, it turns out that the child can actually collapse and die. Well, I don't like that one bit, Ma Hamrick said. Well, no, neither do I, Lisa said. I'm just saying that it happens at least 5,000 times a year. In America or the world over? Ma Hamrick asked, and my sister called to her husband in the other room. Hey, Bob, are 5,000 children a year startled to death in the United States or in the entire world put together? He didn't answer, so Lisa decided it was just the United States. And those are just the reported cases, she said. A lot of parents probably don't want to own up to it, so their kids' deaths are attributed to something else. Those poor children, Ma Hamrick said. And the parents, Lisa added. Can you imagine? Both groups are tragic, but I was wondering about the surviving children, or even worse, the replacements, raised in an atmosphere of preventative sobriety. All right now, Caitlin, too. When we get home, a great many people are going to jump out from behind the furniture and yell happy birthday. I'm telling you now because I don't want you to get too worked up about it. No surprises, no practical jokes, nothing unexpected. But a parent can't control everything, and there's still the outside world to contend with. A world of backfiring cars and their human equivalents. Maybe one day you'll look down and see a worm, waving its sad, penile head from a hatch it has bored in your leg. If that won't stop your heart, I don't know what will. But Hugh and his mother seem to have survived. Thrived, even. The Hamricks are made of stronger stuff than I am. That's why I let them cook the goose, move the furniture, launder the hideous creature from my second-hand clothing. If anything were to startle them to death, it would be my offer to pitch in, and so I settle back on the sofa with my sister and wave my coffee cup in the air, signaling for another refill. Also ads coming up. But that was It's Catching by David Sedaris, as presented in When You Are Engulfed in Flames. So just let me know when you guys are back. Just let me know when you guys are back. I said let me know when you guys are back. Just let me know when you guys are back. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that means you guys are back. Got an emote from Nico. So, adorable. See? Good. So, Nico, you were saying she is so interesting. Which person are you talking about? Ma Hamrick? Or... And yeah, these stories are not all about... like, for instance, this is the first story that Ma Hamrick was in of all the stories we've read tonight. Lisa has showed up a couple of times, once when they were kids and once when they were adults in different stories. But yeah, the stories are just kind of these little, vignette short stories from, presumably from David Sedaris's life. Yeah. The stories are all totally separate. So like, let's see, which ones did we read? We started with adult figures charging towards a concrete toadstool, which is basically about teenage David getting into art, and then his family gets into art and all the weird art stuff that they do. The understudy was about the kid's experience with a very unique babysitter. The Monster Mash was about David's time like apprenticing at a coroner's office. April in Paris was about David's experience with the spiders that live in his in an apartment that he had. Positive experience, but yeah. So the stories are all totally different. They are not sequential. They are not contiguous. You don't have to know context from one to read another. They're totally different. So that story was kind of arguably about Ma Hamrick. It was her that you were talking about? Yeah, yeah. Because yeah, that is Hugh's mother. Hugh being his wife or long-term boyfriend, who he has shown up very briefly in a couple of other stories, but yeah. So yeah, so do you want me to read you the list again and see if there's any that catch your fancy? There's another book by David Sedaris that I also have here called Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk. That is, they're like very anthropomorphized animal stories. They're stories starring anthropomorphized animals, but they are a bit shorter stories. But anyway, in April in Paris, when he's talking about the spiders, he kind of jokes about the way that we anthropomorphize animals and sort of write our own stories about their lives. And then later, naturally, he wrote a book of short stories starring animals, which I think are probably miniature stories from his experience in some way, shape, or form. And then he, places in the animals. But anyway, okay. So this is the list from When You Are Engulfed in Flames. I will leave in the ones that we've read, but I'll let you know that we read them. So, It's Catching, which we just read. Keeping Up. The Understudy, which we read. That's about the unique babysitter. This Old House. Buddy, Can You Spare a Tie? Road Trips. What I Learned. That's Amore. The Monster Mash, which is about his time in the coroner's office. In the Waiting Room. Solution to Saturday's Puzzle. Adult Figures Charging Toward a Concrete Toadstool, which is the one about him and his family getting into art. Memento Mori. All the Beauty You Will Ever Need. Town and Country. Ariel, as in, like, up in the air. The Man in the Hut. Of Mice and Men. April in Paris, which is the one about him and the spiders. Crybaby. Old Faithful. And The Smoking Section. So any among those that catch your fancy. I mean, all of his stories are a lot of fun. And I like I was saying earlier that he's got a really good writing voice and the way that, like, his sense of humor and stuff. Okay, so we got Memento Mori, or All the Beauty, or Crybaby. We could even read all three of those if you want. Between those, would you like to start with Memento Mori? That is on page 148. Let me just make sure that... Yeah, it's a really good book. This is one of my favorite books of all time. It was given to me by someone that I really looked up to. I mean, I still do. They're a cool person, but I mean, my copy of the book is yellowed with age, sincerely. And yeah, I really like it. Okay. So Memento Mori is actually the story. I mean, again, the stories are not sequential, but just as far as the construction of the book, for the people that were here earlier, Nexu, Memento Mori comes right after adult figures charging towards a concrete toadstool. Just as far as keeping track of the construction of the book. But again, they are not sequential. They're totally all separate. Okay. So, here is Memento Mori by David Sedaris, as presented in When You Are Engulfed in Flames. In the past 15 years or so, I've made it a habit to carry a small notebook in my front pocket. The model I currently favor is called the Europa, and I pull it out an average of 10 times a day, jotting down grocery lists, observations, and little thoughts on how to make money or torment people. The last page is always reserved for phone numbers, and the second to last I use for gift ideas. These are not things I might give to other people, but things that they might give to me. A shoehorn, for instance. Always wanted one. The same goes for a pencil case, which, on the low end, probably costs no more than a donut. I've also got ideas in the $500 to $2,000 range, though those tend to be more specific. This 19th century portrait of a dog, for example. I'm not what you'd call a dog person, far from it, but this particular one, a whippet, I think, had alarmingly big nipples, huge, like bolts screwed halfway into her belly. More interesting was that she seemed aware of it. You could see it in her eyes as she turned to face the painter. "Oh, not now," she appeared to be saying. "Have you no decency?" Oh my god, Nico says help. This one is so, yeah. This one is so what? I'm curious what you want to finish the sentence with. My choices are the worst. No, they're come on. It's all humor. Hey, because this is real, I'll have you know, you guys didn't choose the one talking about two women getting it on with a horse, because that's in there. One of these stories includes that, and you didn't pick that one. So, I mean, Zanina says, "Oh, that's the book." No, it's not. It's not. I'm just using that as a funny example. And I promise this is the end of the entire. Yeah, no, that it has nothing to do with the book. I'm just, if you're reacting that way, it's funny. No, that's literally the last that he mentions that portrait. I'm pretty sure. It's just the way that he talks about stuff. No, anyway. Okay. Xena says, and this one is your favorite one, huh? No, it's not. I mean, no, my favorite one is the adult figures charging toward a concrete toadstool. And then I really like April in Paris, which is about him and the spiders in his apartment. But no, the stories are all different. And again, this is like the end of when he mentions that. It's just you reacted so strongly that I wanted to address it. Okay. So, I saw the portrait at the Portobello Road Market in London, and though I petitioned hard for months, nobody bought it for me. I even tried initiating a pool and offered to throw in a few $100s of my own money, but still no one bid. In the end, I gave the money to Hugh and had him buy it. And then I had him wrap it up and offer it to me. What's this for? I asked. And following the script, he said, "Do I need a reason to give you a present?" And then I said, "Aww." It never works the other way around, though. Ask Hugh what he wants for Christmas or his birthday, and he'll answer, "You tell me." Well, isn't there something you've had your eye on? Maybe. Maybe not. Hugh thinks that lists are the easy way out and says that if I really knew him, I wouldn't have to ask what he wanted. It's not enough to search the shops. I have to search his soul as well. He turns gift-giving into a test, which I don't think is fair at all. Were I the type to run out at the last minute, he might have a valid complaint, but I start my shopping months in advance. Plus, I pay attention. If, say, in the middle of the summer, Hugh should mention that he'd like an electric fan, I'll buy it that very day and hide it in my gift cupboard. Come Christmas morning, he'll open his present and frown at it for a while before I say, "Don't you remember? You said that you were burning up and would give anything for a little relief." That's just a practical gift, though, a stocking stuffer. His main present is what I'm really after, and knowing this, he offers no help whatsoever. Or rather, he used to offer no help. It wasn't until this year that he finally dropped a hint, and even then, it was fairly cryptic. "Go out the front door and turn right," he said. "Then take a left and keep walking." He did not say, "Stop before you reach the boulevard," or "When you come to the Czech border, you'll know you've gone too far," but he didn't need to. I knew what he was talking about the moment I saw it. It was a human skeleton, the genuine article, hanging in the window of a medical bookstore. Hugh's old drawing teacher used to have one, and though it had been 10 years since he'd taken the woman's class, I could suddenly recall him talking about it. "If I had a skeleton like Minerva's," he used to say. I don't remember the rest of the sentence, as I'd always been sidetracked by the teacher's name, Minerva. Sounds like a witch. There are things that one enjoys buying and things that one doesn't. Electronic equipment, for example. I hate shopping for stuff like that, no matter how happy it will make the recipient. I feel the same about gift certificates and books about golf or investment strategies or how to lose 12 pounds by being yourself. I thought I would enjoy buying a human skeleton, but looking through the shop window, I felt a familiar tug of disappointment. This had nothing to do with any moral considerations. I was fine with buying someone who had been dead for a while. I just didn't want to wrap him. Finding a box would be a pain, and then there'd be the paper, which would have to be attached in strips because no one sells rolls that wide. Between one thing and another, I was almost relieved when told that the skeleton was not for sale. "He's our mascot," the store manager said. "We couldn't possibly get rid of him." In America, this translates to "make me an offer," but in France, they really mean it. There are shops in Paris where nothing is for sale, no matter how hard you beg. I think people get lonely. Their apartments become full, and rather than rent a storage space, they take over a boutique. And then they sit there, in the middle of it, gloating over their fine taste. Being told that I couldn't buy a skeleton was just what I needed to make me really want one. Maybe that was the problem all along. It was too easy. Take it right, take it left, and keep walking. It took the hunt out of it. "Do you know anyone who will sell me a skeleton?" I asked, and the manager thought for a while. "Well," she said, "I guess you could try looking on bulletin boards." I don't know what circles this woman runs in, but I have never in my life seen a skeleton advertised on a bulletin board. Used bicycles, yes, but no human bones, or even cartilage for that matter. "Thank you for your help," I said. Because I have nothing better to do with my time than shop, I tend to get excited when someone wants something obscure. An out-of-print novel, a replacement for a shattered teacup. I thought that finding another skeleton would prove difficult, but I came across 2 more that very afternoon. One a full-grown male, and the other a newborn baby. Both were at the flea market, offered by a man who specializes in what he calls the sorts of things that are not for everyone. The baby was tempting because of its size. I could have wrapped it in a shoebox, but ultimately I went for the adult, which is 300 years old and held together by a network of fine wires. There's a latch in the center of the forehead, and removing the linchpin allows you to open the skull and either root around or hide things. Drugs, say, or small pieces of jewelry. It's not what one hopes for when thinking about an afterlife. I'd like for my head to be used as a stash box. But I didn't let that bother me. I bought the skeleton the same way I buy most everything. It was just an arrangement of parts to me, no different from a lamp or a chest of drawers. I didn't think of it as a former person until Christmas Day, when Hugh opened the cardboard coffin. "If you don't like the color, we can bleach it," I said. "Either that or exchange it for the baby." I always like to offer a few alternatives, though in this case they were completely unnecessary. Hugh was beside himself. Couldn't have been happier. I assumed he'd been using the skeleton as a model and was a little put off when, instead of taking it to his studio, he carried it into the bedroom and hung it from the ceiling. Are you sure about this?" I asked. The following morning, I reached under their bed for a discarded sock and found what I thought was a 3-tiered earring. It looked like something you'd get at a craft fair. Not pretty, but definitely handmade, fashioned from what looked like petrified wood. I was just holding it to the side of my head when I thought, hang on. This is an index finger. It must have fallen off while Hugh was carrying in the skeleton. Then he or I, or possibly his mother, who was in town for the holidays, accidentally kicked it under the bed. I don't think of myself as overly prissy, but it bothered me to find a finger on my bedroom floor. If this thing is going to start shedding parts, you really should put it in your studio, I said to Hugh, who told me that it was his present and he'd keep it wherever the hell he wanted to. Then he got out some wire and reattached the missing finger. Okay, we are about 20 seconds from the ad, but I know there's also been kind of a minute-long delay. You know what? Let's just enjoy the fire for like, I don't know, 30 seconds to a minute. You guys will get the ad, and then let me know when you're back, and we will continue with Memento Mori by David Sedaris. And here, I'll redeem a hydrate for everybody. Enjoy your cozy beverage and the fire, and I'll see you in a minute. Oh, sorry. Nico says Jarvis was listening to the stories too, and Nexu says I think Twitch ads skipped us this time. Oh, it popped up for this. Okay, so Nexu, I guess you were spared this time. Cool. Well, and I'm glad Jarvis is enjoying the story. Okay. So, to continue. It's the things you don't buy that stay with you the longest. This portrait of an unknown woman, for instance. I saw it a few years ago in Rotterdam, and rather than following my instincts, I told the dealer I'd think about it. The next day, I returned, and it was gone. Sold. Which is maybe for the best. Had I bought it myself, the painting would have gone on my office wall. I'd have admired it for a week or two, and then, little by little, it would have become invisible. Just like the portrait of the dog. I wanted it. I wanted it, but the moment it was mine, it ceased to interest me. I no longer see the shame-filled eyes or the I no longer see the shame-filled eyes or the oversized nipples, but I do see the unknown woman, her ruddy, pious face, and the lace collar that hugged her neck like an air filter. As the days pass, I keep hoping that the skeleton will become invisible. But he hasn't. Dangling between the dresser and the bedroom door, he is the last thing I see before falling asleep, and the first thing I see when opening my eyes in the morning. It's funny how certain objects convey a message. My washer and dryer, for example. They can't speak, of course, but whenever I pass them, they remind me that I'm doing fairly well. No more laundromat for you, they hum. My stove, a downer, tells me every day that I can't cook, and before I can defend myself, my scale jumps in, shouting from the bathroom, "Well, he must be doing something. My numbers are off the charts." The skeleton has a much more limited vocabulary and says only one thing. You are going to die. I'd always thought that I understood this, but lately I realized that what I call understanding is basically just fantasizing. I think about death all the time, but only in a romantic, self-serving way, beginning most often with my tragic illness and ending with my funeral. I see my brother squatting beside my grave, so wrecked with guilt that he's unable to stand. "If only I'd paid him back that $25,000 I borrowed," he said. I see Hugh drying his eyes on the sleeve of his suit jacket, then crying even harder when he remembers that I bought it for him. What I didn't see were all the people who might celebrate my death, and that's all changed with the skeleton, who assumes features at will. One moment, he's an elderly Frenchwoman, the one I didn't give my seat to on the bus. In my book, if you want to be treated like an old person, you have to look like one. That means no facelift, no blonde hair, and definitely no fishnet stockings. I think it's a perfectly valid rule, but it wouldn't have killed me to take her crutches into consideration. "I'm sorry," I say, but before the words are out of my mouth, the skeleton has morphed into a guy named Stu, who I once slided in a drug deal. Nico said he's forcing himself on the way to desk. Probably talking about Jarvis. And then fishnets are slay, though. No, yeah, I think what he means is just that, like the fact that this older woman was wearing fishnets said to him that he didn't need to give up his seat for her. That, like, oh, she's young enough. You know what I mean? No, I know. So yeah, the skeleton had morphed into a guy named Stu, who I once slighted in a drug deal. Stu and the Frenchwoman will be happy to see me go, and there are hundreds more in line behind them. Some I can name, and others I'd managed to hurt and insult without a formal introduction. I hadn't thought of these people in years, but that's the skeleton's cleverness. He gets into my head when I'm asleep and picks through the muck at the bottom of my skull. "Why me?" I ask. "Hugh was lying in the very same bed. How come you don't go after him?" And the skeleton says, "You are going to die." "But I'm the one who found your finger." "You are going to die." I say to Hugh, "Are you sure you wouldn't be happier with the baby?" For the first few weeks, I heard the voice only when I was in the bedroom. Then it spread and took over my entire apartment. I'd be sitting in the office, gossiping on the telephone, and the skeleton would cut in, sounding like an international operator. "You are going to die." I stretched out in the bathtub, soaking in fragrant oils, while outside my window beggars were gathered like kittens upon the heating grates. "You are going to die." In the kitchen, I threw away a perfectly good egg. In the closet, I put on a sweater some half-blind child was paid 10 sesame seeds to make. In the living room, I took out my notebook and added a bust of Satan to the list of gifts I'd like to receive. You are going to die. You are going to die. You are going to die. "Do you think you could alter that just a little?" I asked. But he wouldn't. Having been dead for 300 years, there's a lot the skeleton doesn't understand. TV, for instance. See, I told him, you just push this button and entertainment comes into your home. He seemed impressed, and so I took it a step further. I invented it myself to bring comfort to the old and sick. You are going to die. He had the same reaction to the vacuum cleaner, even after I used the nozzle attachment to dust his skull. You are going to die. And that's when I broke down. I'll do anything you like, I said. I'll make amends to the people I've hurt. I'll bathe in rainwater, you name it. Just please say something, anything else. The skeleton hesitated a moment. You are going to be dead. Someday, he told me. And I put away the vacuum cleaner, thinking, well, that's a start. So that was Memento Mori by David Sedaris, as presented in When You Are Engulfed in Flames. So see, he's got a good sense of humor. And sorry, he did mention the dog's nipples one more time, but I hope you guys could survive that. Here, what were the other ones? You said Memento Mori, or All the Beauty That You Need, or Crybaby. Nexu sends a laughing emote. Oh, hey. Yeah, and All the Beauty You Will Ever Need is actually again, stories are not sequential, but construction of the book-wise, All the Beauty You Will Ever Need comes immediately after Memento Mori. Yeah, shall I go right into All the Beauty You Will Ever Need? This one's a little bit shorter. This one is about 7 pages. Nexu says, yeah, cool, awesome. Yeah, I'm actually, again, I was saying earlier, when I was first thinking about this, I didn't know if it would work, but I'm having a really nice time. And I hope you guys are too. This whole stream tonight actually has been really sweet. It's a nice little, and maybe because it's a change of pace, but it's nice. This has been nice. Cool. Okay. So here is All the Beauty You Will Ever Need by David Sedaris, as presented in When You Are Engulfed in Flames. Nexu says, very cozy stream. Thank you. Okay. In Paris, they warn you before cutting off the water. But out in Normandy, you're just supposed to know. You're also supposed to be prepared, and it's this last part that gets me every time. Still, though, I managed to get by. A saucepan of chicken broth will do for shaving, and in a pinch, I can always find something to pour into the toilet tank. Orange juice, milk, a lesser champagne. If I really get hard up, I suppose I could hike through the woods and bathe in the river, though it's never quite come to that. Most often, our water is shut off because of some reconstruction project, either in our village or in the next one over. A hole is dug, a pipe is replaced, and within a few hours, things are back to normal. The mystery is that it's so perfectly timed to my schedule. This is to say that the tap dries up at the exact moment I roll out of bed, which is usually between 10 and 10:30. For me, this is early, but for Hugh and most of our neighbors, it's something closer to midday. What they do at 6 a.m. is anyone's guess. I only know that they're incredibly self-righteous about it and talk about the dawn as if it's a personal reward bestowed on account of their great virtue. The last time our water was cut, it was early summer. I got up at my regular hour and saw that Hugh was off somewhere doing whatever it is that he does. This left me alone to solve the coffee problem. A sort of catch-22, as in order to think straight, I need caffeine, and in order to make that happen, I need to think straight. Once, in a half-sleep, I made it with Perrier, which sounds plausible, but really isn't. On another occasion, I heated up some leftover tea and poured that over the grounds. Had the tea been black rather than green, the coffee might have worked out, but as it was, the result was vile. It wasn't the sort of thing you'd try more than once, so this time I skipped the teapot and headed straight for a vase of wildflowers sitting by the phone on one of the living room tables. Hugh had picked them the previous day, and it broke my heart to think of him marching across a muddy field with a bouquet in his hand. He does these things that are... Okay, this line is spoken as written by a gay man in stories about his life with a sense of humor. As such, I'm going to read it as written. So Hugh had picked them the previous day, and it broke my heart to think of him marching across a muddy field with a bouquet in his hand. He does these things that are somehow beyond faggy and seem better suited to some hard-scrabble pioneer wife, making jam or sewing bedroom curtains out of burlap. Once I caught him down at the riverbank, beating our dirty clothes against a rock. This was before we got a washing machine, but still, he could have laundered things in the tub. "Who are you?" I'd said. And as he turned, I half expected to see a baby at his breast, not nestled in one of those comfortable supports, but hanging red-faced by its gums. When Hugh beats underpants against river rocks, or decides that it might be fun to grind his own flour, I think of a couple I once met. This was years ago, in the early 90s. I was living in New York, and had returned to North Carolina for Christmas. My first priority being to get high and stay that way. My brother, Paul, knew of a guy who possibly had some pot to sell, and so a phone call was made, and in the way that these things happen, we found ourselves in a trailer 20-odd miles outside of Raleigh. The dealer was named Little Mike, and he addressed both Paul and me as Bromine. He looked like a high school student, or closer still, like one of those kids who dropped out and then spent all day hanging around the parking lot. Tracksuit, rat tail, a wisp of thread looped through his freshly pierced ear. After a few words regarding my brother's car, Little Mike ushered us inside and introduced us to his wife, who was sitting on their sofa, watching a Christmas special. The girl's stockinged feet were resting on the coffee table and settled between her legs, just south of her lap. The girl's stocking feet were resting on the coffee table, and, settled between her legs, just south of her lap, was a flat-faced Persian. Both she and the cat had wide-set eyes and ginger-colored hair, though hers was partially hidden beneath a woolen cap. Common, too, was the way they stuck their noses in the air when my brother and I entered the room. A little hostility was to be expected from the Persian, and I guess I couldn't blame the wife either. Here she was, trying to watch TV, and these two guys show up, people she didn't even know. "Don't mind Beth," Little Mike said, and he smacked the underside of the girl's foot. "Ow, asshole!" He advanced upon the other foot, and I pretended to admire the Christmas tree, which was miniature and artificial, and stood upon a bar stool beside the front door. "This is nice," I announced, and Beth shot me a withering look. "Liar," it said. "You're just saying that because my stupid husband sells reefer." She really wanted us out of there, but Little Mike seemed to welcome our company. "Sit down," he told me. "Have a libation." He and Paul went to the refrigerator to get us some beers, and the girl called after them to bring her a rum and coke. Then she turned back to the TV and glared at the screen, saying, "This show's boring. Hand me the..." And then there's a word that I'm not going to say. This show is boring. Hand me the... A word that I'm not going to say. I smiled at the cat as if this would somehow fix things, and when Beth pointed to the far end of the coffee table, I saw that she was referring to the remote control. Under other circumstances, I might have listed the various differences between black people who had been forced to work for no money and black battery-operated channel changers which had neither thoughts nor feelings and didn't mind doing stuff for free. But the deal hadn't started yet, and more than anything, I wanted my drugs. Thus, the remote was handed over, and I watched as the pot dealer's wife flicked from one station to the next, looking for something that might satisfy her. She had just settled on a situation comedy when Paul and Little Mike returned with the drinks. Beth was dissatisfied with her ice cube count, and, after suggesting that she could go... Beth was dissatisfied with her ice cube count, and after suggesting that she could just go fuck herself, our host reached into the waistband of his track pants and pulled out a bag of marijuana. It was 8 ounces at least, a small cushion, and as I feasted my eyes upon it, little Mike pushed his wife's feet off the coffee table, saying, "Bitch, go get me my scale. I'm watching TV. Get it your own self." Or, he said, "Asshole." "See the kind of shit I have to live with?" Little Mike sighed and retreated to the rear of the trailer. The bedroom, I guessed, returning a minute later with a scale and some rolling papers. The pot was sticky with lots of buds, so its smell reminded me of a Christmas tree, though not the one perched atop the bar stool. After weighing my ounce and counting out my money, little Mike rolled a joint, which he lit, drew upon, and handed to my brother. It then went to me, and just as I was passing it back to our host, his wife piped up. "Hey, what about me?" "Now look who wants to play," her husband said. Oh my gosh. Whatever. These are people. Okay. "Now look who wants to play," her husband said. "Women, they'll suck the fucking paper off a joint, but when old Papa Bear needs a little BJ action, they've always got a sore throat." Beth tried to speak and hold in the smoke at the same time. "Shut up, asshole." "Either you guys married?" little Mike asked, and Paul shook his head no. "I got pre-engaged one time, but David here hasn't even come close." His being... There's a lot of language in this. His being gay and all, I'll put it that way. Also ads coming up, so I'll wait until you're back. Nexus says, "No worries. These older stories be like that." Well, he's writing from his point of view and stuff. And I'm sure that, these actually, these conversations could easily have happened. So just let me know when you guys are back. Oh, Nexu says I dodged ad again. Cool. Do we think Nico's back? Hopefully. Nico's probably back. Okay. So. Little Mike left. Oh, okay. Yeah, Nico says, I am. Okay. Little Mike left, and then he looked at me. "For real?" he said. "Is Bromine here telling the truth?" Oh, he's all up inside that shit, Paul said. Has himself a cocksucker, I mean a boyfriend, and everything. I could have done my own talking, but it was sort of nice listening to my brother, who sounded almost boastful, as if I were a pet that had learned to do math. "Well, what do you know?" little Mike said. His wife stirred to action then and became almost sociable. "So this boyfriend," she said. "Let me ask, which one of you is the woman?" "Well," Neither of us, I told her. That's what makes us a homosexual couple. We're both guys. But no, she said. I mean, like, in prison or whatnot. One of you's got to be in for murder and the other for child molesting or something like that, right? I mean, one is more like a normal man. I wanted to ask if that would be the murderer or the child molester, but instead I just accepted the joint, saying, "Oh, we live in New York," as if that answered the question. We stayed in the trailer for another half hour, and during the ride back to Raleigh, I thought about what the drug dealer's wife had said. Her examples were a little skewed, but I knew what she was getting at. People I know, people who live in houses and do not call their remote control the N-word, have often asked the same question, though usually in regard to lesbians, who are always either absent or safely out of earshot. Which one's the man? It's astonishing the amount of time that certain straight people devote to gay sex, trying to determine what goes where and how often. They can't imagine any system outside of their own, and seem obsessed with the idea of roles, both in bed and out of it. Who calls whom a bitch? Who cries harder when the cat dies? Which one spends the most time in the bathroom? I guess they think that it's that cut and dried, though of course it's not. Hugh might do the cooking and actually wear an apron while he's at it, but he also chops the firewood, repairs the hot water heater, and could tear my arm off with no more effort than it takes to uproot a dandelion. Does that make him the murderer, or do the homemade curtains reduce him to the level of the child molester? I considered these things as I looked at the wildflowers he'd collected the day before the water was shut off. Some were the color I associate with yield signs, and others a sort of muted lavender, their stems as thin as wire. I pictured Hugh stooping, or maybe even kneeling, as he went about picking them, and then I grabbed the entire bunch and tossed it out the window. That done, I carried the vase into the kitchen and emptied the yellow water into the pan. I then boiled it and used it to make coffee. There'd be hell to pay when my man got home, but at least by then I would be awake and able to argue, perhaps convincingly, that I am all the beauty he will ever need. Nico said, "Ayo, he's not wrong there," and that chat sent late. So I'm not sure which things you were reacting to, but that's okay. So that was All the Beauty You Will Ever Need by David Sedaris. Okay, and then I think the other one that you mentioned earlier was Crybaby. All the Beauty or Crybaby. Yeah. Oh, about they're obsessed with who's the man? Yes, that's true. Straight people, just not... or like, we should say, what is it? Kinsey 1 or Kinsey 7? One of those. Kinsey 7 people who just... It does not compute, you know? Like, it's all a spectrum, but like, there are some people that like, they just don't, you know? Okay, so the next one, presuming that you wanted me to read it, the next one is Crybaby. Yeah, lol. Or wait, Nexu, I don't know if were you responding to Nico and I, or shall we go ahead with Crybaby? Next, who says it was for the Who's the Man thing. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, you should read that too. Okay, cool. Okay, I just got to find. That is on page 217. 217. All right, Crybaby. Okay. So you guys ready? When you guys are ready, I will proceed with Nexus sends a cozy little emote. Cozy little emote. Nice. So this is Crybaby by David Sedaris, as presented in When You Are Engulfed in Flames. And there's Nico's adorable little cozy axolotl. Okay. The night flight to Paris leaves JFK at 7 p.m. and arrives at De Gaulle the next day at about 8:45 a.m. French time. Between takeoff and landing, there's a brief parody of an evening. Dinner is served, the trays are cleared, and 4 hours later it's time for breakfast. The idea is to trick the body into believing it has passed a night like any other, that your unsatisfying little nap was actually sleep, and now you are rested and deserving of an omelette. Hoping to make the lie more convincing, many passengers prepare for bed. I'll watch them line up outside the bathroom, some holding toothbrushes, some dressed in slippers or loose-fitting pajama-type outfits. Their slow-footed padding gives the cabin the feel of a hospital ward. The dark aisles are corridors, the flight attendants are nurses. The hospital feeling grows even stronger once you leave coach. Up front, where the seats recline almost flat like beds, the doted-on passengers lie under their blankets and moan. I've heard, in fact, that the airline staff often refers to the business class section as the ICU, because the people there demand such constant attention. They want what their superiors are getting in first class, so they complain incessantly, hoping to get bumped up. There are only 2 classes on the airline I normally take between France and the United States: coach and something called business elite. The first time I sat there, I was flown to America and back for a book tour. Really, I kept insisting, there's no need. The whole first aboard business I found a little embarrassing, but then they brought me a bowl of warm nuts and I began to soften. The pampering takes some getting used to. A flight attendant addresses me as Mr. Sedaris, and I feel sorry that she's forced to memorize my name rather than, say, her granddaughter's cell phone number. On this particular airline, though, they do it in such a way that it seems perfectly natural, or at least it does after a time. May I bring you a drink to go with those warm nuts, Mr. Sedaris? The woman looking after me asked. This as the people in coach were still boarding. The looks they gave me as they passed were the looks I give when the door of a limousine opens. You always expect to see a movie star, or at the very least someone better dressed than you, but time and again it's just a sloppy nobody. Thus the look, which translates to, "Fuck you, sloppy nobody, for making me turn my head." On all my subsequent flights, the business elite section was a solid unit, but on this particular plane it was divided in 2, 4 rows up front and 2 in the back. The flight attendant assured everyone in my section that although we were technically in the back, we shouldn't think of it as the back. We had the same rights and privileges as those passengers ahead of us. Yet they were ahead of us, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they'd somehow been favored. On the way to New York, I sat beside a bearded Frenchman who popped a pill shortly after takeoff and was out until we landed. On the leg back, there was no one beside me, at least not for the first half hour. Then a flight attendant knelt in the aisle beside my seat and asked if I might do her a favor. That's how they talk in business elite. I'm wondering, Mr. Sedaris, if you might do me a favor. Chipmunk-like, my cheeks packed with warm nuts, I cocked my head. I've got a passenger a few rows up, and his crying is disturbing the people around him. Do you think it would be okay if he sat here? The woman was blonde and heavily made up. Glasses hung from a chain around her neck, and as she gestured to the empty window seat beside me, I got a pleasant whiff of what smelled like oatmeal cookies. I believe he's Polish, she whispered. That is to say, I think he's from Poland, the country. Is he a child? I asked, and the flight attendant told me no. Is he drunk? Again, she said no. His mother has just died, and he's on his way to her funeral. So people are upset because he's crying over his dead mother? That's the situation, she told me. I'd once read that a first-class passenger threatened to sue, if I remember correctly, because the blind person next to him was traveling with a seeing eye dog. Now, he wasn't allergic, this guy. Labrador retrievers on the street didn't bother him, but he hadn't paid thousands of dollars to sit right next to one, or at least that was his argument. If that had seemed the last word in assholishness, this was a close second. I said of course the man could sit beside me, and the flight attendant disappeared into the darkness, returning a few minutes later with the grieving passenger. "Thank you," she mouthed, and I said, "No problem." The Polish man might have been in his mid-40s, but seemed older, just as people in my parents' generation had. Foreign blood, or an abundance of responsibility, had robbed him of the prolonged adolescence currently enjoyed by Americans of the same age, so his face, though unlined, seemed older than mine, more used. His eyes were red and swollen from crying, and his nose, which was large and many-faceted, looked as if it had been roughly carved from wood and not yet sanded smooth. In the dim light, he resembled one of those elaborate, handcrafted bottle stoppers, the kindly peasant or good-natured drunk who tips his hat when you pull the string. After settling in, the man looked out the darkened window. Then he bit his lower lip, covered his face with his remarkably large hands, and proceeded to sob deeply. I felt that I should say something, but what? And how? Perhaps it would be better, less embarrassing for him, if I were to pretend that he wasn't crying. To ignore him, basically. And so I did. The Polish man didn't want dinner, just waved it away with those king-sized mitts of his, but I could feel him watching as I cut into my herb-encrusted chicken, most likely wondering how anyone could carry on at a time like this. That's how I felt when my mother died. The funeral took place on a Saturday afternoon in November. It was unseasonably warm that day, even for Raleigh, and returning from the church, we passed people working on their lawns as if nothing had happened. One guy even had his shirt off. "Can you believe that?" I said to my sister Lisa, not thinking of all the funeral processions that had passed me over the years. Me laughing, me throwing stones at signs, me trying to stand on my bicycle seat. Now here I was eating, and it wasn't bad either. The best thing about this particular airline is the after-dinner sundae. The vanilla ice cream is in the bowl already, but you can choose from any number of toppings. I order the caramel and chopped nuts, and the flight attendant spoons them on before my eyes. "Is that enough sauce, Mr. Ceteris?" she'll ask. And, "Are you sure you don't want whipped cream?" It would be years before I worked up the courage to ask for seconds, but when I finally did, I felt like such a dope. "Do you think, is it possible to have another one of those?" "Well, of course it is, Mr. Ceteris. Have a third if you'd like." That's business elite for you. Spend $8,000 on a ticket, and if you want an extra 13 cents worth of ice cream, all you got to do is ask. It's like buying a golf cart and having a few tees thrown in, but still, it works. "Golly," I say, "thanks." In the years before I asked for seconds, my sundae would be savored. Each crumb of cashew or walnut eaten separately, the way a bird might. After those were gone, I would recline a bit and start in on the caramel. By the time the ice cream itself was finished, I'd be stretched out flat, watching a movie on my private screen. The control panels for the seats are locked on a shared armrest, and it would take me a good 3 or 4 flights before I got the hang of them. On this trip, for instance, I kept mashing the buttons, wondering why they failed to work. Feet up, feet down, head back, head forward. I was 2 seconds from calling the flight attendant when I looked to my right and saw the Polish man keening and bucking against his will. It was then that I realized I had the wrong control panel. "Sorry about that," I said, and he held up his pan-sized hands, the way you do when you mean no hard feelings. When my empty bowl was taken away, I leafed through the in-flight magazine, biding my time until my neighbor's dizziness wore off and he could fall asleep. In an effort to appear respectful, I'd already missed the first movie cycle, but I didn't know how much longer I could hold out. Up ahead, in the cheerful part of Business Elite, someone laughed. It wasn't the practiced chuckle you offer in response to a joke, but something more genuine, a bark almost. It's the noise one makes when watching stupid movies on a plane, movies you'd probably never laugh at in the theater. I think it's the thinness of the air that weakens your resistance. A pilot will offer some shop-worn joke, and even the seasoned flyers will bust a gut. The only funny announcement I'd ever heard was made by a male flight attendant, a queen, who grabbed the microphone as we were taxiing down the runway in San Francisco. "Those of you standing in the aisles should have an excellent view of the fasten seatbelt sign," he said. My memory of him and his stern, matronly voice was interrupted by my seatmate, who seemed to have suffered a setback. The man was crying again, not loudly, but steadily, and I wondered, perhaps unfairly, if he wasn't overdoing it a bit. Stealing a glance at his blocky, tear-stained profile, I thought back to when I was 15, and a girl in my junior high died of leukemia, or love story disease, as it was often referred to then. The principal made the announcement, and I, along with the rest of my friends, fell into a great show of mourning. Group hugs, bouquets laid near the flagpole. I can't imagine what it would have been like had we actually known her. Not to brag, but I think I took it hardest of all. "Why her and not me?" I wailed. "Funny," my mother would say, "but I don't remember you ever mentioning anyone named Monica." My friends were a lot more understanding, especially Barbara, who, a week after the funeral, announced that maybe she would kill herself as well. None of us reminded her that Monica had died of a terminal illness, as, in a way, that didn't matter anymore. The point was that she was gone, and our lives would never be the same. We were people who knew people who died. This is to say that we had been touched by tragedy, and had been made special by it. By all appearances, I was devastated, but in fact, I had never felt so purposeful and fulfilled. Ads coming up, so we will pause momentarily. Enjoy the fire, and I will see you guys in a minute. All right, is that the sign of our friends being back? I hope so. I believe so. Also, I missed Nico put a few more cuddly axolotls in chat, along with an AO at something. Nico back too? Think so. See, wonderful. All right. So, The next time someone died, it was a true friend, a young woman named Dana, who was hit by a car during our first year of college. My grief was genuine, yet still, no matter how hard I fought, there was an element of showmanship to it. The hope that someone might say, "You look like you just lost your best friend." And then I could say, "As a matter of fact, I did." My voice cracked and anguished. It was as if I'd learned to grieve by watching television. Hear you cry. Hear you throw yourself upon the bed. Hear you stare into the mirror and notice how good you look with a tear-drenched face. Like most seasoned phonies, I roundly suspect that everyone is as disingenuous as I am. This Polish man, for instance, given the time it would take him to buy a ticket and get to JFK, his mother would have been dead for at least 6 hours, maybe longer. Wasn't he over it yet? I mean, really, who were these tears for? It was as if he was saying, "I loved my mother a lot more than you loved yours." No wonder his former seatmate had complained. The guy was so competitive, so self-righteous, so, well, over the top. Another bark of laughter from a few rows up, and it occurred to me that perhaps my sympathy was misplaced. Perhaps these tears of his were the byproduct of guilt rather than sorrow. I envisioned a pale, potato-nosed woman, a tube leaking fluids into her arm. Calls were placed, expensive ones, to her only son in the United States. "Come quick," she said, but he was too caught up in his own life. Such a hectic time, so many things to do. His wife was getting her stripper's license. He'd been asked to speak at his son's parole board hearing. "Tell you what," he said, "I'll come at the end of dog racing season." And then, this. She rides to her death on a lumpy gurney, and he flies to her funeral in business elite. The man killed his mother with neglect, and because of that, I can't watch a movie on a plane? I pulled my private screen from its hiding place in my armrest, and had just slipped on my headphones when the flight attendant came by. "Are you sure I can't get you something to eat, Mr.?" She looked down at her clipboard and made a sound like she was gargling with stones. The Polish man shook his head no, and she regarded me with disappointment, as if it had been my job to stoke his appetite. "I thought you were different," her eyes seemed to say. I wanted to point out that at least I hadn't complained. I hadn't disrespected his grief by activating my screen either, but I did once she'd retreated back into the darkness. Of the 4 movies playing, I had already seen 3. The other was called Down to Earth, and starred Chris Rock as an aspiring stand-up comic. One day, he gets hit and killed by a truck, and after a short spell in heaven, he's sent back amongst the living in the body of an elderly white man. The reviews had been tepid at best, but I swear I've never seen anything funnier. I tried not to laugh, I really did, but that's a losing game if there ever was one. This I learned when I was growing up. I don't know why it was exactly, but nothing irritated my father quite like the sound of his children's happiness. Group crying he could stand, but group laughter was asking for it, especially at the dinner table. The problem was that there was so much to laugh at, particularly during the years that our Greek grandmother lived with us. Had we been older, it might have been different. "The poor thing has gas," we might have said. For children, though, nothing beats a flatulent old lady. What made it all the crazier was that she wasn't embarrassed by it, no more than our collie Duchess was. It sounded as if she were testing out a chainsaw, yet her face remained inexpressive and unchanging. "Something funny?" our father would ask us. This as if he hadn't heard, as if his chair, too, had not vibrated in the aftershock. "You think something's funny, do you?" If keeping a straight face was difficult, saying no was so exacting that it caused pain. "So you were laughing at nothing?" "Yep," we would say, "at nothing." Then would come another mighty rip, and what was once difficult would now be impossible. My father kept a heavy serving spoon next to his plate, and I can't remember how many times he brought it down on my head. "You still think there's something to laugh about?" Strange that being walloped with a heavy spoon made everything seem funnier, but there you have it. My sisters and I would be helpless, doubled over, milk spraying out of our mouths and noses, the force all the stronger for having been bottled up. There were nights when the spoon got blood on it, nights when hairs would stick to the blood, but still our grandmother farted, and still we laughed until the walls shook. Could that really have been 40 years ago? The thought of my sisters and me, so young then, and so untroubled, was sobering. And within a minute, Chris Rock or no Chris Rock, I was the one crying on the night flight to Paris. It wasn't my intention to steal anyone's thunder. A minute or two was all I needed. But in the meantime, here we were. Two grown men in roomy seats, each blubbering in his own elite puddle of light. So that was Crybaby by David Sedaris. Or Sedaris. I don't actually know how you pronounce it. As presented in When You Are Engulfed in Flames. So as you can see, the stories are all very, very different. Also, Vex redeemed a stretch. So we will go ahead and stretch in just a second here. Vex says, stretch the grippers. The book grippers. The guppy grippers. All of the above. By the way, how much noise does it actually make for you guys when I adjust my mic? Like, I would hope none, but I feel like it's probably not none. But, nevertheless, I try to minimize it as I can. Okay. Sorry, just handling something real quick. Okay. So, if you're cozy up under the covers... Oh, Nexu says it's like a small sound sometimes, but that's it. Okay. If you're cozy up under the covers, feel free to find a stretch that's comfortable in that situation. Vex says, Tentagrip redeem when? You mean for Nexu or for me? Because I don't know. We do need to do some... I want to have some fun redeems and stuff. We just haven't gotten there yet. Because it all takes more art, and it takes the tech stuff. Like, these guys are artists. Like, that is very... You're very fortunate to be artists, because I have no idea, like... I mean, I joked before that, like, I'm a performing artist. Like, even historically, I have done performance art and music. But I as far as... And I have a really good imagination for art. But as far as taking an image that's in my head and making it in real life, I don't have the skills. those abilities are not yet mine. Zenith says, I bought my stuffs from Etsy, but I could have drawn, yeah. Also, Nexu said... Here, wait, sorry. I actually got a little behind. Tentacles... Okay, Tentacles sent a tentacle emote. Vex said, it'd be funny to have Nexu's character wrap around you. I mean, I don't know. Nexu says, we can get the Dex grip redeem. Lol. And yeah, Xena says you're valid though. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe at some point I'll pay you guys to do art for me. Who knows? Like, because I think you probably could. Vex says, I get the Dex grip for free. Oh my gosh. Well, you pay in other ways, Vex. What? Anyway. Xena says, I could. Yeah, who knows? Yeah. Like, basically, as long as you can get the the kind of style, because I really like the style of this image. I also really like the style of, for instance, your profile picture on Discord, the new one. Like, that's really awesome, the style. I think it's maybe just line art. I like, you know, line art being like setting off the different parts. Like there was a VTuber model that I saw not too long ago that looked beautiful, but it had like no outlines. And so like it all sort of disappeared into itself. Whereas like if you guys are familiar with Bakanuki Mika, that's another friend of mine, her model has a lot of line art, I think. And I think that's why I like how it looks so much. Maybe at some point I'll show you guys some different examples, and like you can help me convey the things that I like about it, like if that makes sense, just because I don't know the terminology. But let's see here. Nico says I could. Nexus says get the homies art on your channel. Hell yeah. Nico says the artist Slade and more anime like. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Anyway, we were gonna do a little stretch here. So yeah, if you're bundled up under covers, you can figure out, you know, whatever modifications you need to do for that. But we're gonna do the old regular Mirage Realm stretch. So you can put your hands up together above your head, kind of stretch upward a little bit, but gentle with that one to not hurt your shoulders. You can do a back bend. Ooh, yeah. Back bend over there. Let's take it over to the right. Oh, there was a crack. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but take it over to the left. Cool. Get some shoulder circles. Get your arms moving around. Nico says, I have a pout emote coming soon. Nice, nice. Yeah, make sure your other arm joints are good. Can do a little stretch with your legs. I'm doing the pick up your knee, clasp your hands under your knee. Kind of lift that up. Put that one down. Same thing on the other side. Ah, nice. All right. Yeah, get a little bit of waist movement. You know, make sure everything's loose. Cool. All right. So hi. How's everybody doing? Doing good? We're about 2.5 minutes from an ad. And then there's another like minute delay, it seemed like. So it could be like up to 3.5 minutes. But yeah, I can keep reading stories. We can do poems, or we were doing a little bit of singing earlier. We haven't cracked into Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk yet. It is already 1, so depending on how long we want to go, because we were loosely aiming for at least 8 hours, but we got significantly past that. But you know, we're all having a good time hanging out, so I'm down to do whatever you guys are feeling. You be wiggling and giggling, Tenta. It's a wiggle and a jiggling spree. Nico says, I'll be here till I fall asleep because you know I have a habit of just passing asleep randomly. That is okay. And if I can provide a soothing voice, a chill atmosphere, you know, what more could we ask for? Sorry, I just noticed that something was weird. Nico says, I meant passing out. This is how you know. That's okay. I mean, we got what you meant. Passing asleep, that's still, you know, falling asleep, passing out. I mean, it would have been weirder if you said falling out. I have a habit of just falling out randomly. That's why you shouldn't go on roller coasters then. You'll just fall out randomly. It's dangerous. Yeah. Nexu laughing emote. And yeah, CT said he had a few a few suggestions of emotes. Nico says, yeah, I fell off, actually. You didn't actually fall off a roller coaster, right? Like, that would be fucking wild. Also, yeah, ad is starting soon, so you guys could get that at any moment. Okay, Nico says, no, I didn't. Good. I was worried about you for a second there. I mean, it might be exciting. I guess you survived, so that's a good sign. Okay. It's telling me that the ad's running, so I'm just gonna chill. I don't know if Nexu has been getting ads or not, 'cause they weren't earlier, but who knows? So maybe Nexu's hearing me sing, or maybe nobody is, which is fine, 'cause I'm just singing whatever is coming to my mind. La 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 la. I'm just waiting for you guys to get back from the ad. At some point you will get back and then we can keep doing stuff. I'm just waiting for you to get back from the ad. I hope that you guys get back eventually so we can keep hanging out. Dashing through the ads with a broken pair of ads. Over the ads we go. And Nexu is back. La 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 la. Okay. Excellent. So yeah, what do you guys want to do? There's obviously there's plenty more essays in this book. There's Squirrel Seeks Chipmunk. There's even like Penn Jillette has a lot of he's got some books that I really like that are sort of similar stories from his life. Otherwise, there's holiday poems, holiday songs. We could do more holiday stories. I don't know if you guys were here. I know Nico wasn't, but I don't know if Nexu, if you were here when I read Grinch, How the Grinch Stole Christmas. We could do that again, because if you guys didn't catch it, I could always do that. Yeah, whatever you're feeling. Or we can just chill by the fire. Nico says, quick, pick a number between 1 and 10. Vex says 3. I will go 6. So Nexu on 7, Vex on 3, Dax on 6. What? 6 was it. How about that? All right. Psychic, man. See, I understand you guys. We're in tune. No, I'm pretty sure Nexu's so close. I'm pretty sure Nico is a cross between Nexu and me. I think that's... Vex says, I'm half right. Sounds right. Bestie connects. It's true. My best friend and I have long jokingly called that mental tilapia, which is obviously off of mental telepathy, but instead mental tilapia because a fish. Nico says, we are all slaying our own ways. It's true. It's true. Nexu says, tilapia. It's true. I don't know if axolotls eat tilapia, but I'm sure octopi. What are you more closely related to squid or octopus? Nexu. Not seafood. Okay. Next, who says, I am a cousin of both, kinda. Copy that. Good to know. You know? You want to understand your friends. But not the earth kind. Yeah, of course. Yep. Nico says, I take hearts and eat souls. I don't know what normal people do. It's true. It's true. Yep. That's like the thing about cousin of both, but not the earth kind. That reminds me of I forget what it was in, but it was in either a show or a movie or a play. I know, very specific. There was a joke about that someone was from just like they were from blank, but not your blank. Oh, you know what it freaking was? It was from did you guys ever see the Michael Myers Cat in the Hat movie? And he was talking about the things, thing 1 and thing 2, that they were from. They were from the Himalayas, but not your Himalayas, or like they were from the. They were from the Netherlands, but not your Netherlands, or something like that. I think that's what I was thinking of. Also, Vex says Cthulhu, and Nico says God, literally. Tentacles be related to Cthulhu? Not clickbait? We have Eldritch God in chat, not clickbait? What? I mean, we already have a demon. So. Oh my god. Next, who says Cthulhu is in my harem? What a pro. Dude, talk about slaying. Zenith says, I've got a few angels. Satan fears me. Copy that. We believe you. I mean, if Iron Mouse is canonically Satan, then I guess she must know you. That's pretty cool. Sodal Zenith, Satan's one weakness. Kryptonite. Satan's kryptonite. Iron Mouse is iconic. It's true. It's true. Well, and like if you guys don't know about Project Melody, Iron Mouse and Project Melody are both in VShojo. Melody is one of, I think VShojo was started by Iron Mouse, Nyanners, and Project Melody. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that is the case. So, yeah. Oh, and if you guys didn't see the interview that I linked earlier, don't read it right now because it's long. Oh, I have to go find it again. Don't read it now because it's long, but this is a really amazing interview. Seriously. And I think if you read this interview, you will understand more also what I want to do. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I will post it in the Discord. Because I do think it's really cool. Nexu, have you read it already? Like, have you read it in the past? I just sincerely don't remember. Not yet. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. It was a really good interview, though. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Yeah, when I was still just coming up with the ideas for Dax Mirage, I hadn't even settled on a name yet, but I was briefly chatting with her through one of her streams, and kind of telling her that I was trying to start a VTuber thing, and that I really wanted to eventually. I would love to work with VShojo. I think that'd be really, really cool. Because also, like, they don't have any guys yet. What the hell, you know? And she sort of said, like, that would be wonderful. Like, that is what she said, those words. And so, you know, along with, you know, she was encouraging, which is cool, you know? Because that's the thing is, like, I think there's room for everybody to succeed by working together, you know? So, yeah. Nico says, I want to stay up and be active, but I work early. That's also okay. You have such a wide variety of emotes. I'm so impressed. Like, I've never seen that sweat one before. Yeah, Nexu says, sleep, don't be like me. Nico says, we're both the worst. You know what? Actually, let's go ahead and declare. Because, okay. Yeah, we've been going for more than 9 hours. Nico says I keep it hidden. No, what, your breadth of emotes? Yeah. So many. No, but no, let's go ahead and call it, I think. Cuz we've read a whole bunch of stuff. Angie emote. It's true. He's very angry. Did you draw those? Or no, you said you got those from Nico. Dude, okay, that's so funny. We do think very similarly. Earlier, I had a magic carp came up, and it was the one that I like stopped to go catch it because I was like, I need a magic carp. So now you need a magic carp, and hopefully you'll catch it. Vex says, can't hide that dumpy. Oh my god. Next with the... Oh my god. You guys and your emotes. It better gib. It better gib. We believe in you. If nothing else, there will definitely be more opportunities, but I'm hoping. I'm hoping for you. Drum roll, please. Wait, hold on. That sounds really wrong, I'm sure. Twitch, don't ban me. This is TOS, I promise. My hands are getting tired. CB preview. God, Jesus Christ, next. Nico says, listen, as long as I get to steal all of your souls and hearts, I will let you all off the hook. There you go. No, come on. If you want a high-level CB stream, you don't use your hands. Hell yeah! You got Magikarp. There we go. We got twinsies Magikarps caught during our wonderful... well, you guys know I used to play drums. No, but we have twinsy Magikarps caught during our wonderful Dax Christmas Eve holiday stream. Oh my god. The clown. Dude, how many emotes do you have? I'm so impressed. Zenus says, if not, I would feel like these. Oh boy. Yep. They're hiding. I see. But no, I was gonna say, come on CB, if you want a high level CB stream, you don't use your hands. You get one of those like Loven's toys that syncs with donations and stuff. That's what you got to do. I already know which ones I need to buy. I just haven't bought them yet because they're expensive and I don't have a model yet. So Nico says, you get a bonk. Bonk. That feel when you get bonked? Nexu says, you use your tentacles. I see. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. Whatever. I'm just going to say this because it popped into my head and I thought it was funny. No, I use your tentacles. What? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Anyway, ignore me. Vex, you've poisoned the well. Nexu says Lamau. No, I mean, what do you think Vex was doing with those tentacles under the... Dude, you really do have so many emotes. Like, how many... I thought I only have 5 emote slots. How many emotes do you have? Along with 8 more. Okay, I have to, like, look at your emote slots later, because... Some are bits rewards. Yeah, I don't even know how that all works. I'll have to figure it out. Vex says, yo, can Nexu come... Oh, no. Can Nexu come put of my hands like Nemesis? We could be unstoppable. Xena says, you unlock them with subs. Yeah, because people are subs for me. You know, because people are subs for me. Yeah. Vex says, put out. Can you come out of my hands like Nemesis? We could be unstoppable. Oh, you mean Nemesis from Resident Evil. I was thinking you meant Nemesis mode of Ramatra. Because he's got the big, like, kraken on his back, sort of, in the Poseidon skin. And Nico says, the one joke I dish out. Yep. I mean, Vex certainly is subbing for you. Or at least he wants to. WBK. Vex says, become one with me, Nexu. We are Legion. Vex is the #1 sub. Vex just subs for all of us, but without paying any money. He just subs with his butt. He subs with his holes. What? No. Yep. Vex says, I'm here for the moral or oral support. See, he told you. Nexu, I'm dying. Nico, one thing I actually do is give out hugs and forehead kisses. Well, that's sweet. That's sweet and not at all lewd. So that's good. Nexu, twinsy hug. It's true. My thing is saying ad starts in like 10 seconds. Just FYI. But, yep. We're all about sharing love here on Team Always Silly. It's good stuff. Good stuff, good people, and good stuff. You know? All the above. Here, do you want to see my... Oh, actually, I can show you... Here, I'll show you this, which is one of the default... Well, the customized default emotes. But then you want to see my first actual custom emote? There you go. It's literally just a little version of me with the rainbow filter. Because there weren't any defaults for the animated ones. So there you go. But yeah, I'm going to need actual emoteness. Dex Rave. It's true. Okay. I don't know if you guys are back, but Nico said, oh, his emotes don't move. But the two emotes that you just put in there do move. The Kai9 dance and Kai9 wiggle. Those are both moving. Oh, on mobile. Yeah, I have no idea. They're moving for me. The Dexmere Rave one does not move. It's just the rainbow filter thing. He's a dog boy VTuber. I believe it. Next, who says they're moving for me on mobile. Vex says, how do you have the moving emotes turned off? No, like in chat for some reason, but on the screen, yes. That is a thing in settings. I do not know. Nico says, I'm never on mobile, you see. Vex, in my chat, thy be moving. Yep. Nico, have you retreated to your nice comfy bed that Vex is not hiding under? And hence, that's why you're on mobile. Vex says, and I'm always on mobile. Nico says, Jarvis will get anything under my bed. And I am in a cozy blanket. Good choice. Yeah, Merry Christmas Eve, everybody. Vex says, I will play with Kitty. See, Vex, this is the danger of you being you, is that I don't even know if that's a wholesome comment or if that's a not wholesome comment. I hope it's a wholesome comment. Vex says, I do love animes. Nico says no. Anywho. But yeah. I'm glad that everybody could come hang out tonight. It was fun. And, oh, Vex says, animals. I worked in a shelter for a while. I wanted to take them all home. As opposed to, I do love animes. I do love animals. Okay. So, see, look. Vex can be wholesome sometimes. That's good. Cool. Well, thank you, Vex, for surpassing our expectations. No, I'm just kidding. But, yeah, good stuff. Thank you again for being here. I hope you guys have I hope you had a wonderful Xmas Eve here in the Mirage realm. Yeah, good stuff. And I hope you have a good Xmas Eve and Xmas if you celebrate that, or whatever your holiday of preference is. Nexu says, yeah, it was very chill. Vex says, I'll never forget Brit was a rescue and dog. She had no teeth because they knocked them out. But she loved everyone. Never forget her. Yeah. It's a shame how mean some people can be to animals. But not us. Because I think we are people who are happy and nice to animals. Nico says, I'll be at my house by myself. I don't know what to do, but we shall see. With the bonk? Oh, okay. I'm like, wait. No, I'm just kidding. No, you're used to bonking us. It's true. But wait, you said you work early tomorrow, but you mean for Xmas? You're just hanging out? That's fine. I don't have any particular plans for Xmas either. I'm just hanging out and hopefully resting a little bit. So, yep. So, we usually like to raid. At least just to, like, say hi to someone. Let me see. It's Mika, Dark Souls, Shin, Plot Twist. Fortress. Nice. Oh, Nexu says, I'm eating Chinese food for Christmas Eve. Classic. Vex says, cheesy tentus. And Osh in his sleigh. Vex says, wait, is that cannibalism? Should we raid Shin? We could raid Shin. He's got those chill vibes. No tenta eating for me, Nexu says. Nexu says, sure. Nico says, whatever you want. Because wait, Nexu, you have not met Shin yet, right? Or have you? Have you guys met? I don't think so. Okay. Have you guys met? Because there's four of my friends are online right now, or 4 people that I've hung out with and who know who I am, are online right now. There's Sugata Shin, or Sugata Sheen, which we think is where actually me and Nico first met, potentially. And then there's Bakanuki Mika, who is a friend of mine we mentioned earlier. I really like her model, and I like the line art on it, I think, is part of it. There's a Plot Twist, who we mentioned earlier. She sings a lot, which is really cool. I really like her stream. And then there's Dark Souls, who is another kind of chill dude. Plot Twist is like a mermaid. There's also like a bunch of other people, but those are kind of like the people that I know the most. Nico says Dark likes to be sus. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Because, yeah, we could raid... I don't know. What do you guys think? Because I'm down to raid any of them. Whoever you want, Nexus says, whoever you want to raid. Because I would love for you guys to meet, like, any of those guys. Nico, have you met Mika before? You know what? Let's raid Shin eventually, but first I just want to ask, Nico, have as far as those 4 people, seemingly Nico has met Shin and Dark Souls. Nexu, have you met any of the 4 of them? And Nico, have you met Plot Twist or Mika? Not Plot Twist. Oh, so you have met Mika. That's cool. Oh, okay. So you both have sort of seen Mika. That's cool. Yeah. Okay, sweet. Yeah, we'll probably end up raiding Shin, but yeah, Plot's cool. So is these other guys, of course. But yeah, let's raid Shin. Sure. Why not? That'll be fun. We'll say hi. Make our stream sound super cool so more people want to come. No, I'm just kidding. I'm half kidding. No, but like, you know, okay, sincerely though, I feel like, I mean, again, like, okay, there was a discussion that my best friend and I had when this stuff was first starting. When me getting all this VTuber stuff started was happening. And something that we kind of said was like, because when you become a VTuber, you're not necessarily like spontaneously creating an audience out of nothing. You know what I mean? Like the people who will be watching, because this was the idea. The people who will want to watch your streams are right now out there watching streams. So like the best way is to get in there and get to know them. You know what I mean? And get your name out there. And, you know, and again, not in like a competition way, but in like a, you know, we're all basically part of the same market. We're all trying to build a collaborative experience between all of these different places, you know? And so it's worth, you know, keeping that in mind and you know, showing support to other creators, and also hopefully those creators will help to show support to you. You know what I mean? I mean, Mika was super duper helpful. Nexu says, true. Nico says, all you got to do is to watch certain streamers' chat rules in regards to that. And it's like, yeah, for sure. But yeah, like Mika, I mean, we had chatted some on stream, and then she was actually one of my first followers. Like, if you scroll down to the recent followers list, Mika, okay, yeah, check it out. The first 4 followers, Spooky Smolder, Nico, Shin, and Mika are the first 4 followers on my whole freaking channel. And then Sage Mode, and then some other people. And so like, so Mika was one of the first people to like, you know, give me a shot and like see what this guy can do. And then eventually when I started getting some traction, we were chatting on her stream once, and she was like, oh, hey, because she stopped in and was watching my stream for a while earlier in that day. And then she was streaming, and then I checked in on her stream later. And she started talking about how much she loved watching my stream and how she wanted to sub to me, but I wasn't affiliate yet. And she was like, yeah, all you guys need to go follow him right now so that he gets to affiliate. And I was like, holy shit, you know, like how cool is that? So she was super. And I mean, yeah, we're you know, friends-ish. I think we're friends. And Nexu says, oh, that's so nice. Yeah, no, it was super cool. And yeah, like Shin, same kind of thing. I was sort of, you know, talking with him in chat, and we even emailed it at one point about I was asking if he wanted to do anything about, like, because I was having my PNG tuber debut with like a bunch of stream upgrades and stuff, and he like, you know, cheered me on with that and stuff. And then yeah, so just I guess all of this to say, like, creating something together and supporting other creators and having the support of other creators, I think, is how to build a cool thing for all of us, you know? So yeah. So, cool. So if you guys want to make a raid message or anything, I know Galaxy does that sometimes. Or we don't have to, but like whatever you think, you know, if it's fun or if it's not or whatever. I know it can be kind of fun, but whatever you guys think. And then, yeah, we'll probably raid Shin. Because I don't think I've raided him in a little while. But, yeah. And here, I'm just going to... The ad is coming up, but I'm just going to snooze it. Yeah, you can only use that 3 times. That is kind of weird. Oh well. But, But yeah, what do you think? Do we try to assemble a raid message, or we just say, "Hey Shin, we came from Dax's stream," and I mean, he knows me. He knows who Dax Mirage is. It's not, we're not hijacking anything, and like he's been supportive and stuff. Fun fact, this is true because he's got that like that cock raider thing, the command or whatever. The one and only time I've ever done that command, it gave me a perfect 10 out of 10. And I'm like, okay, perfect. I'm cashing out. There we go. And I'm like the only person, like everybody in chat freaked out and Shin was laughing and it was great. Yeah, Tentacles says, I think just a hello is good or Dax Raid. Yeah, whatever you guys think. And lol, nice. Yeah, it was pretty hilarious. But yeah, cool. Okay. So we'll raid over to Shin in just a second here. Thank you guys again for being here. Nexu, I might try to like loosely introduce you guys as like a friend of mine because yeah, Shin's cool. And again, I think Shin's stream is where me and Nico first met. So, yeah. Okay, so the raid is loading and stuff. Thank you guys again for being here. It's a nice chill Xmas Eve stream. Everybody, glad you could be here. And yeah, have a wonderful night. And get some sleep. Go the fuck to sleep. Oh, hey, CT. Thank you for being here. Good night again. Yeah. Yep, we're just raiding over to Shin in a second here. I could read Go the fuck to sleep again if you guys want me to, but otherwise, Nexu says never sleep. No, do sleep. Do sleep. Do you want me to go read the story? Because I'll do it, but I have to cancel raid quickly. Should we do it or nah? Okay, I'm gonna cancel it for just a second so we can discuss. Do we wanna do we wanna read Go the fuck to sleep again for the end of the night? Or not worry about it? Yeah, CT says yeah. Hell yeah. Let's do it. Last thing of the night. Okay. Last thing of the night. To end off our little Xmas Eve special. This is how you know I'm wholesome. It auto-corrected fuck to duck. Okay. Okay. So here we go. Get your nice ASMR headphones on. And here's our last little story for the night. The cats nestle close to their kittens now. The lambs have laid down with the sheep. You're cozy and warm in your bed, my dear. So please go the fuck to sleep. The windows are dark in the town, child. The whales huddle down in the deep. I'll read you one very last book if you swear you'll go the fuck to sleep. The eagles who soar through the sky are at rest, and the creatures who crawl, run, and creep. I know you're not thirsty. That's bullshit. Stop lying. Lie the fuck down, my darling, and sleep. The wind whispers soft through the grass, hun. The field mice, they make not a peep. It's been 38 minutes already. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Go to sleep. All the kids from daycare are in dreamland. The froggy has made his last leap. Hell no, you can't go to the bathroom. You know where you can go? The fuck to sleep. The owls fly forth from the treetops. Through the air, they soar and they sweep. A hot crimson rage fills my heart, love. For real, shut the fuck up and sleep. The cubs and the lions are snoring, wrapped in a big, snuggly heap. How is it you can do all this other great shit, but you can't lie the fuck down and sleep? The seeds slumber beneath the earth now, and the crops that the farmers will reap. No more questions, this interview's over. I've got 2 words for you, kid. Fucking sleep. The tiger reclines in the simmering jungle. The sparrow has silenced her cheep. Fuck your stuffed bear, I'm not getting you shit. Close your eyes, cut the crap, sleep. The flowers doze low in the meadows, and high on the mountains so steep. My life is a failure. I'm a shitty-ass parent. Stop fucking with me, please, and sleep. The giant pangolins of Madagascar are snoozing as I lie here and openly weep. Sure, fine, whatever, I'll bring you some milk. Who the fuck cares? You're not gonna sleep. This room is all I can remember. The furniture, crappy and cheap. You win, you escape, you run down the hall as I nod the fuck off and sleep. Bleary and dazed I awaken to find your eyes shut, so I keep my fingers crossed tight as I tiptoe away and pray that you're fucking asleep. We're finally watching our movie. Popcorn's in the microwave. Beep! Oh, shit. God damn it, you've got to be kidding. Come on, go the fuck back to sleep. There we go. So go the fuck to sleep. We're going to raid Shin and say hi. But then I want you guys to go the fuck to sleep. CT sends love. Nexu says, lol, I will try to sleep. Good. I hope I could help. Okay. So we're going to go say hi to Shin. But I want you guys to go sleep. So, okay. Shin raid is loading. Get ready. Thank you for being here. I do really appreciate it on this wonderful Xmas Eve stream. Thank you for chilling with me. And I will see you guys soon. Good night.